My bad. I got that extra like immediately after my comment, and then I thought I hit go live. Apparently, I didn't. I've been sitting here talking to myself for what time is it? Not that long. It felt like longer than it really was. I've been sitting here talking to myself for a minute. So, trial run, I guess. Welcome everybody. Thank you for everybody who did like. Fly Guy thinks I'm having a black barbecue, but if you looked at the thumbnail, I don't think anybody here has ever seen a black person drinking White Claws. That's about the whitest beverage there is, right after like seltzer water. Bacon wrapped mushrooms, right on. And Steve, I know I said something in the chat over at Jack's, but last stream, Steve donated 10 memberships. I missed it because on my end, normally there's this little section that says that automatically stars certain comments, including super chats and membership gifts. For whatever reason, his memberships didn't show up in my starred section, so I completely missed it on last live stream. So this live stream, thanks again, Steve. Sophia, hello. Voy, I don't know what a fish finger is, but I'm okay with that too. I'm okay with it. Oh, that's me. What's up, me? I'll drop the link in just a second. Lynn, what's going on? You can block. Okay. Cynthia, hello. I don't know. I failed to launch. It's because it asked you again. Are you sure you want to go live? Which is good. I appreciate that because, you know, how many times anybody who's gone on a panel has accidentally like hit the back button and left it or something. So that's cool. But Josh, what's going on? What's going on? You should come up in a little bit when I drop the link. Time of year life. Time of my life. Let's see. All right. So I'm going to try out something new. And I will put I'll make a ticker here across the bottom in a second so that people can not have to try to rely on their memory. But the past couple days, and I think on at least like 3 different streams right now across the metaverse, there is a lot of drama. And it's not even good drama. It's shit drama. It's looping, petty, crybaby drama. Now I like drama. I don't like to admit it, but I do. I like conflict. I like drama. I like all that bullshit. But I like to have better quality drama. So when I drop the link, it's business as usual. People are welcome to come up. And any kind of bickering or drama that happens organically during the panel is, no changes. I'll handle it like normal. If you come up here with an agenda or a bone to pick, if you do a snafu and come up and go, blah, 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 blah. If you do Tommy and come up here and want to, go straight at Cynthia, this is not the place to bring your old baggage. Now there's a caveat. If you do want to bring your drama here, you can Cash App me $5. I'll put the information in the ticker. For $5, you get up to 2 minutes to say your piece, or whatever it is you have to say, right? To do your little blah, 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 blah. During your thing, I'll make a poll, and the audience can choose whether or not we want to continue the topic of your drama. So how's that sound? And there's there's sort of two reasons for this. One is I think a lot of people are getting tired of the same looping. Uh, just not even good. It's not even good drama. Like people are out of reasons to have drama. It seems like, and they're just bitching about whatever they can find on the ground. Um, People are tired of low grade drama. I guess there's three. People are tired of low grade drama. It's kind of it's two, but there's two parts. Um, Fuck. Anyways, people are tired of the bullshit. So yeah, you can pay me off, and then I'll leave it in the audience's hands. The other reason is that there is an opportunity cost for me to do these things. I do enjoy them very much. That's why I do the whole channel. But obviously I respond to that money. It's what you need to survive, of course. So just broadly, the more that I'm able to make this way, the more I'm able to justify more time here. So anyways, with that, I'll drop the link in for Super Chat came in. Lynn, I appreciate you always. One time I had friends, then I stopped being a boy. Friends are bias projected onto others and trying to feel safe and wanted just in security. I don't know if that's relevant to something else that was going on in the chat. I actually disagree with this. I think that friends and family, which, friends can be like family. The only distinction really between friends and family is whether or not you're blood related. But I disagree. And friends and family are the most important thing in life. So there's the link. And I'll pin it. And I'll make a banner real quick. All right. Earlier, and so sort of in line with what I just talked about, I think I proved my point. I proved a point. I just ignored your text message.
I'm sure you would.
Well, I was the only one on stage for a moment, so I figured I can't just sit here texting you off screen. Well,
of course you can't.
Grand Admiral Snowflake, welcome.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
My pleasure.
That is very lovely painting over your shoulder there. I do believe that is the dude.
Yeah, I have a whole set of them. Actually, I've got 6 of them, of all the different characters. So
did you know the dude abides?
I did know that. But does Admiral Snowflake abide? We can hear your southern accent through your super villain.
Who's a villain, bro? I'm just chilling like a villain.
What did you do to make you go on the run?
Oh, that gulag thing. See, I came. I do these little funny shorts, and I found a really funny short, and I clipped it, and I was going to send it to my brother, and so I saved it to my phone, but something went wrong, and it blacked out on me. So I pick it up a few minutes later, and I'm going to send a text to somebody, and I open it, and it's like there's just this. There's a video there. Everything's already done. I was like, "What? It didn't send? I sent it." It went on what I was doing. And I get a message like 10 seconds later from the smoking auditor who's like, dude, I was trying to remix that thing and it just disappeared. And I said, what thing? Oh, no. It was an individual being strucketh in the family jewels because he scared someone. And it became a violence issue.
You know, they're really touchy with their threshold for violence.
I know, dude, which is weird.
I've been hit twice. My only strike right now that's still on the books is a violence one.
Well, it's kind of funny too, because you know, when you pop your big viral video and you get your monetization discussion and then you get a strike all on the same day. It's like, hey, you're qualified, get out.
You know, and the pop I got recently for violence, that was on a video that they dug up a video that's solid 2 years old, and found a little clip in there of a prank, basically, that this shows dangerous pranks.
Yeah, no.
All right, bro. But then I saw the exact same clip 2 days later on somebody else's channel. It's just chilling.
They just choose and pick. That's all.
I don't know how it gets their attention, honestly, because it missed the algorithm the first time. Obviously, the algorithm's not picking up everybody's version of it. It isn't an old video. Who knows? Somebody who doesn't like me could have gone through and been looking for things. Yeah,
I suspect we sometimes pick up YouTube admins as one of our chats. I don't believe they go smoking through old videos. I think they sit in live streams looking for the people they want to get rid of.
Okay, I could buy that.
Let me explain. I have hosted over 200 channels. If you go to my channel, you will find.
What do you mean you've hosted 200 channels?
Whenever it comes to things like you, okay, let's say you have a show on your channel. You like it, it's nice, but you'd like to have some pizzazz, maybe a little bit of a, fang schwangle thrown on it. That's part of what I do. I do the whole the wiggling of things around on the screen. I share media, I do that stuff. I do it. If I've got all the stuff to start with, it's very seamless. So if I've got all the links and I know all the pictures and everything you want to throw up and about when, it'll go through pretty smoothly. This gives me pause because what is defined as your content? Is it just what you put up on your channel? Or is it everything you quote unquote as a producer produce? I don't know.
I think it's just what goes on your channel for the sake of policy.
Right? That's the
because
way
when I was paused, I made a backup channel off of even the same YouTube or Google account. I was able to make a backup channel.
Yeah.
Which I'm pretty sure is against the policy.
They have this phrase in the TOS that says something about circumventing a ban, right? And it's like, it's kind of really mealy mouth termed. It's not clear. It's like, because if it's what I put up on my channel, that's fine. I have no issues with that. That's cool, right? If I do a dumb and I get a strike, then I won't put anything up on my channel. No problem, right? But at the same time, I'm functioning as a producer for 24 channels. Am I supposed to stop doing all that work?
I don't think that behind the scenes work counts for the TOS. I think that because really that part was about Alex Jones, I believe, if I remember correctly, because other people were re-uploading Alex after he was banned from everything.
Right.
Let me read this. Hold on. Let me read the super chat real quick and then carry on. Sorry, that is Canadian $5, which I think is more than US $5. Okay, you read.
Sorry, that's a Canadian 5. Have another to make it worth your time. May you, that chicken leg watermelon poop.
All right.
Chicken leg in peace always. I guess that's eat, drink, and be happy in a.
No, you got to read the emojis just as they're stated.
Okay. All right. All right. Is that chicken leg? What are the emojis?
I think we got a poop and a watermelon, and that does look like a chicken leg.
Okay. All right. Just making sure I had it right. In peace always. There you go.
All right. Thank you, Lynn. All right. So anyways, before I cut you off.
Yeah, no, Grand Admiral Snowflake. I absolutely love it, dude. I love it. See, I got this whole plan. I've always wanted to do like a blind commentary channel where nobody knows who I am, but then I have this voice.
I don't know how you can disguise that.
I'm not sure, dude. It's not an unfortunate thing until you try. Let me tell you, dude, I've had a bunch of reconstructive work done on my teeth and grill and face and stuff. And so when people who went to school,
why was that? Your bad attitude.
Basically, I had an older brother that was 8 years older than me. I was bound to take some lumps in that transition.
Some lumps, but my little brother never had reconstructive surgery.
I had some bad dentition that occurred. It was very, very bad. I was the ugly duckling. You've seen me, bro. I'm pretty hot. I still don't believe it.
You're pretty fucking hot. I can't believe you're the ugly duckling. That must be a beautiful family.
I'm taking this from other people's opinion. I don't agree. However, that being the case, I kind of have to take them at their word for it. Yeah, no, I sound like James Earl Jones had sex with Sam Elliott with an angry baby.
One of the other paintings that's not behind me in this set is Sam Elliott from that movie.
That's right. The dude. The beef. It's what's for dinner.
You got a good sarsaparilla.
Yeah, you got a good sarsaparilla.
Which I still don't think I've ever had one of those. I had to look. I asked my mom what that was, and she said it's like root beer or ginger ale or something.
It's a type of root beer. It's made from the sarsaparilla shrub. We could go into this if you want to, but it's totally gone.
I mean, I don't have an agenda other than my little intro spiel about
does that mean I go off about airdropping beavers into the desert Southwest until it works?
I think that actually just became the agenda.
Now? Oh, good, because I've been actually studying up on this concept. It's been done before. The Federal Forestry Service once airdropped beavers into Alaska. I'm not joking. In boxes. Why? They threw them out of airplanes.
Why would they do that? They just wanted to fucking do that.
I think you're correct, but also they wanted some beavers in Alaska because there was a particular area that had been overtrapped to such an extent that all the creeks were just going crazy. They were just washing out. That's a lot of gold up there, right? It's never been panned, so they wanted some beavers to stop that stuff from washing out.
Right.
Airdrop some beavers in, stat, son.
Yeah. There was actually, I haven't seen him in a while. AK something. There was a guy who used to come around to these panels quite a bit who that's what he did I think he lived in Alaska and he did. And he panned for gold.
Yeah. No,
and you can that's how he made his living. That's crazy.
See, the thing about down here is there's been 200 billion people who have wandered west from this location. The chances of finding a nugget that somebody else hasn't dug up is unlikely. It's more likely that they found it and dropped it and you found it. It is that it was never found before.
Right. Yeah. And here in Kansas, all we got is clay.
Yeah, that's not conducive. It's not. No. It's more conducive for silver. I mean, if you was to go,
is it?
Yeah, but silver's hard. You can't really find.
Well, silver's a byproduct of gold mines.
It depends on the gold mine. The more
I mean,
valuable,
but they don't have really designated silver mines. They have gold mines, and silver is one of the byproduct metals, as is
mercury
copper, I
mines.
believe.
There's a lot of silver too.
Where?
Gold, mercury mines, places where they find mercury, you often find silver because silver dissolves in mercury, I think, or can carry it, something like that. I'm not sure exactly what I'm talking about. I'm not a miner, at least not that kind. I'm aware there are these elements on the periodic table, and some of them are heavier than others, but that's about where it ends.
As much as I know about Mercury is that it's one of the further planets, and it's the ruling planet of my rising sign. That's about it.
Bro, do you know if you shoot a bear in Alaska, you have to be investigated? All right, I got a story for that one. It's not a bear, but I'm not. So I went hunting one afternoon, and around here, it's a $10,000 fine and 5 years in jail if you shoot a turkey out of season. And I was deer hunting or something. I don't remember what it was I was hunting for, but I wasn't geared for turkey. And I look out across that field and I see about a dozen turkey come walking in, and I look at them through the scope, and it occurs to me I probably shouldn't be aiming at these birds. Hell, there might be a fine on that too. I don't know. I'm just looking, And then I see the most god-awful thing I've ever seen. I have no idea what I'm looking at. It takes a good 45 seconds for me to realize that's not a turkey that I'm seeing. But I couldn't identify it. And so I just got real confused, and I put all my crap up and I left long before the sun went down. I just left, dude. It creeped me out. I get home and I'm sitting around thinking about it, and I'm like, that was an emu. I saw an emu, an apparently wild emu out there with some turkeys. Why? I don't know. And somebody asked me, why didn't you shoot the emu? And I said, dude, a $10,000 fine and 5 years in jail, and I got to try to convince the game warden I was shooting at an emu.
And even if there's no emu laws on the books, which I bet there's not,
it's an invasive species.
If you shoot the emu in the turkey flock and a warden sees you, he's going to say you were shooting turkeys.
Yeah, because the chances of me knowing how to, the Australians fought a war against the emu and lost.
I didn't know that.
I can't promise you I can bring one down. I think so.
I mean, if you got a 30-06, you'll probably be all right against it.
Yeah, you put a 30-06 right through the boiler room, it ought to drop like a chicken, right?
But if you got a little 5.56, you're probably fucked.
Well, they used a Browning, man. The Australians full on had a war against the emu. I'm not joking. I'm dead serious.
Yeah, I was just about to say, you don't sound like you're joking.
No, not even a little bit. They lost. They actually conceded defeat against the emu. Let me explain why.
Please do.
They were wanting to try to curtail the numbers of emu in near town in villages and stuff, right? And so initially they sent out troops to all the little towns and villages and started shooting at the emu. Well, emu's instinctive response to being frightened is to scatter in 100 directions and regroup further out in the desert. And then they creep back in. What they accomplished was spooking all of the emus out of the towns, where they regrouped into larger groups. They made huge flocks, and then they got the bright idea, well, they're all together. Let's get in our motorized transports with our Browning machine guns and go shoot them all, and we can just get rid of this problem once and for all. Except, as I said before, an emu's natural response is to scatter in 1,000 directions and regroup somewhere else. And so what would happen is they would pop up, spray them, hit maybe 3, wound a couple, maybe kill one, and all 10,000 emus would run by them. And then the dust would go up in the air and they couldn't see anything.
I can only imagine how frustrating that would be.
Right? Could you imagine being that guy?
I think I would be. I'm like getting frustrated just hearing about it.
Can you imagine being the dude trying to command those soldiers to kill the emu, and it's just not working? As I understood it, they attempted to use grenades. They set up mines. They went to war, son.
Oh my God.
Let me tell you something. The Canadians would have won, because to them, the Geneva Conventions is a checklist. When the Canadians go to war, it starts off as a war crime.
When have the Canadians gone to war besides against the indigenous people? Have they gone to war ever? It seems like they might just sometimes tack their name on behind the U.S.
Well, no, they've gone to war against us.
Oh, they did burn the White House down, didn't they?
We lost most of those on the ground. It was in diplomacy that we won. We just bought it back, basically.
Is that true? Man, they don't teach us shit.
Not really. I'm not as big into like that period of history as I really should be. I was more interested in what people wrote than I was in the actual step-by-step dates and stuff. So like I read Locke and I read Robespierre and all that silly Billy horse crappy, you know, and they were all nuts. They're all crazy.
Yeah, they were. Oh, dude, who's the who's the guy? A mathematician from like the 1600s.
Bacon?
French.
No.
A French. He's got a French name, or maybe it was a philosopher. I'll have to come back to it. This dude had a robot daughter, allegedly. That
a clockwork daughter. He had a clockwork little girl.
Do you know who I'm talking about?
I've read something about a clockwork little girl. I didn't realize.
Was it Descartes? It might have been Descartes.
No, she played cards. She dealt cards.
No, Descartes.
You know, what I'm saying is there was a clockwork. There was somebody. We might be talking about the same person. I don't remember specifically everything that the little bot was supposed to be able to do, but he would go over and wind her up, flip a switch, and then put her at the beginning of whatever, and she would go do it, supposedly. Leonardo built a steam-powered knight that would charge around, or clockwork knight, where you'd wind it up and it would run around on the table and point at people. And it was a popular drinking game for about 800 years.
It was René Descartes.
René Descartes.
Yep.
Was it a clockwork daughter? Is that what that was?
I don't know. Yeah, he had a robot daughter named Francine. He's a French philosopher, not a mathematician.
I just realized I could see comments. I'm an idiot. My bad. Moron.
In 1635, Francine Descartes was born, the real flesh and blood but illegitimate daughter of Descartes and a Dutch servant girl. So his daughter died of scarlet fever when she was 5. And then he allegedly made a robot daughter.
May very well be what I've come across. The Clockmaker's Daughter is a historical fiction told from multiple points of view, which is why it's so jumbled in my brain.
And she would sleep in a casket next to his bed. And then at some point, he would take her in her casket with him while he traveled around, and the crew of one of the ships found out about the robot daughter in the casket, and were so freaked out by it that they threw her overboard. And
so let me get this straight: out there somewhere at the bottom of the ocean is some dude's clockwork kid that some assholes got freaked out. I might have got a little freaked out about it. I mean, mannequins kind of creep me out. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, mannequins are freaky.
All right. Well, let me picture this.
And so are those mannequin heads also that people practice cutting hair on. Fuck those things.
As a young Grand Admiral, right, a very young snowflake, I worked in a building in a business that occupied the corner of a building. So like 500 square foot out of a 3,000 square foot unit, right? That rest of that unit, which was just behind a single door with no lock on it at all, was slam full of old mannequins, weird dressmaking stuff, old grandfather clocks, like just a wild wonderland. But let me tell you something. The first time I opened that door and one of them mannequins fell over, like over, I like to have crapped myself, and it took me a good year to go back in that place. I
I
just
bet
wouldn't,
you screamed like such a girl.
just like a bitch. I'm not gonna lie. That was back before my voice cracked too, so it's probably real good. Ultraviolet sun.
So where was this?
At a previously undisclosed location.
Okay, you didn't disclose it. I thought maybe I'd missed it.
No, I evaded that whole concept of speaking exactly where it would be for not quite so obvious reasons.
I mean, I sort of get it. I was when you started that, I was trying to figure out how to talk about this other undisclosed location I've been to and the creepy stuff inside of it, which was among other things, tons and tons of matchbooks all over the floor, from all over the world.
I was fixing to say, are they all the same kind or from like all over the
Nope,
world?
all over. I don't think I saw two of the same kind at all.
That is
tons and tons of porno magazines
scattered
all over the floor.
Sure. All right.
In the basement, there was clothes racks with a whole bunch of suits, basically, like not nice suits, but kind of older suits,
right?
All hung up, and in the right coat pocket of all of them, there was how much money was it? It was the same exact amount of money, and it was like a $10 bill, a $5 bill, two $1 bills, a quarter, a nickel, and a penny.
It sounded like no, he was OCD as crap, dude.
I don't think it was a house because there wasn't. I mean, I don't think somebody lived in it normally. I don't think this was like a person's possessions. There's something else going on there because you didn't have the normal. You
stumbled across a CIA safe house, dude. You walked into somewhere they was geared up to roll people.
Trashed. It was like the porno magazines were scattered everywhere. Most of the money had been robbed. And the shoes. There's a closet full of shoes as well, and the right shoe had the same money makeup inside of it.
Weird.
It was isolated about far enough outside of town that nobody was likely to go by there unless you knew where it was.
That's pretty creepy, dude.
It was so fucking creepy.
Short of finding a cartel house where they were moving large numbers of people through and were planning on doing so soon, and the reason it was all trashed out was to keep you from going far enough in to find the useful things that were actually there. That makes sense to me. I can think of no other explanation for everything to be set up as duplicates of one another other than something along the lines of like a CIA or NSA safe house or something like that.
Now, what people had speculated what people claimed it was a sort of some sort of witchcraft thing.
Screw that. That's just a CIA cover, dude. Don't ever buy that
trash. The same amount of money in each pocket does. I don't know why you would do that. It's not like it was enough money to be useful, or small enough to be unuseful. It's $17, and this was at least a decade ago, probably more.
All right. Well, the creepiest one I ever came across. Now, I worked at a really large like real estate place that rented a couple of thousand different units, and they were all over the countryside. Like some of them were like apartment buildings, but most of them were just random trailers, houses, shoeboxes, pieces of cardboard with a lean-to under it. There were some pretty crappy places. And sometimes people have to be moved out of a house, or someone will die and all their stuff will be left by the family, and you got to do something with it. So part of my job was to go into these places where either people had been evicted or had died or whatever it was they got locked up. That's another one that was real common. People would just go to jail and leave their whole house functioning.
I yeah. Luckily, my mom moved me out while I was in jail, but
Yeah, well, some people don't have that luxury
right,
apparently, and they
right.
get um so like depending on the circumstances, if someone died, we would usually put it in a storage building and pay for it for like 3 months. If someone went to prison, depending on whether they were up to date on their bills and stuff, if they were, it would go into storage for 3 months. Maybe they'll get out and pay us before it gets
Right.
auctioned off. I don't know. Uh, if someone died in arrears, like severe arrears, my boss would show up and open the door and leave and wait for the other folks in the trailer park to go pick it clean, and then we'd go move 2 or 3 things out.
Why wouldn't he? Would he take a quick rummage through it first?
Not really, and I wasn't really permitted to either because he was
Because
of
of
the
the
well,
legal issues.
well, yeah. Occasionally, you come across meth labs and stuff, or leftover crap from meth labs, and all of that stuff's dangerous. And he felt that it was more likely
It's
for
better. It's better left to the other people in the community.
that was his explanation. Just like that when he told me.
That's hilarious.
He's like, they know more about it than I do. I was
What
like,
a scallywag. That's fantastic.
works for me. As long as I ain't got to go in there. Because we came across this one, but no, the creepiest one I ever come across, the creepiest situation. We had this one tenant that for 8 months, 9 months after I got the job, no problem with the rent. Rent shows up like clockwork. So on that Thursday, when the rent didn't show up, he brought it up to me. He's like, hey man, I want you to go by and knock on the door. And I went by and knocked on the door. Nobody answered. And then I went the next day. And on the third day, it was kind of funky over in yonder. It kind of smelled a little certain way. So we called up the magistrate, who called the cops, who got out there, and they did a welfare check. And I was way out of that place before I found out anything at all about what was going down. But about 2 weeks later, he gets a notice from one of the kids saying that they're not coming to get any of the stuff, and like 6 months rent for it to just be stored there. Right. So they get 6 months to come and pick that stuff up. So we go through, turn everything off, empty out the refrigerator, that kind of stuff. Nothing. We don't touch anything. Nothing. Right. I don't care if the man had a $10,000 Ming Boz sitting on the counter. It wouldn't even have my fingerprints on it, but the refrigerator would be covered. So, take out the trash, stuff like that, clean the bathroom a little bit, but move nothing. Okay. And so we go into this place and I do all of that. And there's all this stuff everywhere. This dude's whole life is sitting right around here, and we leave. Come back 6 months later when they're like, okay, go throw it away or whatever. I go back. Nothing had been touched. Not one soul, unless they walked through the day that I left, not one soul had stepped foot across that threshold. My footprints were the only ones that left that room. So we go through, we start packing stuff up. And in the process of packing stuff up, we find this, it was like a bowling ball bag, but a little too small. I don't know what kind of a bag they were, but there was dozens of them. And every single one of these bags was like wrapped up for a kid. It had a little t-shirt, a pair of panties, little pair of pants, like for a 4 or 5-year-old. But there were hundreds of them. They were everywhere. And when you first come across, these things.
Now, hold on. It was one bowling bag. You said a bowling bag.
Hundreds of these little. They were like a bowling ball bag. It was shaped like a bowling ball bag. What's it called? A clutch?
Maybe? Oh yeah, like a little like a little satchel thing.
It's a little bigger than a pocketbook and a little smaller than a book bag, but it's like a little, yeah. And every one of them had the same thing in them, except one would have My Little Pony on it, and the next one would be SpongeBob, and the next one would, and whatever was on it, that was what was in it. Was like a pair of underwear, a pair of underoos, and some little kid shirts, and maybe some moist wipes, and a thing of sanitizer, right? And it'd all be in a Ziploc bag in the clutch. And then the clutch would be wrapped up and is stacked with all the rest of them. And there were a few dozen behind the couch when we moved it. That's when we first found them. And I was like, that's kind of strange. But then the spare bedroom back there was literally packed. There was nothing in it but these little bags, thousands of them. And dude has no record, has never been investigated, was a quiet man that no one ever bothered, and he never bothered anybody. He never complained. He always paid his debts. But he had
Those
a
are the ones you got to
whole
watch out for.
I know. It was the very second that I laid eyes on what was in that bag that I went, wait a second. I'm getting some real Dahmer vibes suddenly. Have we had the cops?
Man, maybe, it's the same sort of uniformity that I was talking about with the money in the same pocket and all the same type of clothes.
Yeah, no, it's the same kind of thing, but it's a totally different. No, that's creepy in a hey, adults are doing creepy crap kind of way. This is creepy, and I guarantee this guy should have been investigated heavier. Wait, is Boba Fett?
Did you say why wasn't he there, or where did he go?
I assume he died. After
he just disappeared.
He just disappeared. I have no idea whether he was locked up. I just know maybe he got locked up and there were pets in there, and that's what I smelled. But whatever happened in that house, I never was interested in it, and I was hoping I wouldn't have to deal with it. But we did end up having to move all that stuff out, and it took half a freaking U-Haul to get that and the weird little. He had a bunch of kids, which this isn't that weird, but it's still kind of weird when you look at it in conjunction with the other things. He had kids movies stand-up displays from like Beauty and the Beast and robots. I don't know, half a dozen of them. A standing SpongeBob, all kinds of stuff. Different kids movie. It was really creepy.
And all this stuff was from. I mean, so the little purses, the little clutches, those were there the first time you went in.
I did not notice them the first time I went in. The first
would
time
you have?
No. The only places we would have gone the first time I went in was the refrigerator, the trash can. Looked around to get up any food that was obviously sitting around, into the bathroom, clear the trash can, flush the toilet, a general pickup of anything that'll mold, rot, or whatever like that. And then we would have turned off the water, turned off the power, and left, locking the door behind us with one of their pass locks so that only this chick can get in. And I just can't believe that
were they new clothes or used? Did they look like they've been worn?
No. Every single one of these was completely unused. They look brand new. The totes looked like they were kind of old. The ones on top had dust on them, and the ones at the bottom kind of smelled like they'd been there a while, right? Which is really weird. All of that is really weird. I don't know, dude.
Yeah, it is weird. People are weird.
Is it illegal? I saw nothing that was directly illegal. I didn't even find any porn in this man's house at all. Not one bit of pornography. Nothing.
You know what? People, I don't know. Shit happens weird ways to people. I'm remembering when my great uncle was in Vietnam. My grandpa's little brother. Vietnam kind of fucked him up. And when he died and we were going through his house, there was he didn't have a single cent. I remember hearing my grandpa mute or just wonder out loud about how could he not have a single cent anywhere in his house to his name, nothing, no bank records, I don't know, shit's weird.
With this guy, what it really perturbed me, well, not really, because if they were going to come get anything embarrassing, I guess would probably be what they would grab. Or so there was no electronics in the house at all. He had a TV with one of those old school dinosaur VCRs and about 24 VHSs that were stacked up on top of the TV. No other media in the house.
What kind of VHSs? Were they all Disney?
Yes. Well, not Disney, but they were all kids shows, but they were all recorded off of the TV. At some point in time, they showed Bambi, and he recorded it with the commercials included and stuff. It wasn't, like I said, it's not all that weird, except for the fact of the number of them, right? the amount, and go through 200 of them. They all had, like, if it was a SpongeBob tote, it had SpongeBob shirt, SpongeBob underwear in it.
Really?
All girl stuff. If it was a Cruella DeVille tote, it had a Cruella, but which, if you think about it, birthday gifts, man, this was an endless supply of little girls' birthday gifts. If you want to give it a very, very, very rosy scene, maybe he was just a really nice guy, but
I mean, it definitely has darker connotations than that.
The little displays I was talking about, like the movie things, the movie art, they weren't in any kind of display condition. They were all stacked up against the wall, like somebody had come with them on a pallet, and he had stacked them in behind the bed, and then stood the mattress up against them, and then stacked more in behind the mattress. There was a bunch of them, dude. It was all kinds of. I didn't even get to look at all of them because it was so many, and we were in such a hurry.
So the thing about stuff like that is that if it's irreplaceable, it's very valuable with insurance. Like, just sort of a side tangent. Like,
that's the thing. Those things probably were extremely valuable. Do you know what happened to them?
They got thrown away.
No, they were stuck in the guy died. We do the respectful thing. He was not in arrears. We put his stuff in a storage unit for 3 months, and nobody ever picked it up, so it goes to auction. So I don't know whether these displays were originals or they were just done for some birthday party or something. I don't know, but it's just so strange. Easily $200 worth of artwork and stuff, easily, and that's just being very, very, very cheap.
Yeah, but like, as for insurance, right? So like my ex-wife's little brother had his apartment. I can't remember where he was living at the time, but where he was living caught fire, and the kitchen and the whole place didn't burn down, but the kitchen burned up pretty good. And one of the things that was ruined was, this was when he was younger, like college age. He had a collection of empty beer and liquor bottles, or it was liquor bottles, kind of, around the top of the cabinets, like people used to do.
Yeah.
But a lot of them were older. Not all of it was like college kid drunk bottles. There were some but they were still just empty bottles, and a lot of them were irreplaceable. And he got some money for those empty booze bottles.
Yeah, no, some of them, I mean, most of them are plastic nowadays. Or maybe I just drink cheap liquor. I drink Bacardi cold. I'm not gonna lie.
You drink what?
Bacardi Gold.
Oh,
almost exclusively. The thing is
with what?
Dr. Pepper, Coke. I'm not terribly picky on that end. Just as long as it's not fruit based. I don't want no Kool-Aid.
You don't want jungle juice? You don't want chunks of fruit in it?
I'm allergic to red, bro.
You're allergic to red? You know what Red 40 is made out of? You know what the dye is?
Freaking bugs, dude.
Beetle shells, yes.
Yes, sir.
And I know that, and I still eat Fruity Pebbles like a motherfucker.
You're eating the boogs, dude. Live in the pod, eat the boogs.
I know. And I didn't even know about it until after, because I heard the what is it? World Economic Forum, you eat the bugs.
Eat the boogs.
It wasn't until well after I'd heard Klaus Schwab talking about eating the bugs, and I was like, I will never eat fucking bugs, that I realized I've been eating bugs the whole time.
No, I ain't got nowhere to no. I grew up in some very impoverished environs. Not saying I went hunting bugs, bro. What I'm saying,
but sometimes when there's a cockroach on your
no, when I go fishing, and I've been doing it for 2 days, and we ain't caught nothing, them crickets get to be a lot better than them damn fishes. We can go catch more grasshoppers, but I'm hungry now. Some sauteed crickets ain't too bad. You throw a little bit of sugar, some salt, maybe a little butter in there.
Man, I don't know about that. Your fishing sounds different from any fishing I've done.
I imagine so. It probably is a little different.
It sounds a lot different.
I mean, I might go 20, 30 miles on a fishing trip. That, like, that's after I got out the truck.
Because after, if we haven't caught anything, we're gonna have bologna sandwiches, basically, or like maybe just call it a day and go to Taco Bell.
I mean, if I was taking somebody with me, yeah. I mean, are you trying to go on a date, bro? Like, we get us some ham sandwiches. I'll go get some of the roast beef things. We'll have a good. We get some Reubens. We skip the fishing. We just go hang out by the river. Me, you, and Jesse. We'll all have us a good time.
Eating grasshoppers.
I got a good fishing story for you.
Bring it.
Okay. That's way better than mine.
So, I had this house that I had my own private dock, and we could fish off it. You can catch some pike, and you can catch some trout, and it was kind of a wild, crazy kind of party house, which was pretty fun. Well, this one guy that came over through a friend of mine, he was from Iraq, and he says he was in Canada for 2 years. And he never caught a fish in the 2 years that he's been fishing. He likes to fishing, catch the fish. He's like, back in Iraq, how they would fish is that they would throw a grenade into the lake. It would pop the sacks of the fish that, got, and they would just go belly up, and people would just go in and collect the fish, right? That's how they would go fishing. So obviously he couldn't do that in Canada, and you needed a fishing pole. For 2 years, he had never caught a fish. And while he was on my dock, he caught his very first fish. But do you know how he caught it? He snagged it into its belly. I'd never even seen. Somehow he was able to yank a fish. He caught a fish.
You've never seen that?
No,
I snagged fish. I snagged a fish. I think my first fish, even I snagged it in the eyeball.
In the eye. So he had it in the side in the belly. I was like, wow, because
that's a big hook.
Yeah. So he caught, and that was his very first fish that he ever caught was off my dock, but it was a belly catch.
That's solid. I didn't know that there were lakes in Iraq. I thought it was pretty deserty.
Well, you know why
there's lakes everywhere.
You know why third world countries are typically in desert regions?
Why?
Because there's nothing to fucking eat. They spend all the time stealing from each other instead of like doing some farming. They just eat everything that's available. They use grenades in the creeks. They use grenades in the ponds. They throw dynamite everywhere.
Is that true? Like because there's third world countries that are like in the Amazon. There's everything to eat there.
Yeah, you're not wrong. The Amazon's actually a well-cultivated food forest that's been allowed to grow feral. It's not supposed to look the way it does now. If you go and look at the oldest trees, every single one of the oldest trees in the Amazon are almost all either fruit or medicine-bearing trees or ingredient-bearing trees.
Really?
There's virtually no useless large tree that grows in the Amazon as part of the original primordial growth. Those things have been managed since the dawn of time by humans walking through that place and killing things that were useless or dangerous and letting the things that were useful and beneficial live. It is a giant managed food forest that has gone feral. The gardeners are no longer there.
Jesse, have you heard about that?
About what?
I mean, what he just said. Jesse, if you don't know Sasquatch Jesse Sasquatch, Jesse does a lot of interviews on his channel with all sorts of people. And they cover a bunch of topics. I don't know, is that something that you've heard of, the food forest?
Well, we got Jim Gale, who's the food forester. He's the food forest abundance guy. He's teaching people to create food forests, and he's saying that
concept. But when you look at the actual dispensation of trees that are growing in the Amazon in the old growth forest regions, it's very, very different to the new growth forest regions.
Yeah, and when you grow things, if you grow things together, different plants and vegetables and all that, you can actually have to eliminate, you don't need any pesticides because you can eliminate pests by growing things, symbiotically and like in the right way where you don't have to spray the shit out of, the crops.
Like marigolds and okra, right? You grow marigolds with okra, sunflowers, beans, and not corn, but it's a bushy, a zucchini or something. You put them all together, you get the insect fighting potential from the marigolds that also trap nematodes in their roots. You've got and it also keeps snails away for the most part. So there's that. And then you have the beneficials from the beans. You've got all of the stuff working together. That's the way you do it. It's called companion planting, food forestry. I love it. It's a great concept. Y'all should work on it.
Sasquatch also does interviews of content creators. They could interview each other.
We could do an interview section where I stream his stream, streaming me, streaming his stream, him interviewing me while we interview other people. That would be awesome.
I love sunflowers. They're my favorite of the flowers. I just, like the way they've always liked them. So a couple of days ago, just before I left Angeline City, we were visiting someone that I had interviewed a couple times, Jason McKay, and he sees a lot of things in the clouds, dragons, and all kinds of different things floating up in systems, aliens, all kinds of stuff. And we went out there to visit for the night, had a big fire, and saw some amazing things in the clouds. There's a whole council of them up there. It was pretty fascinating. We even saw one light shoot across the sky and then 3 in behind it. So there were things flying, like 3 lights in behind, going. So we saw some, wild activity, but they have this next door neighbor and he's saying, oh yeah, I think he's a reptilian. He's like, sometimes he's nice. Sometimes he's like, says he wants to kill me and all this. And, as we came in, the neighbor waved. So I had waved back to the neighbor or whatever. We go inside and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to go meet the neighbor. They're like, are you sure? And I'm like, yeah, sure. Why not? We'll go see what he's about. So I go over and talk to this crazy neighbor and he was so nice. And I ended up coming back with a pumpkin, my whole handfuls of beets, some sunflowers that I had brought in for everybody and some flowers. So I walked back. They're thinking he needs to go check on me. He's telling Angeline, I think I need to go check on him. I hope he's going to be okay. And I hope he's all right. I come back with the whole garden. My hands were all full of all these things and pumpkins and, and Angeline's like, yeah, that doesn't surprise me. That's the way I came back, but I made a new friend or whatever. But he had a nice little garden that they were just, kind of at the end of putting out for the season.
So you're that guy. You're the guy that makes friends with the people.
I make friends. I go talk to everybody. I'm not afraid of anybody. So I just go and talk to people. And if you can make friends, better. And if not, then
Clearly, you've never met O.J. Griner. Because that man would terrify you. I swear to God. You'd see
I don't know who that is.
Go a different. Nobody. I'm the only person here that knows who that is. That man
is that your friend's dad? You were telling me about that one time.
No, dude. This dude was 6'8" when he was in middle school. Homie played varsity football in middle school for the starting lineup. He played football through the entire high school season. I don't know that he ever actually went to a class.
You don't have to when you are that good at football.
He wasn't that good at football or that
he was
bright.
Just big.
He was just huge, ginormous. So like he decides one day he's gonna jump me, and I whooped him with a freaking the handle out of one of those ginormous push brooms from the school.
Yeah.
Hold him. I was standing there holding it. I was like, dude, I know you push over people. It's not gonna go that way this time.
He's like, I got 5 older brothers and I've had to have reconstructive surgery already.
I have one older brother and he's 8 years older than me. He used to beat me unmercifully for fun. He used to hold me down, spit in my ear, and shake my head and watch the bubbles come up and laugh about it.
Oh, gross.
Dude, real stuff. No.
That's what happened to you.
We went at Loggerheads that day, and when it was said and done, he decided nobody got to mess with me but him. Mess with him but me. Mess with me but him. I was off limits. Because
from your brother or from
OJ.
Okay, OJ. Right.
Yeah. Years later, we ended up being buddies, but at the time he was going to get me. I was terrified. I was just waiting.
Some of my best friendships have happened after like that initial, like, we got to spar first.
Yeah, this is the only black man I know with a swastika tattooed on his back. Are you joking,
What?
dude? He is terrifying. He is absolutely terrifying.
That's That's a scary combination of people right there. Like,
it's unreasonable. I don't
talk about unreasonable. Yeah.
He used to sell dope over in the hood. Had a buddy of mine come in one time and be like, OJ took my money. I'm like, come on, let's go talk to OJ. I rode over there, walked in the house. Dude pulls his money out of the pot, and he was playing poker. He's like, what's up? Oh, yeah, no, dude never came back. Here, take the money. Give that man some dope. Gave me the money back and the dope. We had a little talk. It was real cool. Nice little reunion. I left. Probably some very, very confused game bangers in the room. Why are you being nice to that white boy? I don't understand.
I hear you have a phobia of tall people.
Which one?
You, I think. That's what's being alleged in the comment on the screen.
I see it now. I'm not a small guy. If somebody is big enough to give me the heebie-jeebies in the word, y'all should be worried.
I think what's more scary is a black guy with a swastika tattoo, because that's just, there's a real like conflict of concepts here.
It's a prison tattoo. Explain this. It's a prison tat. He got it in prison.
Yeah.
How? I don't want to know.
Well, who would be my question? Yeah. There's a lot of, I wonder if it was plucked.
Questions.
So I interviewed this guy, Adrian. He's a Native American Indian, and the swastika is actually one of their battle symbols. And so it was stolen by Hitler, and a lot of other cultures have had this swastika before, and they've actually taken and inverted and perverted it. And he's actually trying to bring the swastika back. So I've interviewed him a couple times, and he's gone to Capitol Hill. They were going to arrest him for this, and some Jewish guy showed up as the time they were bringing out the swastika and saying it's okay that you do that. And so just fascinating.
How much do you know about that particular symbol?
I don't know a heck of a lot, just a few things here and
there. It's utilized in Hinduism as a symbol of good fortune for the future and auspicious doings. It is revered in parts of the African continent as being the rising sun and a sign of good fortune. In almost every culture where it's utilized, whether it's the normal one that you're familiar with or the reverse version, can mean bad luck, but typically it's almost always taken as a symbol of good fortune and plenty, right? It used to be given away in they had these bags of flour called gold medallion, and 1 in 100 of them would have a random good fortune, a good luck piece in it. It was a little gold medallion token, and it would have a horseshoe or a 4-leaf clover or a swastika on it. And they stopped giving them away in like 1933. They ended that whole thing. And I have one of these gold medallion luck things that was given away back in the 20s. And the only reason I have it is I tore down an entire building for this guy and found it sitting on the cornerstone. And after I broke the cornerstone off the concrete it was on, I picked it up, stuck it in my pocket, because the man who laid that cornerstone put it down there. Right? So the man who takes the cornerstone picks it up. Old magic.
That's very cool. Cool story, man. Sounds like you would be a good interview.
So what did that, so if all the cultures have it, right? And I've always wondered this, what is it, right? Like,
it's the sun. It is the radiation of your family. It's the gathering of your family, depending on which way you look at it.
So the way this Adrian guy explained it was that it's the Big Dipper, and it's in the 4 seasons. So you have it in, the spring, the summer, the fall, and in the winter. The Big Dipper's in the 4 areas that actually make up that swastika.
And is swastika a Jesseism, or is that like the Neo we're taking the power back way of pronouncing it?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay.
I imagine that's
Jesseism
to him. Right? Yeah. That's why you heard it, so you say it that way, right?
Yeah, just potato, whatever.
Oh. I'd never heard that. Just curious.
Marmalade and jelly. It's all the same thing. It's a bit like an X, but it has extra bits. Yeah.
And I've seen the Big Dipper explanation before too. I didn't know, like,
That's
I don't know.
That's the American, Native American, not necessarily Native American, but like North American indigenes explanation for the swastika. There's another attachment there, and it depends on whether or not you buy into the Vikings come into America before Christopher Columbus, or get this, the Irish. There is an Irish story about a group of people who said, screw this island, we're going somewhere else for religious freedom. And they hopped on their boats. What is it, St. Christopher? Patron saint travelers. Didn't he go absolutely everywhere, supposedly? Might be Greg.
I don't know.
Hold on.
I would believe them both, though. I think that, like, to think Christopher Columbus was the first one here, I suspect that people had been coming here for quite some time regularly. They find coins all over North America.
When I interviewed Tommy Chong, he said that the Asians were here before Christopher Columbus. And there's this other guy that I interviewed, Grant Burles. He's a chaplain, and on his own little land or whatever, he's doing the whole free thing. And he was showing me this place here in Alberta that's actually got some hieroglyphic stuff in there. So, it's fascinating that a lot of this stuff isn't taught as history, but there's a lot more to this land than what they teach in schools.
And I think that there's something found in, if I remember correctly, found in the Grand Canyon that had Egyptian hieroglyphics.
Yeah, the Egyptian stuff.
Yep. And
I'm not sure it was Egyptian, bro. I've got a theory on that. But go ahead.
Lay it on me.
Explain what they found first.
I don't recall, actually.
Right. I think, if I remember right, the name of the area that it's that they found this stuff in, they called it like Cairo or the Valley of the Kings or something over there. Anyway. Sorry, I'm sending an email. So
I can't think and type either. I tried all the time and it doesn't work.
All right. So in 1784, in 1694, you came across the Grand Canyon and you found some stuff written on the walls, and you might maybe have seen a painting of a hieroglyph. Wouldn't you be like, hey, that might be a hieroglyph? Would it necessarily have to be Egyptian for you to be like, hey, that kind of looks Egyptian?
Well, Egyptians have, I mean, they've got different flavors.
Totally,
you know what I mean?
You're right. But if you had heard or only read of the Egyptian hieroglyphs and you found something that matched that description from a rote memory, right? From something that you read years ago, hey, I've read about this before, right? You might think it was Egyptian too. However, the Asian question is a good one, because there happens to be an entire culture of ancient Japanese people who all but lived on the water. The Jomon or the Yomon originally occupied, like they were one of the first occupiers that wasn't indigenous to Japan, but they didn't actually live in Japan. They just kind of hopped around the islands on their canoes up and down.
Like Waterworld?
Yeah, not unlike that. But they were expansive travelers, and we find their pottery in all kinds of places across the Asian Sea over there. That whole area, you just randomly find Jomon pottery, and in one location in South America. Identical method, identical style, but a different clay. This pottery is made locally in South America. It wasn't made in Japan and brought there, but somebody who made that kind of pottery obviously went there once. At least one dude.
And there's I can't remember if it was South America. I think it was Africa, like in the Congo. They found a tribe of all white people. Just not, I mean, when colonization was starting, and they were like fully African, but the entire tribe was white.
I'll be right back. I got to grab something to drink.
Yep.
Here, I'm going to put a link for you in the chat here. So when I was, I did a 45-day trip to Asia to 8 different countries. I went with a Chinese Cambodian that spoke Vietnamese and a bunch of other dialects. So it was neat to have my own personal kind of translator through all these Asian countries. But he was Cambodian. It was the first time him going back since, the killing fields and stuff, all the things. And he took us to this one place where these people live on the water still in Cambodia. They were the Vietnamese. I think they got forced. So there's a link to those people that actually that are living out currently live on water. They don't live on any land. They got all these structures tied together, and they're actual, water people.
That's pretty dope. Cambodia is really cool. It's got that ancient structure that nobody really knows how it was built.
Angkor Wat. It's like the 8th wonder of the world. That thing was unreal. I loved Angkor Wat. But one thing I liked about the Cambodian people, so we just came from Vietnam, where if you left $1 sitting on the table, someone would probably walk by and swipe it. But in Cambodia, the people were so different and everybody was so spiritual. It's a kingdom. They have a king there and everything was so spiritual. Everywhere I went, they greeted me like this. So I did this back to every single person that did it to me. I did it back. Everywhere we went, everyone did that. And
that sounds exhausting.
When we went to Angkor Wat, after we were done, there was a guy, I ended up buying a cobra snakeskin drum. He said that his dad had just found a dead cobra, which I don't know if he was, truthful about that.
Right.
But, I still have this drum. It's made with cobra snakeskin. So I bought that. And then we ended up eating at this restaurant just outside of where the temple was. And I don't know, the food, it was not very expensive. I think it was me, Randy and his girlfriend, so the 3 of us, and I think the food was like $15, and I left a $15 tip, right? I left as much as tip as it was. I just experienced this really spiritual place, and I just, I tipped as much as, the food had cost, right? And the lady says to me, no, she goes, I can't take that. It's too much. And I'm like, what do you mean? We just came from Vietnam where they would have swiped the money off the table. And you're telling me that it's too much of a tip and she can't accept it. I couldn't believe it. But the people there are very humble, very kind, very spiritual, very beautiful country to live in or whatever. Right. So she had just taken whatever was a couple of dollars tip. And then when we left, I left the rest of the money on the table. That's what I wanted to give her. So she ended up getting the whole tip. Right. But, that's it was just fascinating to see to someone to tell you, no, I can't accept that. That's too much money.
Yeah, that is crazy. Jesse's not an alien. He's an MK sleeper agent. If you missed the poll last stream, he was voted the one most likely of all 6 panelists to be an MK sleeper agent, with his girlfriend being second. So Canadians are the Canadian sleeper cell. And I was voted most likely, or I was voted the one carrying around the most unresolved baggage. So I don't know which one of those designations is worse. Who was that dude? You had a dude on a few weeks ago that I really enjoyed, Jason Christoff.
Oh yeah, he's very smart. It's the third or fourth time I've had him on the show, and he's the self-sabotage coach. So he actually, helps people because most people are programmed, right? Whether they want to believe it or not. When you're watching movies, there'll always be a coffee shop with a coffee cup, and it's getting people like to drink coffee and things, right? Coffee makes people more docile, right? As much as it makes people awake. It does. It programs the caffeine. It's not just coffee, but it's the caffeine that actually hinders people's, I guess, aggressive, I guess, nature or whatever, right? It just helps people be more programmed. So what he does is he uses the skills that they do to program people, but he programs them, in a way to, to want to be wealthy, to want, because a lot of people sabotage themselves from becoming wealthy. They don't feel they, want to deserve it, or they, they're worthy of it and things. So they'll do things just to sabotage themselves. So as well as, to working out or, doing these different things. So he actually helps people with that to, better program themselves in the right way.
And what's he use? Does he use like NLP or hypnosis, or he just does he use any sort of methods like that?
I'm not sure. I haven't taken his course. He's got some courses and things that he had given me a few. He actually gave me his course, and I wasn't ready at the time or whatever. And like, I don't know, about 4 or 5 months later, I went, okay, I'm ready to do it. Me and Andrew are going to do it. And I couldn't find it on my Gmail, my Google. A lot of the stuff in my missing link folder is gone, deleted. Gmail has deleted that shit. So one of it was his link. So I asked him, I said, hey, I want to do the course and I can't find the link. And he was just like, yeah, basically, too bad. How sad, right? Like, so he gave me a link just for like one of his discussions, right? And and he just talks about how different programming is, and I guess he just has these talks, and he just, I don't know if you listen to these talks enough, it helps you with that key programming, to program you in the right way.
Have you heard of John Taylor Gatto?
No, I don't think so.
So this dude was he's an educator, basically. In like the 90s, he was New York's educate. He was in the system, person of the year and shit. Like, and he broke bad on him, and has basically since then been sort of outspoken against the school system. And
abolish the Board of Education immediately, and we would improve our situation 1,000%.
What did you say?
Abolish the Board of Education. Get rid of it. It is a useless, vestigial portion of the federal government that no longer serves any purpose other than to allow the federal government into your home every day.
Yeah, and he's I've been listening. He's got a YouTube channel, and I'll link it here in a second. But I've been really sort of down that rabbit hole because I'm already inclined that way. I already don't like the public school system. I think school should be optional. I think that there's no fucking way in hell that kids need to go to school 8 hours a day for fucking 12 years. You could learn reading and writing if you made 1 year mandatory and did it well. That I think that'd be all you need for the sort of, most of it's all just training, but which he confirms.
The Dewey Decimal System is a very complicated piece of
kids these days never even heard of that.
I'm just saying, bro. Go ahead.
But the programming though, he talks about how like basically public education is a religion. And can you think of anything more counter or illogical and radical than giving your kid every day for 12 years to strangers? Exactly. And you can't go and see what they're programming your kid with.
But it's not just strangers. It's really weird strangers.
Right.
Especially with the stuff nowadays and teaching them like the sex stuff.
Nature.
And like it's like teaching them about the anal sexes, and like this is kids in like junior high schools that they're teaching them this perverted shit, and that's pretty fucked up.
In nature, when you encounter an animal with really bright plumage, it is a warning to stay away. I think it might be true with women too, and especially men.
Yeah, plumage on a man is a weird thing. I don't know that I know any men with plumage.
I have very distinctive plumage, but it is naturally colored.
You do have plumage. I take that back. You have
Right?
some, and Jesse has some plumage too, but he's got like covert plumage.
Is it on your back, bro? If you got pink back hair, I knew it. Give me $20. I told you you had pink black hair.
No, I ain't a grizzly.
Nah, but he's got long hair too. I said something in the last stream. I was about like me and Jesse being the only ones with short hair. Oh, because Mitch was on. Yeah, everyone had long hair on the panel except for me and Jesse. And then Jesse's like, "What?" And I'm like, "What?" And then he like undoes his hair and it comes out. But yeah, from this angle, still can't see it at all.
Does have pink hair on the back.
There's some of it.
I do. Yeah, I did that for half of my life until I was 19. I had that, but my hair was all the way down to my butt. Like it was long.
Well, hair is actual energetic receptacles, and intuition. You can pick up frequency and vibrations through your.
Well, then
hair.
I got all the frequencies and the vibrations, bro. I'm fuzzy.
Oh yeah. What about beards? Does beards count as frequency?
I don't know. I imagine there's a possibility. It's hair that has these receptacles on it, so I imagine that would not be any different.
Bet.
I was in tune that you were going to say that.
You were what?
In tune. I felt it.
Oh, you know how you knew though? It's because of your receptacles.
Beard. The receptacle. Beard. Yes. Excellent.
State of Florida research step up program, school choice, homeschools.
Right, that's a good one.
Government is giving homeschoolers money. Is that just in Florida?
They give you the choice of schooling your students. You can take them to I can't remember what they call them, like a charter school type place. You might have to actually carry your kids every day. There might be,
but that's just Florida.
Yeah, I think it's just certain districts in Florida. I'm not sure if it's actually statewide yet, but it's supposed to be statewide eventually.
Man, I think that might backfire though. Like, because now if you're getting government money to homeschool, I don't know. It just seems like that slippery slope could fall the wrong direction.
Well, here in Canada, so Angeline's 3 kids, and one is 19, one is 17, and the youngest one is 12. I've never stepped a foot in public school. So even the 19-year-old. So she's been a homeschool mom for all the kids' life. And in Canada, they have homeschool. They get, between the 3 kids, they get $2,500 a year to spend on whatever they want through the homeschool fund. So they can buy them computers, they can enroll them in karate classes, they can do whatever they want in something educational. So I'm not sure what the breakdown of it's like 800 and something per kid to make up that 2,500 per year, but they've always had allotments. So instead of people paying to go to public school, the homeschoolers actually get some kind of money, and I'm not sure which program or what gets that. And I imagine it would be like that in most states, if not all the states. Like there's some kind of an allotment for education, for this type of money. But her 12-year-old just wanted to go to school and be socializing, so it's her first time that she's been in school now for 2 or 3 weeks, the first time she's ever been inside of these doors, but it's her choice that she wanted to go in. So it's hard to say, like, she knows about the indoctrination and all that kind of stuff. She's awake and aware to what happens in school, but she wanted to do that for socialization.
And that's the same thing we did. My 13-year-old's in school, and I let her make the choice for that same exact reason. I'm not I kind of wish she had decided to be homeschooled, but I get it. I'm not surprised she made that choice, and I pay attention to things going on, as best you can, but mostly to her, and what her perspective is. I think that they're pushing a lot of this bullshit, a lot of the woke shit too hard, dude.
Way too hard.
Kids her age
hate it.
The pride flag. The pride flag pisses all of them off because it's so forced down their throats.
My daughter, the last time I went to pick her up at school, when she was walking down the hallway, every time she saw a rainbow, she just reached over, peeled it off the bulletin board, flicked it over her shoulder. And I was like, stop that. She just kept on doing it. I'm like, quit it. Quit it. They make us do it. And I was like, I'm sure they do. This is all an indoctrination camp. You've got 175 feet to make it out the door. You'll never have to come back to this place. Why don't you just stop defacing property while we leave, please?
Well, I was homeschooled in grade school, and my daughter was homeschooled for a year. I mean, and it was right after the COVID shutdown, right? So she had a nice. I think it's good to at least give kids like a break from the constant behavioral training, for sure.
Pretty sure my mom pretty much taught me how a library functions, and then turned me loose like a sheep to go eat all of the little grass in there. Like I once I've learned to read and figured out that you could say, hey, I want to know this thing, and you could go to a place and look that thing up. That was just the beginning. I got a library card and I really made it work for me.
Yeah, because life is fucking interesting. But
life is
learning
boring. But what has happened in life is interesting.
Well, and I think that if life is, to the extent life is boring, that's part of the program too.
Well, life is what you make it.
Right. And we're all taught, but we're all trained to stay here, go to school, go to school, go to school. You go to school so you can go to school so that you can go to school. And then after you're finally done going to school so that you can get a job, it's just such a fucking...
There is one fault in all of this.
What's that?
Remember, you go to school so that you can go to school so that you can go to school. When you get out of school and there's nobody telling you what to do, you are a useless adult.
Yes. And
low information.
We can see that everywhere.
You are a low information voter who puts forth no effort to learn anything new that's not told to you by your magical device in your pocket. And you become a perfect little patsy. A useful idiot.
One of the videos actually on that channel. Oh, I was going to drop the link to John Taylor Gatto. One of the videos was he reviews something written in 1917, and that includes this book from 1917 included, and it was written by somebody who's like, you know, somebody, but the 7 functions of education. And I thought that was fascinating because none of them were good.
Oh, no. There is a good purpose for organized education. The only purpose is control, propaganda, and the ability to actually manipulate a narrative around the people you're controlling.
Make the worker bees. That's what Rockefeller said.
Yeah. The first function 1 was basically to train you how to respond to authority. Man, I don't remember all of them off my head, but they got progressively creepier too. Like one of them, the 5th function, I think it was, and I don't remember what it's called, but basically the concept is that eugenics, right? You label special needs, right? You label the kids you don't want reproducing in a humiliating way so that students internally decide who they want to reproduce with accordingly. Basically wow. you shame some kids out of the breeding pool in the future.
That's crazy.
It was nuts.
Yeah, that's where the bully has been passed down from, right? That was the bully tactics that just went on, and I had to experience that.
I mean, is it? I think that's something entirely different, though, because your average school bully is just that. I mean, like that's natural behavior, I think, to an extent, and it's just a hostile, insecure kid. It's not somebody who's got an agenda. This is social engineering to a dark degree.
But you have the groups, right? You have, you got your skater kids, you got your, jocks, you got and they kind of like kind of go at each other, right? If you're
Yeah.
not part of their group or their clique, then you're ostracized, made fun of.
I suppose
Whether
that
or
was
not
more high school.
whether or not it's to a bullying degree, but that's kind of the same kind of thing with the social engineering, these groups.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I see what you're saying. I don't know. It looks more, it just looks like tribalism to me. It's tribalism. I don't know that I think it's social engineering. I think that if it were social engineering in the sense that you just described, then like the jocks would want to make everybody a jock, but they will not. You know what I mean? Like each clique has some exclusivity.
Divide and conquer, bro. They want to label you into smaller and smaller groups until your group is too small to do anything about the majority. And so you just go along with it, because if you're just a white guy, you're outnumbered by all the other people on earth. Just go along with it. If you're just a dude on a volleyball team, you're not a football player. You're not really a jock. You just go along with it. If you're a dude on a football team, you're the jock. You should, probably get on with it and get along with it. And that's just what we learn in school. That's how they teach you. That's how they indoctrinate you into a system where you walk into a place where you're supposed to answer this one dude, and this one dude has control over the 70 people in your department and does nothing.
And the social engineering those groups into the divisive tactics that they continue on as adults with all the other different political party and movements that they create. Hey, Dominic.
What up, Dominic? I think it's also interesting and noteworthy that like most gangs, but especially the race-based gang activity it's all comes out of prison, out of an institution, out of a government institution. That's where all of your race-based gang stuff originates. I don't think it's by accident. I don't think most things are by accident, though. So, I mean, people can disagree with me.
Do you think it's a coincidence that the schools now look a lot like prisons?
They look exactly like prisons. They treat it like prison. The cafeterias are like prisons. It's exactly like prison. Same walls. You gotta buzz into the front door, and then they remotely unlock it, just like in jail or prison.
So is it a surprise that your children grow up, graduate, and go to prison?
No, and actually, I think that for young men, prison serving time is the closest thing we have to a rite of passage into manhood. As fucked up as that is.
This one guy interviewed said 7 years is once someone's in for 7 years, they, become something different. It takes them to a different state or place. He had to spend quite a few years in there. And he says it's about 7 years of that system which changes a person.
I wouldn't doubt.
I would be surprised it would take that long. It's just one of my observations. Anybody who's done over 3 months in solitary confinement, they all have a permanent screw loose.
I'll buy that.
I don't think it would take me that long. I was in solitary confinement for 3 days, and I'm still like freaked the fuck out about that shit. Of course, the solitary confinement I was in was, you didn't get yard time, or it was particularly dingy, and I was throwing a temper tantrum, so I got everything taken away. Like my shower curtain got taken away. I had a bed mat and a water cup. So, which I was loath, and that's what I was throwing the temper tantrum about, was because the water fountain in the cell had mold all over in it. I said, take me to a different cell. This one's fucking gross. And they were like, we'll bring you cleaning supplies. And I said, I don't run this fucking hotel. And everything just went downhill from there.
Hotel. I'm going to leave you a terrible review. My room is a mess. There's no room service. I don't have a phone. I'm upset with the toiletries. I don't like the pressure. There's no hot water. I want to speak to your manager.
And all you are a bunch of bitches.
Yeah, look within. You should click the link if you want. Yeah, large groups is one. Vets and ex-cons have that in common is large groups.
In both environments, there are people in other large groups trying to kill you. So it makes sense.
Guards come in the middle of the night and toss your cell around looking for shit. Then you gotta pick it all back up. I remember that.
This one guy interviewed, he said that groups of 70 is once you get over 70 people, they start to becoming a little bit more ungovernable, or someone needs to take control. You know, that's where people feel they need to control the group. He says anything under 70, it's easily for people to live symbiotically with each other. But as soon as they get over that number, then, you know, it's like that's need for control over others is somehow.
I must be number 71 because every group I've ever been in was immediately ungovernable.
You're just the instigator. My daughter's the instigator.
I will sit and plot a way to break, cheat, route, circumvent every single rule I can find.
Which is really the only proper response to rules. I applaud you for that.
Right?
More people need that. But yeah, I threw a temper tantrum, and I got in tug of war with the guard with my shower curtain, and I won because the fucking.
All right, hold on, people. Let me lay this out for you. I want to paint this picture for you.
All right,
Flow state's over here on the left side. The guard is on the right side. There has been an altercation, and his shower curtain is forfeit. Flow state's having it. The guard is not having it. Continue.
So, I was throwing a temper tantrum in solitary confinement, and one of the things that you can do, because it's like, you know, the door, so it's a cell inside of a hallway, so you're locked into the hallway, and then you're locked into your cell as well, and the cell was just like old school sliding bars, basically, but they rattled real good, and I could rattle those motherfuckers loud enough that I would piss off the entire jail. And and that was the point. And I was fucking yelling. I was mad that I was in there. I'd fucked up 2 bonds. I was out on bond. Then I got rearrested. Then I made bond again before the first bond could get revoked. And then I was on supervised bond, so I dropped dirty. So I'd fucked off 3 times now. And I knew I was stuck in jail until sentencing was done. And I was just throwing a fit. And I don't remember I wanted them to move me to a different cell, and they wouldn't, right? And they just left. The guards left, and I was not done arguing with them. So one way I could always get them back there was to block the camera, because there's a camera in the hallway pointed into the cell. And one of the things I ended up using, of course, was the shower curtain. And so when the guard came back to unblock the camera, she grabbed one end and I grabbed the other. But it's a she guard. And I'm like 6'1.5", you know, I'm not a small dude. And so she's she's actually getting in a real tug of war with me. Like, she thinks she's going to win this, and she's trying to win it. And I'm like just holding on to the other end, right? I'm not even.
Did you let it go?
I did let it go. Then I did let it go after, and I was like trying to be nice to her because I don't know, maybe it was just being in jail, but she wasn't bad looking. But yeah, she ate shit. She completely ate shit, and I got my phone privilege taken. I got everything taken away.
You're lucky they didn't come in and thump you for that.
Yeah, probably. Well, here's where I really got lucky. So then in jail, the rules are that you cannot do a prisoner transfer without the jail administrator's approval. That's Dan. Dan was a fat motherfucker who would wear a bulletproof vest around while he worked his jail admin job because he was part of the sheriff's office, and he was really proud of that. And his gut would hang out the bottom of his fucking tight bulletproof vest. It was real stupid. Anyways, the next day was Sunday, and I was talking to the guard on duty then because I wanted to be moved into general population, and she couldn't get a hold of Dan. You know, he wasn't working that day, and he wasn't responding to texts. And so finally I got her to just move me. And so she moved me to general population, and Dan texted back about an hour after that and said, no, you can't move him into general population. And so if she had not done that, because Dan didn't like me, if she had not done that, I probably would have been stuck in solitary for another 2 months. So that was a close one.
That would have messed you up.
No, but there was a different chick, female guard who had the hots for me, and I tried to convince her. We're probably still friends on Facebook, but after I got out, I got released in December. Anyways, I was trying to convince her to invite me as her date to the sheriff's Christmas party, and she didn't do it. But what is that noise?
That's Hawk. He's got a little bit of a cough.
Oh.
Wasn't sure if he had a bone stuck, but I gave him a little bit of CBD and some Manuka honey today. So,
holy crap! All right, are you talking about a dog, a cat, or a child?
Dog.
Because I mean, it's like, oh, he's got a little cough. I was like, poor kid. And you're like, maybe got a bone stuck. You're not upset about it. I'm like, what? Like, hold on. Then you're like, I'll give you some CBD oil and a whole bunch of drugs. I'm like, wait, hold up. What are you? Dog.
Yes, and Manuka honey isn't drugs. It's actually it's natural antibiotic from the honey. It comes from, I believe, New Zealand and Australia there, but it's like a natural antibiotic. So I was just reading that if your dog has got a little bit of a cough, give it some Manuka honey and some coconut oil. And my buddy said he had this really expensive CBD for pets and stuff. So he gave me a little bit of that, which I put on his lips, so for him to lick it off and stuff.
Of course, you can also give him a shot of vodka and a Percocet. I bet he'd be great.
That's hilarious.
Imagine that dog out there running around feeling absolutely amazing.
You'd never be able to. He'd be bothering you then forever. We had a cat back in the day. I'm pretty sure. Like every time I'd get high, it like out of nowhere, it'd just like find me in the room, come like jump into the smoke. Be like, what the fuck are you doing, cat? The guards in Laredo. You mean El Dorado? Or wait, just north of Wichita. Is that Laredo? I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Guards are what? Guards are something else.
Well, they say at least 60% of the American population are on some kind of drugs, whether it's the uppers or downers or antidepressants or this or that. I think it's like 60% of the people are pill poppers.
Yeah, I'd believe that. Here, dude, my wallet's right there. I had a doctor try desperately to give me antidepressants when I was not depressed, and I told him that. I said I'm not depressed. He's like, well, it'll smooth you out. I was going through a divorce. He's like, you got a lot going on right now. It'll just smooth you out. And I said, so it's not addictive? No, it's not addictive. Like, so I can quit them anytime. Oh no, we got to wean you off them. You can't just quit them. I said, so it's addictive. It's just not euphoric. And he got real red and sheepish then. But he did successfully get me addicted to Klonopin. And let me tell you about withdrawals. I didn't even enjoy them. It was pure physical withdrawals.
Whoa. Those things are ferocious. Bro, I got off smack like it was nothing compared to coming off those damn things.
Yep.
Like I shrugged that shit off in 3 weeks like it wasn't even a bad dream. Benzos, I had seizures for 2 weeks because I cold turkeyed it. It almost killed me.
There's a week that I don't remember where I was in the detox wing at rehab. I went to rehab for meth, and they told me to They said on the phone before I went there, they said, if you've got prescriptions that you need to take, bring them with you and we'll just administer them to you as prescribed. I said, all right. So I show up, and when I'm doing the intake thing, I hand them the Klonopin. They're like, and you're done with these, is what she said. The nurse, that's what the nurse said. And I said, what do you mean? And she goes, well, you're going to quit these too. And I was like, but you said, she's like, no, we lied. I was like, oh, fuck. But yeah, and I didn't even quit cold turkey because they gave me something. I mean, I was no more Klonopins, but they had some other sort of medication you could take that was like, it was like a super light benzo. So I didn't even all the way cold turkey it. But after about a week, I forced myself into general population. Like I was just done in that room. Yeah, I was peeing dirty for him for a month, or for like 3 months. And I think it took me 6 months to normal out, to feel normal.
That's crazy. Those doctors are a bunch of fuckers.
Yeah, amen, alcohol and benzos are the two things that can kill you from withdrawals.
Yeah, and there's a tendency of people who drink to become dependent on benzos. Why it is, I have no idea. I don't know. It's a weird thing. Most people who drink will not take pills if they drink a lot, but there's this small section of shrinking population because they're constantly dying off when they start doing it.
That was in 2017, so it's been a while. And I had been on them for about 3 or 3.5 years. And I don't, it was just purely a physical thing. Like I've never craved one since then. I was prescribed 3 milligrams a day. I started out at like 0.5 milligram a day, and ultimately was on 3 milligrams a day, which, as he described it, he said, this is the most that you can be prescribed without then like having to be in a straitjacket.
Right. And they could step it up by using an additional like benzo where they add something, or just instead of
and he did actually give me a different kind of benzo that were sleeping pills, but those things were so strong that like if I took them and they started to kick in, it was like a desperate rush to try to get to bed before just falling over, like to be able to get you could feel it coming on too. It's like, oh my god, like you got hit with a tranquilizer dart.
I encountered a mystery drug one time, and it was a really weird circumstance. And this is going to sound really crazy, because why would you take something you don't know what it is? But it's through some
we've all been there
weird, quirky series of events. A buddy of mine ended up with 5 little blue and white pills, right? And he was like, these are supposed to be sleeping pills. And I'm like, they're really tiny. He's like, yeah. And they were given to a 500-pound man. I was like, do what? He's like, yeah. He goes, all right. He gives everybody one. He says, I'm going to take one. Y'all watch me, make sure nothing happens. And if I need to go to the ER, y'all can take me to the ER. That sucker was out in under 5 minutes. Like, he popped that thing, sat down, and gone. And I went, wow. And we hung around and partied all night, and he just sat there dead to the world, sleeping, snoring the whole time. And I'm talking, I stacked cans up on his head and stuff while he was sleeping there. We had us a big old time. Everybody left, and he woke up the next morning. Wow, that was amazing sleep last night. I don't remember drinking or smoking weed or doing any crazy. Why is my house covered in pizza droppings? why do I have penises drawn all over my beer belly? What happened?
Was it Ambien?
I have no idea what it was, but let me tell you what
I took Ambien once and never again.
Like that, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't. I don't remember it at all, but I was doing lots of things. I guess my roommate owed me money, and I would start throwing a temper tantrum, right, and go to his room and demand that he pay me. And I'd be like banging, trying to kick the door down, basically. And he and his girlfriend were hidden there with the door locked. And then I'd give up and go away. And then I'd come back because I'd forgot that I already tried to get money out of him. And I guess I did this like 3 times before I drove to my ex-girlfriend. I woke up in the morning and she was my ex at the time. I wasn't even still with her. I woke up in her bed, parked in the fire lane outside of her apartment complex. Don't remember any of that shit.
The only DUI I ever got was because of Ambien. Apparently, while I was asleep, I decided that I absolutely needed a pack of cigarettes, a Dr. Pepper, and a handful of pills. And in my infinite wisdom, got up at freaking 2:00 in the morning and went cruising the freaking hood looking for some dope. And now here's the really messed up part. I had dope at home. I had cigarettes at home. I had Dr. Peppers at home. I could not explain why I was in that car. I have no conscious memory of it. My next conscious memory after I went to bed that night was waking up in jail.
Mm-hmm. Waking up in jail is like, it sucks worse than it. Like, man, just hit me with that nightstick, knock me back out. I don't want to wake up in jail. I got woke up by the first time I got arrested. I was 15. I wake up, I was drunk. Wake up, cops poke me with his nightstick, going, "Your mom's here." Fuck. Knock me back out, cop.
Just give me the taser, man. Please tase me, bro.
Were you in the middle of saying something?
Sorry.
No. I think I cut you off, but I don't remember what you were saying. And do you remember? If not, I don't know. Okay, all right, then define the difference between addiction and dependence. I think they're the same thing, but there's physical addiction, or there's physical dependence, which is where your body needs it. And that's what I was with Klonopins. Most addictions have some combination of that, as well as like it's a habit and a craving.
Yeah.
Yep.
I would define it this way. You can become physically dependent on something, but not be technically addicted, because you don't necessarily need it in the sense that you'll lose your mind if you don't have it. You'll just be uncomfortable.
I disagree with that conclusion. Like, I was more addicted to Klonopin than anything else, and it was purely physical. I just could not quit it. It was because being off it was so uncomfortable.
I'm speaking more of the way opiates build. With Klonopin, with benzos, you take them after about a week, your brain's already starting to change its chemistry. With opiates, the same thing happens, but it's a totally different chemistry thing, right? I was on those too. Similar types of stuff, but the way the addiction takes a hold of you is a little different. With benzos, you take one, you're fine, a month, a week. You get a hold of 5 or 6 of them. You take them over the course of 5 days. The next thing you know, you're crawling out of your skin because you feel anxious as all get out, and something's going to happen. It just feels dangerous here. That kind of stuff.
You're restless but low energy. You want to move, but you don't want to go outside. That sort of shit.
So with opiates, it comes on a little bit different. You can take them, you can mess with them, you can play with them for a couple of months, a couple of weeks, depending on how heavy you screw around. But this is the thing, that shit is the lightest chains you will ever voluntarily strap on yourself. You won't even notice the chains lock up around you until you go, you know what, this is getting a little out of hand. I don't need to do this. And you find yourself out in the hood at 2:00 in the morning, having taken a hand, not going to jail, don't know why you get there. I had to have sheriff come explain it to me.
But then quitting that was way easier than quitting. I would say that I was more mentally addicted to opiates by far. I liked opiates. I did not really care one way or the other about benzos. But getting off opiates was, as much as people talk it up for being, and like I wasn't, compared to benzos, it wasn't.
Yeah, okay, I'll give you that. And I said that when this conversation started too, because I was able to slough off the opiates as soon as the reason I was taking the opiates weren't an issue. When the pain stopped, I quit opiates. It sucked. I didn't like it, but it wasn't as bad as walking around with a piece of my hip folded over wrong.
Fuck your pussy ass hip.
Right? Well, now it doesn't hurt anymore, so fuck those pussy ass goddamn withdrawal symptoms. All I need is to sit in this room for 3 weeks. I can do that. I've been doing that for 9 years because I couldn't walk.
Yeah, coming up, I used to do a lot of oxy, and that shit was not. But like, I craved that until at some point. I told this, I think, it was on Jack's, and it was on one of Jack's panels. We were talking about addiction because he's recovered alcoholic and shit, and I meant to mirror that. I still want to upload that to my channel because I think it was a great conversation. But I used to do a lot of oxy. And I quit. When I quit, I realized that I was spending $150-ish a day to not get high. I was not getting high at all anymore. And I felt like such a fucking sucker. For whatever reason, the mindset towards it just completely flipped, and I realized that I'd been taken for a ride, and I was a complete sucker, and these drug companies had me on the hook, and I did not like being a chump, and it pissed me off so bad. I think I've only had them once since then, and that was just because they were there and it was free. You know, normally they're not. That's not something that you just like, hey buddy, do you want to do some oxy for free? You know, like it's not that sort of a drug. But yeah, like coming off that shit, it was compared to Klonopin, it was nothing. Like you've got diarrhea and you're moody for a few days.
I'm going to assume that possibly I had a more developed addiction than you did. Just guessing from
yeah, I'm gonna assume that you did. I never did heroin.
Yeah, I've never done that or never done meth.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I was all pills. I had banged. I had banged them, not a lot. That wasn't the normal mean, but I did speedballs, of meth and oxy. I'd crush them up and mix them together and go with that.
Disavow.
Yeah, don't do that. It's not good for you. But you know, you get the euphoria out of one, and the other one keeps you from falling asleep.
Dude. Bro, I had a buddy of mine who wanted to be a pharmacist. This dude was on every drug known to man. He invented a few that nobody had done before. I once saw him smoke a toad skin. Anyway.
Shut the fuck up.
I saw this man straight up hookah a toad skin and wonder why we weren't hitting it too. Like he was aghast that we were going to waste this perfectly good toad skin. And I was like, no, just no, stop it. No. So this dude came up with this mix he called Fuck It All. This was the brand name.
Jeffrey? That was the Jeffrey?
The Jeffrey. Who can be scared of a Jeffrey?
Right. I guess so. All right. So he went diving through his grandparents' freaking they died a few years before, but they had just boxed everything up, stuck it in the shed, and there was like 20 years of old medications out there, and he got a hold to a bottle of lean. He poured about half of it out, and he put some NyQuil in it and then crushed up a whole bunch of pain pills and a whole bunch of amphetamines and crushed it off and then shook that stuff for 2 or 3 days. He wrote "fuck it all" on the side of the NyQuil bottle he put it in. He gets pulled over one day. I'm riding shotgun. The cop sees the bottle, grabs it, looks at it, goes, "Yeah, the NyQuil pretty strong, bud. I'd call it fuck it all too." Sets it right back between the seats. Leaves. I looked at him. He looked at me. I said, "Dude, do you realize?" I was like, "Yeah." I almost saw a fly land on the rim of that thing and fall over. It's tiny sips, bro. Tiny sips. Allegedly.
Wowzers.
All right, now I gotta ask: have either of you had or heard of Opana?
No.
I've seen the effects of Opana.
Oh my god! I'm not glamorizing this. Drugs are bad, okay? They haven't even made these for years. But my old plug said, "Hey," one day he goes, "Hey, I was going for Oxy," and he said, "Hey, I got Opana," and I said, "Okay, I don't know what that is." He's like, "It's like Oxy but better." I said, "How much is it?" He said, $50 a pill. I said, "Go fuck yourself." He said, "Bro, just trust me. Do you trust me?" And which I was thinking, you know, not that much, but anyways, I went on a limb. I bought one for $50. It's like the size of an aspirin. Took a razor blade, cut it up into eighths, and both of the people I shared an eighth with One of them woke up in a neighbor's yard when the sprinklers kicked on, and he was a big dude too. And the other one ended up laying on the floor face down in my family room. He wasn't passed out. He just couldn't move. He just laid there going, "It feels so good." And I eventually had to call his baby mama to come pick him up, and we carried him to the car because he just couldn't move.
That's all of the information on Opana. Right there. It's serious, y'all. This is some real like I have heard of this, and I knew this one chick. She got a hold of some of them, right? And like, this is a chick who would like ball into the room with like a stack of baggies and just rail all these bastards out before she left, right? She was hardcore, dude. She comes in, breaks this thing into like 8 pieces. Like, I mean, it's tiny little fucking thing, breaks it into 8 pieces.
Eight, yes.
And goes, "You're not ready for this shit." Well, you know me, man. That sounded like a challenge to me, but something in the back of my neck, the hair stood up on the back of my neck, and something with the heebie-jeebie and the word got a hold of me, and I had to get on out of there. That girl popped that thing and ended up writhing in the floor, going, "Oh God!" I was just like, "I gotta go, yo. Y'all be cool. Don't let the man get y'all down. It'll be all right."
Yeah. The guy who woke up in the front yard of the sprinklers, he goes, "I am never doing that white people shit with you ever again." Right? But I wasn't done with it yet. I went back and I said, "Give me all of them." And then when those were gone, I said, "Give me more," and they never showed up again. They're discontinued now, Sophia, but I don't know. Whoever, yeah, I think it might be the only thing that the DEA has ever demanded be pulled off the market. That could pull back up that Google search and see if you can find information about it, because they don't even make that anymore. It's like Quaaludes. It's like just a legend now.
Yeah, so did people take the whole pill? Like, why would they sell it so strong in one pill? But I know, but for anybody else, that if it's prescribed and like, aren't there people that would take the whole pill?
So the person, so supposedly the person that these were originally given to was like terminal cancer. I don't know if they could take I don't see how anybody could take, unless it's like a lot less bioavailable when you orally than it is nasally.
Hush.
I never like putting things in my nose.
You didn't put the right things in your nose. I need to shut right now. I'm so sorry. Allegedly, in Minecraft.
This one is never getting monetized. I'll tell you what. I'm going every video I upload gets the yellow dollar sign of limbo, right? Like you're not monetized until you dispute it. And most of the disputes I win, but this one I have a feeling I'm going to lose.
My bad. Sorry.
No, it's not just, it's all of us. I mean, it's not Jesse so much, it's you and me.
Okay. This is the generic name is oxymorphone. It is used to help alleviate moderate to severe pain, may treat acute pain, severe chronic pain requiring long-term opioid treatment. So it's used for people who's already built up huge resistances to opiates. Analgesic opioid prescription required. Consult doctor. Drugs should not be given to breastfeeding mothers because
there it is. That's what I was looking for. No. Before you scroll down, that link right there. FDA request removal.
And then I'm on the list.
Right, you were already there.
This was.
And I know I'm there.
I was already there, dude. I've been on the list forever. June 8th, 2017.
The USDA. Hold on.
You want me to read it? I'll read it.
Okay, yeah, you read it.
Today, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration requested that Endo Pharmaceuticals remove its opioid pain medication, reformulated Opana ER, oxymorphone hydrochloride, from the market. After careful consideration, the agency is seeking removal based on its concern that the benefits of the drug may no longer outweigh its risks. This is the first time the agency has ever taken steps to remove a currently marketed opioid pain medication from sale due to public health consequences of abuse. The rest of it's a bunch of opinion pieces, little bits. You want to hear it?
No, that's what I was looking for.
Well, I'm gonna get going. I might come back later if you're still on. So, good
Right on.
meeting you. Good
Hey,
meeting
thanks
you
for
there.
coming by.
And I got email me flow state so we can chat as well. I put the email in the chat.
For what was the first part you said? Oops.
I said email me. I put the
okay.
I put the I don't know, it's at the beginning of the chat. I don't know if you can scroll up. My email address is there, but
will do.
I got the Grand Admiral there's Sasquatch's email. So
thank you.
We'll book you if you're interested in,
it'll be a week or so. Just give me a few days. I've got a
well, I'm booked until the middle of November. So
excellent. It'll be fine.
Hold on, Jesse. Before you go, I guess Sophia apologizes for something. I don't know what or why, but
she's kind of hard on me. So maybe that she says that I'm like I'm someone that would vote for Joe Biden or something. What a total insult.
She's got a drawl that could match the admirals. And I think that in the South, you sound like someone that would vote for Joe Biden is a pretty grave insult.
I'm just going to make the point that probably all of us voted for Joe Biden.
I don't live in USA, so I definitely
that's not necessarily a blockade to mail in voting. I'm just saying it's possible for safest, securest election in history.
So right? I see that you just confessed. I see what you're saying. All right, Jesse, thanks for coming by.
See y'all later, and
love, brother. I'll talk to you.
Maybe be back.
Right on.
And then there were two.
So I'm not sure if you just confessed or we're making an election joke, or
it
both.
was not a joke.
It might have been. It was a confession.
Take it how you will, bro. I'm just saying that borders are not exactly a limiting priority to our opponents. Consent is not a limiting priority to our opponents.
Yes, that is correct.
Agreement and the general concourse of ideas is not an overwhelming priority.
And I just was. It just kind of dawned on me that obvious, and it's obvious, of course, that borders are one of those programs, right? But like, that's I don't know. Sometimes things dawn on you that you like already knew but never really thought about.
Bro, I've had a few of those happen that were like truly epic because they happened at like just the wrong freaking time. Some crap that somebody had said to me or some situation that had occurred.
Oh, I know what you're talking about, but it's normally like, oh shit, this just hit the fan and I just now realized that there was a warning I didn't pick up on. Is that what you're talking about?
Well,
yeah.
In the case, straight up someone telling me something in a euphemism that I didn't understand at the time. But then later when it all blew up in everybody's face and I was the only one there that was clueless about the situation, I went, oh, that's what that means. I get it now. And so like I'm sitting there at a funeral, I start laughing maniacally and nobody could stop me because they don't get it.
And then you had to have reconstructive surgery again.
Actually, no, people have gotten used to me laughing at funerals. It seems to be a regular event with me. I'm the kind of guy who will stand next to the people burying their son and tell every person that comes up to the casket a joke about him. Everyone comes crying.
Every funeral needs someone like that, I think.
My dad hates me because I went insane when my mom died. And I ended up at a funeral completely disjointed from reality. I hadn't slept in a week. I didn't see sleep in the future.
Right.
That was my mom, dude. Like it crushed my entire world. I didn't go to work. I just didn't call in. I did in person for a week. We had an Irish wake. There were 30 or 40 people at my house for 7 days.
Oh God.
aunts, uncles, cousins, you name it. We had probably $10,000 of little flowers and deliveries and all kinds of crazy. My mom was a very well loved woman. And yeah, it just crushed me. And so when I ended up at my mom's funeral and they walked me all through there, at some point, like I was dead silent the whole time. And then I went, and my brother said, "Oh shit." My dad looked,
Did they already know what was coming?
Yeah, no, they know me. They know I can maintain for a certain amount of time, but once that veneer breaks, it's over. I will no longer be playing that part anymore. And that's how it started, was a and my pops looked at me and said, "Don't you dare." I said, "Do what? Actually speak my mind? Say something that someone doesn't find appealing? Should I maybe just shut up for the rest of my life and not have an opinion? I'll do you a favor, Pops. I'm going to go kiss my mom on the cheek. I'm going to go stand outside the door, and I'm just going to stand there and talk to everybody that comes through, because I'm about done with this whole charade we've got going on here."
Which actually sounds like a very reasonable response.
Yeah, considering I'd spent the last 4 days utterly speechless. I hadn't said a word since the whole process had started. So, like, you know, I suddenly started speaking while we were walking up to go do the whole, and like my sister, she just walked away. She looked at me, she went and just turned and walked out of the line and went and stood somewhere else, waiting for that to just blow over. And it didn't. I'm still having a similar reaction to this day. That's what you're dealing with here, is that point where my brain said, "You know what? I don't care what any of these people think." The only person that I cared what she thought is now dead, so everyone else can eat me.
Yeah, no, I like that. Like, there's nothing there that I can disagree with. Actually, I sort of think it's a little bit. I don't know what the word is. Not cruel, but like fucked off. That when somebody dies, the like closest relatives are supposed to then like put on a performance, or like entertain guests or whatever it is. That's why if I can get away with it, I never go through that line to like shake hands and say, it's like, these people just want to go the fuck home. At least that's what I assume they do. I don't know. But I'm like, you know what? For them and also for me, I'm just not even going to go through this line here.
This last funeral I went to, I did it backwards. Everybody showed up at the viewing and was all casually dressed, and then everybody went to the graveside service the next day, and everybody was dressed to the nines. I showed up at the viewing wearing a suit, and then showed up at the graveside in shorts and a tank top because it was 114 degrees out here. You morons, what the fuck are y'all doing? We had 2 people pass out there because it was just so hot.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of funerals. Actually, and I don't like, some people need closure like that for closure. My girlfriend Katie does. She's one of those people, like, she wants to see the body and like she needs the concluding event, and I don't at all. It's like, well, that has exited life now.
My wife has agreed to give me a Viking funeral and have me cremated and stuck in a boat and set on fire.
I like that idea. I live in Kansas. Otherwise, I would request the same thing.
Dude, I'm just going to straight up drag line the swamp out here. I have no intentions of going to an ocean. They used to do that crap with rocks on the side of the sea. It's okay, dude. We can just fake it. It's fine. They faked it. It's all right.
Welcome, Cynthia, the newest member. Thanks for the support. Anybody else who's not a member? I know that Steve gifted, he's gifted 20 memberships. I think Chuck gifted 10, maybe. I don't know. A lot of y'all are members. If you're not a member, it's only less than $1 for the one level of membership. There's one tier. I offer very little except for a green name.
Florida girl there.
What's that?
Don't judge me. Got to be in Florida.
Right. All right. I was just about to get to that one. Yeah, that's got to be Florida. I told my girlfriend, I said, look, if something happens to me, don't buy, like, don't get extorted. Then I said, every funeral will show you the list of coffins, and the ones that they have cheaper ones that they won't show you. but you could throw me in the trash. I don't care at that point. And also, don't convert my Facebook profile page into a memorial page, because that shit's fucking weird and creepy, and I don't want to live on as part of the universe as a fixture, or metaverse as a fixture on Facebook. He does treat it like a strip club, and I'm cool with that because I'm the only stripper when he's throwing those memberships around.
Darn girl, looking at you, I wouldn't mind throwing you a few dollar bills as long as I can put it in your G-string. Give it a sniff when I'm done. Don't worry about it. We're already demonetized. You know that, man.
Yeah,
This is not
I'm not worried about that. We are demonetized. You got to fold it up real small and then hold it in your teeth, right?
I got you, girl. Got you, girl.
Fold it up real small and then get up to the stage like this, and you're like, there you go. And then hope she picks it out of your teeth with her ass. I had a buddy who did that, and he when the stripper bent down to shake his, you're hoping you get a motorboat, but every now and then you get like the ass cheek motorboat, and he got that, and she actually fucking blew ass in his face. She farted right on his face, and he freaked out, of course, naturally, and grabbed her butt cheeks and threw her down on stage. And the bouncers all started to move in because they couldn't hear the fart, of course. But then he took off his glasses and goes, "Oh, she farted on my face." And all the bouncers were like, "Oh, okay."
That's what you get for getting too close, bro.
And I couldn't see it either. And it's called the Shady Lady. It's down in the hood, kind of. If you tell me it's still in the chat, he might know what I'm talking about. But I see him throw this stripper down, and I'm going, man, shit's about to get real. And but no, it was all good because she farted in his face.
I asked for a winch, but he gave me this damn wrench. All right. I'll make sure not to make that mistake in the future. But that strip club you're talking about, it sounds a lot like one I went to over here, where I walked in and there were more titties than teeth in the room.
No, they were decent. It wasn't like the day shift at a truck stop strip club. It was like it was like in the middle of the hood, right?
I went to this horrible strip club, and it was only because the guys I was working with, when you work with folks, after you get done with the job, everybody wants to go throw a big party, spending all their money and stuff, right? And I was sitting there with like 15 grand. I'm like, no, I got to go buy a bank so I can get this shit out of my pocket. They were like, well, it's going to take about an hour for you to walk to the fucking bank. That's fine. I will walk 4 hours. This is fine. If you're not going to take me, my ass is walking to a bank. I didn't even make it out of the parking lot. And somebody was like, where are you headed, bud? I was like, bank. I got in the car with them, 15 grand in my pocket. Went to the bank. I was like, So I get back there, and I find out they went to the strip club. Turns out the strip club's right behind the hotel we're staying in. It's like there's a fence. That's it. So I went, hopped the fence, walked around the edge, walked inside. Oh, I'm talking some show enough sweat hogs, son. Every single one of them was pregnant, and it was at least the third or fourth youngin involved. Every single one had a C-section. There was one with a fake leg grinding on a pole. And
yeah,
you know me, bro. When I stepped through the door, the first response they got was, I can't be in here. Turned around and walked back out, sat outside, smoked a cigarette.
You behaved, you ran away and behaved. That's bullshit.
Multiple C-sections, bro.
I bought a hat from the Shady Lady. The strip club I was just talking about, and the strippers saw me buying it, and they're pissed because it was exactly the price of a lap dance. But they're like, well, "You should get a lap dance with that instead." And I was like, "Well, I can't wear your pussy hum on my head," and that was the end of that.
And then whenever you realized everything had gotten quiet, it occurred to you that you might have been thrown out.
No, I've only been thrown out of one strip club, and that was
I've thrown out of just about every bar I've ever been to.
I can believe that. I've been thrown out of a lot of bars,
There's a
especially when I
reason.
drink Jägermeister. Jaeger and alcohol makes me extra fighty, I've noticed.
Yeah. There is a reason why I'm not an auditor. I don't cop watch. I don't talk to cops. The reason is apparently my mouth is actual violence because they will take a swing at me. I guarantee you.
Yes. Yeah, they will. And then they'll charge you for it too. But
Oh yeah, exactly. I was resisting when you were beating me with your stick.
when I was in jail, one of the guys in there, he got what was it, assault with a deadly weapon on a police officer because he got set up in a sting operation selling dope. And when they moved in, it was at a hotel, and he tried to take off out of the parking lot, right? So he's running, and the cop rammed him with his car, and he got charged with that for getting rammed, which I thought was particularly shitty. But it ended up getting dropped. He did go to prison for the drugs, but that got dropped. But that's how they do. They upcharge and then take the plea deal.
He rear-ended a cop at a red light. Cop finds a joint behind his ear, locks him up. Obviously, he's DUI, right? I mean, he's got a joint behind his ear. He just this doesn't take a whole lot of investigation, bro. So he goes to jail. He gets out, gets bond, whatever. When we go back to court, and I was supposed to drive him to court, but he wakes up and he's like, "Hey, I'm already dressed. I'm just going to go ahead and head down there. Just, come down there in case I need somebody to drive my truck back." I was like, "Okay, no problem." So I hooked up with Jesse. We rode down to Savannah to go check him out. And we get there, and he's walking through the door just as we're coming up to the steps, and he waved at us, turned and walked in with a joint behind his ear.
Shut the fuck up.
He had apparently gotten up that morning, rolled a joint, and lost it.
He's got to stop doing that.
He went in, he sat down in the little row, and me and Jesse are over there with some freaking Cracker Jacks throwing unpopped kernels at him in freaking court, trying to the guy next to him spots it, and he's like looks around and sees us, waves at us. He's got popcorn bouncing off the back of his head and stuff. He's like, this guy's got a joint in his ear.
Why do you guys keep doing that?
No, he knew what we were doing. He didn't say a word. He just giggled and went on with what he was doing. His 19 freaking felonies.
But when I got kicked out of the strip club, it was for it was couples night. And they had this promo thing where it was if you come with if you bring a date with you, basically it's $20 for both people to get in. So I'm, there's a group of us, but I'm with the girl who's going to be my date for entrances and stuff. And he goes, "All right, $30. And I'm like, "No, it's not. It's $20. He's like, "It's $20 for her or for," I said, "It's $10 a person." He goes, "It's $10 for her. It's $20 for you." I said, "No, it's fucking not." And then I said, "Besides, I didn't bring any. I only brought $20. And he looks at me, he goes, "You came to a strip club with no money?" I said, "You're a bouncer and you got fucking braces." And then I was out of there. Motherfucker trying to rob me. But how are you going to be a bouncer with braces? It really takes the scariness right out of it, doesn't it? Like this big fucking jack dude's walking over to you, about to throw you out. And then he opens his mouth to talk, and he looks like he's fucking 10.
I don't know there, dude. I knew a big black guy who had braces. He was a bouncer. He was about 350 pounds. He was a big old Kool-Aid man looking fella. Had a real high voice. He talked.
That's from the steroids.
Mess with him. I dare you. Mess with him. Let him get his hands
Boy named
on
Sue. It's that boy named Sue situation.
That man is going to fuck you up because you made him stand up. He is tired. He was eating his pig's feet and chicken wings, and you bothered him. He's going to fuck you up, dude.
Somebody in the chat said Thin Blue Line. Did you see the Thin Blue Line video? Probably didn't. I made it a while ago.
I watched through a bunch of your stuff, like a bunch of it. I couldn't.
It was about the cop in Kansas City who was.
You remember the problem I had defining your freaking channel? I was like, okay, I can't even do this. So you define your channel since I can't figure it out. Because
it's a constant struggle for me to figure out what to say when people say, "What's your channel about?"
Yeah, I can see that. At least I can say, well, my channel's kind of about YouTube in general. I have that ability.
Yeah. And now, since it's been what, a month or a month and a half since I was on your channel, do you have an answer? How would you define?
Your channel is about reality.
Okay.
How everyone individually perceives reality and your discussion with them.
All right.
That's the best I could do, dude. As far as a specific subject, life.
All right. I feel like that's not a very good description. It's
not. And I'm sorry, dude. Like, okay. You've removed an awful lot of content from your channel, bro.
No, I haven't.
Dude, there has to be stuff missing. There are vasty chunks of things that don't actually seem. I don't guess they have to make sense together, but you would kind of feel they would.
No, I haven't removed things. I have had this channel for a while, but my activity has been quite inconsistent. So there are big time gaps. Actually, the last 2 or 3 weeks is like one of my most consistent performances, really, probably ever.
Everybody in chat thanks Sasquatch because he made that shit happen. I forced you into it.
Is that what happened?
Yeah, you had fun. We made you have fun, boy. Sorry.
So. Oh yeah. So I'm gonna pull it up and play just a blip of this one because the cop, I don't remember what we're talking about, but the cop in this thing is so fucking. He's just off the chain. I think that you would know if you had seen it. I need some audio here. Hey, I'm wearing the same shirt.
Oh, great! Looks like you did.
I only have one shirt.
So, are you going to share it with the rest of us, or are you just?
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Thank you. I guess I should.
Yeah, no, it's a great video, I'm sure, dude.
And
that's hilarious.
Kind of start clocking. I mean, it's when you take too much dope and you start geeking out. And you can see him kind of glitch at the blink. I'm now telling the
Hey, can I get a sergeant? We can't find anybody. I want a sergeant. I want a sergeant. I want a sergeant and see him.
This dude is so fucked up.
You know for a fact this
can't even function.
Do you see him down there?
I have a party here requested for a second.
God damn.
You know he's under the influence or something.
What am I doing?
Hey, if I held my finger up and told you to follow my finger, could you do it?
Where's the audio from this now?
You don't hear it, I hear it.
Shit, dude.
Okay, well, at least you guys hear it.
You guys are upset and frustrated.
You brought a high cop to my house.
Frustrating. You guys go to my mom's
Really
house.
high cop.
Hey, can I get your name and badge number? Can I get your name and badge number? Who? Officer Shepard, what?
2075.
2075. Hey, you cool. Hey, look. We're not gonna be hostile. We're actually cool.
And my door wasn't open.
You're showing really cool, but let's be honest. He doesn't see.
Now, that dude, it's so high.
Yeah, no, see, I don't have a problem with somebody bringing a high cop to my house. I have an issue with them bringing a debilitatedly high cop to my house. The homie wasn't on just like a joint. Homie had eaten some edibles, and they didn't tell him.
He was over amping, I think. I think that he was on speed. And that my theory, and this is what I theorized in the video, is that he had been up too long on one. You know when you've been on one too long, and so but you still need to go to work, so then I think he overamped after staying up too long. So I think that he was falling out and bugging the fuck out all at the same time, is what it looks like to me.
I gotta admit, if that's the case, he was handling it real well. I never handled
He
it
w-
that
I don't think that you handled it worse than that.
hell, son. You've obviously never been
I
involved.
handled things better than most people, I think, because I don't know, like,
Well,
or maybe I just handle normal life worse because I don't really change that much. I've nodded out places, I've fallen out, but I've never look. And here's the conclusion of that video: if you're geeked the fuck out, like, just don't go to work, call into work.
yeah. Call in dead. Get somebody to call in and say you died last
Don't
night.
call in. Don't call in at all.
Don't do shit. Yeah, no, that's also an option. True,
Yeah.
I've done it before.
Yeah, you're gonna have a lot harder time at work trying to explain your way out of that one than you are trying to explain why you did the no call no show.
On St. Patty's Day one year, landed on like a Tuesday, right? And we had this huge plan for months. We were going to Savannah and we're going to blow out River Street, right? We're hitting every bar on that joint. We're going. This is happening. All right. So we rolled around that weekend. I got to work. So I'll work that Friday. I'll work that Saturday. That Sunday, I called in. I was like, hey, bud, I got to go to Savannah. Click. I went to Savannah. 4 days later, when I got back on my way into town, the following, like literally that Thursday or something, Wednesday or Thursday, I stopped on the way into town, still hammered, like had them stop at the plant so I could go in and talk to the boss and be like, hey, look, listen, I know I'm not at work today, but I came by so that before you fire me, I can say, fuck you. I'm going home. I'm going to bed. And he's like, dude, I thought you were dead, man. I was like, what? All right, fuck you then. I'm going home. I'll be back when I'm alive. I am dead. Ooh, this is a ghost. I ran out the damn place.
Sophia, I was just about to ask if you were still in the chat and if you were coming up when he was done with that sentence, but here you are.
Hello.
And she's not. We cannot hear you. She had a question for you, Sasquatch.
Oh, no.
I told her that she wanted me to ask you, but I told her that I would not ask it. She could come up here and ask you herself because I needed to hear your two beautiful Southern. I wanted to hear you guys speak Southern to each other.
Oh, well, bless your heart. Yeah, she doesn't have a mic or she'd be laughing.
She doesn't. Yeah. Sophia, we got some mic issues going. We got nothing coming from you. I wonder if I can edit her.
It says she's connected, but it doesn't. She's not muted. There is a mic present, but
hey, try it again.
Other end.
Yeah, no, she left. I think she had her mic because I opened her thing up and put her mic on auto adjust, or before it had been like turned all the way down. I think it was probably just like super fucking low. What are you doing? Cynthia used to work at a strip club, but just like everybody who used to work at a strip club, she was a bartender.
Yeah, that's what they all say.
I know.
That's what she said. Hey, guess what I learned I could do the other day, and I didn't know it.
Huh?
Hey, boo boo! It's the most amazing picketing basket I ever saw.
Chuck could hear her just fine. Sophia, come back up. Chuck could hear you, but just fine. Neither of us could hear you. That's fucking weird.
Hold up. I've got Dearbud somewhere. I can do it.
I fell in love with a stripper at where was it? Sapphire Lounge in Vegas. It's the biggest strip club in North America. They had strippers stacked up like they had like it was like a warehouse of strippers. They had them like stacked 4 deep against the wall, and most of the ones like who were stacked up had that pissed off look in their face because they're standing there like mostly naked but not having any customers because like they way outnumber men. But we were in we got the VIP spot, which was like underneath the first stage, right? Because the stage is glass, and there's 3 stages, but the main one in the middle, we're in the VIP underneath it, and yeah, they marched in. It was about they marched the best strippers into our VIP area, like 2. It's about 2 per guy, and boy, they were good. Let me tell you that.
Keep trying, girl. You almost got it.
Hold on. Let me see if I can hear her on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm doing it now.
Okay, yeah, you take a listen. Don't judge me. Come up. Come on up. It's a relatively slow night on panel. Normally it's a lot busier up here, so now is a good time. It's just me and Sasquatch and Sophia, kind of.
And I
Is
don't
this
bite.
better?
Yeah,
y'all
there
hear
you
me?
are. There you are.
Okay. Hi. Hi.
Hello.
I became real voice shy all of a sudden tonight for some
Well,
reason. But I wanted to ask the gentleman, I think you go by Admiral, so I will address you as Admiral. What is your either belief system or relationship, or how do you feel about God? I'll just throw it out there like that.
do you love Jesus, brother? And he's so normally he goes by Caucasian Sasquatch. That's what his channel is called. He's on the run right now from the YouTube police.
I might have done a dumb, maybe. I did a dumb thing. All right. So in my general belief system, just touching all the high points. Are you familiar with the concept of old magic? Superstitions, throwing salt over your shoulder, carrying silver with you, that kind of stuff.
I am.
Now, whether or not that has any bearing on reality, I'm superstitious. On top of that, my mother was something of a hedge witch after a fashion. Like,
What
we
is a
went to
hedge
church.
witch?
It's hard to explain, dude. I'll get there in a minute. We went to church, Christian, Southern Baptist, Lutheran, you name it, right? Hundreds of them. I'm not even joking. Point is, there's no specific sect, no cult that I particularly follow, right? So I'm of the opinion that if there is a God, I don't have enough authority to decide one way or the other. And if he is there, why would he give a shit what the hell this ant thought about it in the first place? So I'm a bit agnostic on that point. I believe there are higher powers than me and that I am subject to those powers. I do not believe I exert any control over those powers whatsoever. And I'm not sure how much control they exert over me.
That's basically exactly almost in line with my belief.
It's very vague, very general.
It acknowledges the gaps in our understanding and doesn't.
I swap pockets with my silver whenever I encounter evil.
Do you carry silver with you?
I absolutely carry silver with me, dude. I also carry one of those little salt packets from Waffle House, just in case.
Well, I think that's an interesting way to describe it. And I think there's a lot of people that do describe it that way. And you spoke of your mother being a hedge witch. Is that what I heard you say?
That's the best description I can give.
I can relate to that because my mom, even though she did, raise me a certain way or what have you, she was very, very in tune with things that our eyes cannot see and our minds cannot comprehend. And I don't know if it's the combination of the Irish and the Cherokee in our family, but
Okay,
my
so
mom
you're an
knew
alcoholic. Is that what you're saying?
No, she knew stuff and she passed some of that along to me. So a lot of times when I talk about my spirituality, I don't think I've ever said it in front of Flo before, but I have said it on other panels that even though I do ascribe to Jesus Christ or follow his teachings and strive for that to be part of my relationship with God as I understand God. I also have a very eclectic spiritual belief system in that there are gifts that we have, there are intuitions, there are things that our spirit can know. I've never really shared this, I don't think, in front of Flo before, but I have on some other channels with some other panels that are kind of like-minded.
I've not heard you speak on it.
Pardon me?
I've not heard you speak on it.
Yeah, for example, you all know who Jackie is, and Jackie does, well, he may not. I think, Flo, you know Jackie.
Yeah.
Jackie Fox. She does tarot cards, and she's really good at it. And she just has a natural, I don't know what the word is, but she was always an intuitive, and now she's learned these cards. And every time I've seen her do a reading or gone back and watched her videos, she knows how to interpret things. And the people that she's reading for, they're like, oh my gosh, yes, that's what I'm going through. And it's just, I find it all very interesting. I'm very in touch with nature. That's part of my belief system. Some people, like, I don't like labels. I've never once called myself a Christian because I am not Christ-like. I strive to be, but I'm not there. So I don't put
Anyone
that
who says
label.
they love Jesus is a Christian.
Have you
Well,
ever?
I don't wear labels, but I've had people tell me that if I did have a label, they would call me a Christo-pagan because I'm kind of in touch with, nature.
I got something for you. Let's see how this strikes you.
Okay.
So, have you got a donate link there, Flow State? Is it linked somewhere? Somebody drop
What
Flow
do you
State
need?
link. I need you to drop your donation link if you got one, because
okay.
everybody in this here church needs to start giving from the very bottom of their heart, from the bottom of your wallet. You have to reach
Amen
into your soul. I say, pass the collection plate, pass an offering. Let's make another try.
Hallelujah, brother.
Amen. Pass the bacon.
Amen.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, because if we're going to be doing the work of Christ, like he said, to feed people and stuff, do good things to others, it doesn't have to be done through an organized religion.
Absolutely.
And I do sometimes attend a small community church for the fellowship. And I do enjoy reading and learning my Bible. But I do not get caught up on what somebody standing up in a pulpit is telling me. If the Holy Spirit's not telling me, and if God's not directing me, I don't get caught up a whole lot in the doctrine and the dogma and certain things. I just don't do it. It doesn't work for me. And unfortunately, there is a bad reputation out there that some of these big churches that are just places for people to,
all right,
they're always asking for money.
Organized
But
religion.
some people do good things with that money, so we can't lump it all together.
But one thing you can lump into organized religion is the only reason these people practice that faith in that way is so they can show the other people in that faith that they are doing it correctly.
Well, some of it can be like that, and some of it hurts people, and that's very unfortunate. And I can't argue with you on that. But I don't think everybody's like that. Not every body of believers is like that. Hey, Tommy.
Stop. I've told
Tommy?
numerous women I'm only pulling them out of some asshole's house one time. Hold on, it looks like I'm still unslaved on my volume.
What is going on right now?
I don't know, but Tommy, I don't know if you heard my disclaimer at the beginning of the stream.
No, I don't watch your stream. I came over to find Sophia fucking around.
You should have watched the beginning of the stream. Maybe you want to go back and watch the beginning of the stream so that you know what to do when next time you come up here.
What have I done? What have I done
you
wrong,
haven't done
Tommy?
anything. Tommy did something.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Tommy, so Tommy, I don't know how much you've been paying attention. Tommy's been mad. Like, he just recently got over being mad at me for the longest that he's ever been mad at me. And it's because the last time that we were up here talking religion, and it was basically you against the rest of us sinners. And Tommy kept spurring out, so I backstaged him for the rest of the night. He got really butthurt, and spun a story like I backstaged him so that we could gang up on you, because apparently he's more of a defender of Christ, and so that's why I backstaged him. So
okay. I do
Right.
remember that now. I do
Yeah.
remember that. So he
he
wants
showed
to
up the minute that
protect me.
you did. No, I think he wants
Okay.
to protect his understanding of Jesus, and you're not doing it aggressively enough. Is my guess.
Oh, okay.
Attacked. I'm sure he's after.
Well, okay.
And Tommy, you can say you don't watch my channel all you want, but the fact of the matter is, you showed up immediately after Sophia.
I've got something for that if you'd like.
And yeah, I do. And actually, like, what time I had to, he was back there for a minute. I typed backstage 1 second, Tommy, because I wanted you guys to at least have a little bit of a talk before he started doing his thing. Good. Yeah. What do you got for me?
If you watch everything I produce and you hate me, you're still a fan.
Well, and Tommy doesn't, I mean, Tommy won't let people love him. I've said it time and time again, and it makes him so angry that, because he likes to call himself a lone wolf and a Sigma male. And I say that he's not either of those things, because you can't be a lone ranger when you're in a pack, and Tommy's in my pack, and he's my friend, even if he's really angry at me. And he resists and struggles, and that's what makes our friendship so.
And then you hug him harder, and he knows.
Right. It's a very non-consensual friendship, but that's just how I think we both like it.
Like me and Fiona Rawls. Fiona Rawls hates everything about me, everything that I do. I hosted her channel. We had a lovely conversation. She took something offensively. She left and badmouthed me all over the internet, and I never responded, not once. The only thing I ever said is that she is a lovely lady and has an amazing fire dance and hardwood floors.
Amazing what?
Fire dance and hardwood floors.
I don't know what either of those things. I don't know what the reference is. I feel like I'm missing something.
A fire dance is where a woman, very lightly dressed, dances with flaming balls on the end of like chains.
Oh yeah. Poi, spinning poi. Yeah, yeah, I've done that.
Fiona is a transgender, a pre-op transgender. But here's the difference. She presents 100% as a woman. I had no clue she was pre-op till she told me. So big difference between that and old Harry Boyd over here, who just decided he was going to be a woman so he could go to prison in the woman's big difference there. Harry Boyd is still Harry Boyd.
This is a little too much for me, so I'm going to step down. It was nice to meet you, sir.
Much
Thanks,
love.
Flo.
Thanks, Sophia.
It was a bit much. I can never tell.
It's fine. I don't know. It's hard for me to get a gauge on Sophia, but she's interesting because she, what's the word? Has some fucking tenacity. I've seen her get on panels and go against everybody and just like hold her fucking ground. It's fun to see. But what did I guilty laugh at? I have no guilty laughs. I have no guilt. Anyways, go on. So Fiona is a chick with a penis.
I'm coughing up a lung. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was trying to hand it off to you. I don't have a story about a chick with a penis.
Oh no, she's cool as can be. I mean, we had, like I said, we had a great show. She came up a few times on some After Darks. Apparently someone offended her at some point in time. She didn't mention it to me. It took a year and a half for her to answer an email after that. And she was like, well, why were you trolling me on my channel? Whoa. That's not me, bro. Not me. Not this dude. Got the wrong Sasquatch on that one, hon. You're going to have to regroup, reload, and figure it out because that wasn't me.
You mean that there's a sock Sasquatch?
There is a person called Show Me Sasquatch, Mid-South Sasquatch, South Georgia Sasquatch, North Florida Sasquatch. There's a Mississippi Sasquatch, Alabama Sasquatch. If you type something in front of Sasquatch and hit enter on YouTube, there's probably somebody with that name.
Yeah, so this is what I'm saying. Sophia's got thicker skin than that, but she disappeared for the last day or two and then has been on an apology tour. I don't know what's going on, but
Ooh, maybe
so
I should.
she might be having a sensitive day. You know, everybody ever since the full moon a few days ago, like everybody's been on their crazy shit. And who knows? Maybe Sophia's crazy shit looks sensitive. I don't know.
I don't intend to offend people, although it happens all the time.
Oh, it happens to me all the time too.
It's Yeti life. What's up, bud?
Look at that. We got a Sasquatch and a Yeti.
Dozens. We got dozens, son.
Who do you think would win in a fight, a Sasquatch or a Yeti?
I think
What
there
are-
are two
Are they the
branches.
same thing?
Most likely, a Yeti would probably be more closely related to Denisovans, whereas Sasquatch would probably be more closely related to like Homo naledi.
I think it's the same thing. It's just like one is like swamp gear and one is like tundra. It's like the swamp versus the tundra version of G.I. Joe.
Right.
Yeah. I don't normally blame things on the moon, but this last moon was extra big and extra, and it just seems like everybody's been extra since when was that? That was Saturday, I guess, or Friday, maybe.
Yeah.
Like that's why I had the whole disclaimer at the beginning of the show, because like these YouTube streets have just been spanning on some stupid shit. Like not even interesting drama. It's just like fighting over something that was said, fighting over something that didn't matter.
See,
Well,
that's
you
you
said this, blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
is when it starts because somebody else said that someone said something that they didn't say. And then there's a 6-month dust up over it and everybody gets a bunch of views. I don't like it.
Yeah. Well, and it's more like word choices, right? Like, well, you said this. Well, I meant that, it's like that sort of fucking fighting, which is just like, I feel like I could pick a fight out from scratch and have it be better than that.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's like this. I can tell you my opinions or not. You can be offended by them or not. Neither of us have a choice in this. They are mine.
That's wrong. People have a choice in what they choose to be offended over.
I agree with that. I come to YouTube with the intention of not being offended because YouTube is an offensive place.
Correct.
So you will play immortal hell trying to turn a feather on my back because I'm here with the foreknowledge of a troll. So,
right. Yeah. I agree with all that. Damn it. I had something else and I lost it. Oh, about offensive. Right. About drama and offense. I'm probably about to break my own rule real quick.
don't do it. It ain't worth it.
It is though. I mean, it might be. I don't know. I'm pulling it up and seeing if there's anything noteworthy. But because here's Cynthia, and just like that, she appears. I'm like, hey, I'm thinking about breaking my own rule on the drama, and then season 4 Cynthia shows up.
What were you gonna do?
I was thinking about pulling up our buddy old Senator Shortbus.
Yeah. Did you see that clip I dropped to of Pawn Wizard, a preview?
I did, yes. It's a good advertisement.
Is it?
I think so.
I wanted to talk about it, but yeah, we could definitely review that clip too. And then did you see where he tried to interview me last night?
Damn it, Cynthia! Did you? Now it's one thing when I break my own one, but when you maneuver your way into breaking it, God damn, hold on.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. I'm sorry, what was your
Excellent.
name again?
My name?
Okay.
I'm Grand Admiral Snowflake today.
Oh,
A
okay.
diversity power. I'm part of the Blue Power movement.
Gotcha. I just subbed to you earlier.
Yeah, Caucasian Sasquatch. I did it, and actually, it didn't get. I tried to restream it to my channel, but so when I was on Sasquatch's channel, he set up the stream on his end, and then I shared it to mine, and then in between sharing it to mine and going live, I got a strike on my channel, and I was banned from uploads for a week, so it didn't actually restream to mine.
That's interesting.
It was one of those like keyhole shots that happen, just like mine hitting the day I get monetized. I get a strike and get demonetized. It's like, yay, yo, whoa! I did it.
All right. So it's later in we're 3 hours in the show, and I have removed the ticker at the bottom because now my drama rule's off. Bring it.
Oh, State, you have a very tiny penis.
It's so small.
A mosquito.
It's not very long, but it sure is skinny.
They don't call me Girth Brooks for nothing.
It's like a tuna can.
Cat food.
So what are you gonna play?
Oh no, I'm not gonna play anything right now. I mean, I didn't really have anything. I was just kind of thinking about old El Perro, and I've been kind of going at him a little bit lately because he's so full of shit and he's so obnoxious about it.
Oh, I've been seeing that in the chat.
Oh, what, me and him?
Yes.
Yeah, because it takes a certain amount of diligence, attention, and knowledge and confidence to call him out on his shit, but you have to have a certain degree of all of them, and I just so happen to have that combination, and he's absolutely talking out of his vagina completely, and then when you call him on it, he doesn't concede. He muddies the water and just starts saying things that don't mean anything, and it's like a squid making an ink jet in the water or something. He's just trying to make it murky so that he can get away, and people don't realize that he just got punked.
You know, I have an episode for him too. Like I have a wizard show too. I didn't drop his stuff.
Don't judge me. I'm confused by this comment right here.
What is this?
Oh, you're not camming up. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I thought it said I'll come up shortly, but I'm not coming up.
Yeah, no, I used that was one of my our poll has something in chat. As a troll, I had a full-on freaking like flow chart on how to deal with my sock accounts so that they could be arguing with the right sock accounts back and forth, and I wouldn't get them mixed up.
Strategic. I like it.
For a little while there, I was probably more than half of a few people's views.
Oh, you know what? I wonder if Metaphysician is one of Keith's sock accounts.
Why do you say that?
I don't know. I particularly don't get along with Metaphysician, but it's just a chat. I don't know. I just was wondering. Because Metaphysician sort of screams and spurs in all caps like Wizard does in real life. I don't know. It's just a thought. Like, ever since Jack did his little thing, and like made friendly with Paul, after all of us spent like a month saving him from Paul, I've decided that I'm not using my wrench for anything. Jack wants drama. Jack can have drama, except for Metaphysician. I will continue to use it to put 24-hour bans on Metaphysician, but basically everything else is good to go.
I just drop links in with Jack's my wrench, but Yeah, the wrench gate. What's going to happen? Are we going to lose our wrenches? Are we not? What's going to happen?
I don't care. Like I said,
all of you and give me a wrench instead.
that's exactly the game.
I will be the only blue supremacist, and we will win.
Well, like I've said, I'm done with my wrench at Jack's. Yeah, I quit that job. The only reason I haven't mentioned it is because I want to continue to kick Metaphysician every time I see him for 24 hours at a time. Which, if Jack's listening to this, that might be in my wrench because I'm obviously using it for nefarious reasons, and obviously I don't really give a fuck that much since I'm saying it right here publicly. But
I just think it's interesting how these wrenches really turned into a thing. And it turned into a thing from two men, which is crazy.
What do you mean from?
Paul was like, yeah, okay. So it started Sophia had the wrench. And so Jack went over to Paul's platform, and Paul was like, yeah, I don't think you should really be giving the wrenches out. You should kind of control those more, right? And so then that same show later that night, he was like, I'll think about it. And then that's when everybody had the wrench that same night. So he kind of irritated him, Jack. So Jack kind of struck back with oh, you don't like mods? I'm modding everybody up, which was a clever Jack move. And so
Jack is crafty.
Yeah. And so then that really upset Paul when he saw me with the wrench, right? So then he really decided that he was just going to, talk crap to me like he does. And then the next day he talked crap to me again like he does. And then that's when I dropped the clip, and I was like, oh, okay, keep playing with me. We're going to see this. And then he got really mad because I had the ability to drop the clip, and everybody's like, oh my God, that's so funny. And then he was like, I bet you won't have your mod stick much longer. I guarantee it. So it made me think, are you about to try to pay Jack to take all of our mod sticks away? You seem like you're that desperate to do that. Because you don't have control. Or I could just be overthinking it.
Well, I think it's Paul likes to muscle people, and it's a territory game, right? And he's like OTW, like I called him, is totally bitched out permanently. He's not even a real person anymore. It's just another Paul channel. And Benton, I guess Benton removed Paul's keys, which I thought was interesting because I haven't really gotten along with Benton great most of the time, but he didn't seem like the type of person that would bend over so fully. So I don't know what happened there, but yeah, Paul lost those keys. Jack gave Paul a wrench, but that was more Jack's. That wasn't even Paul's doing. Paul was always pawing at the door. Mm-hmm. But Jack went over there, and I think you were here when I said my thoughts on it. I think that he's using me and Paul to keep each other well behaved at his panel, and so if he thinks he's going to play that game, then that's fine, and I will remove myself from that equation, and he can just deal with Paul again. Definitely not competing for Jack for Jack's favor.
I don't know. It's funny, but hey, they keep irritating me. So
who does?
Paul and Wizard. Wizard irritates me the most, and anytime I say something, well, you were at Beck's last night, but I don't know if you were there the whole time.
I wasn't. And so, go ahead.
And so, he was just in the chat. I saw y'all for a little while. He left for a little while. He came back, and he was just saying the craziest, spurring off on me. And she just just off the most random thing. You know how he says the most random things, and I keep thinking, man.
I think he's a crackhead. That's my thought. I don't know that. I'm not trying to spread rumors. I think he smokes crack. He seems like a crackhead.
Oh, is that why he said, okay, that must have been why he said, I'm going to go smoke crack later. Ha.
Is there going to be crack after? I heard crack. What?
Yeah.
I'll be back.
see where Paul played that video of you today?
Of me?
Yes, from like,
No.
do you want something about it? Don't even worry about it. I got it.
All right.
Don't even worry about it.
No,
So,
I had no idea.
so apparently you were on something about we want to be famous, or we talk to famous people, or something like that.
A channel called Talking to Famous People.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he played that.
No, I hadn't heard about it. I was on
Yeah.
a lot of videos. That was a lot. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
that was
went
when I
off
still lived
about
in
that.
Trout. That was like 2016, 2015.
Oh yeah, I
and 16.
tell it was a long time ago, but he was talking like, well, it's funny what he was saying.
He must have done some deep stalking.
Yes, he did.
You know,
he's triggered by you. So today you were on the docket, and so he went into you, and then it turned off to more sporadic conversations. But for a brief minute, he was trying to go in on you, and he even said, "Man, I was going to go in more on Flow State, but I want to hurry and end the show because now he's into the show, right? So he can get to Jax right away."
Oh yeah, he is. I've noticed that too. You got it, or you should share me that link, or the timestamp.
He did this. He got so mad. Wait, I think.
Broken hoes in my life who want to fuck me half the time and hate on me the other half of the time. Doesn't look good on my record.
I could stand with a few broken hoes.
No, he's saying something like,
I don't need to get your understanding.
Is that on a channel?
Yeah, that's on his, but he does. He starts slamming on the table, like after watching your video, and it's basically like, "Y'all are supposed to be watching me."
Hold on, give me the link.
I'll link in private,
or just tell me the timestamp.
Give me a second. Just y'all talking. Give me a second.
Okay, fine.
You're staring deep into your beautiful eyes. Why would
we're looking at you.
Oh,
that's the second girl you've scared away tonight.
And I'm good, dude. I told you. I'm leaving it a total mystery as to what sexuality a Sasquatch might be.
Sasquatches are omnisexual, if I remember correctly. Any hiker that stumbles along the wrong trail can get it.
Generally, I try bags of money, but, you know.
Oh, you're looking for a leprechaun.
Always work.
Yeah, no, I had no idea that he was spurring out about me. But, like, so let's unpack how much he's looking into me, because I remember he made a comment, I don't remember where it was, like a week ago or so, something about how he had checked out my Facebook and it's all Leave It to Beaverish. Okay, that's correct, but I don't flaunt, like, and I'm not that hard to find, right? Like, I don't hide my identity particularly hard, but you do have to try. So he at least tried that hard, but he also found TWFP, and this was like in its peak, I think, in 2015 and 2016, probably. So we're talking almost a decade ago that he must have gone through some old videos. Yeah, that's a fan. That is a fan.
Yeah, CJ. That's that.
Claim to tell us all how to get women. And when you see his presentment, just a broken, monotone, desperate appeal to try to seem like somebody online, he had the balls to do a broadcast with people called Talking with Famous People. Famous person. Okay? If you go into these people fucking background checks, Talcott, and you look at who they've been for the last 5 and 6 years, it's narcissist central.
Okay.
I'm a potentially famous person who showed up on broadcasts with nobody watching before I went to places with 500s of thousands of subscribers. And I didn't fucking view myself as a famous person. They kept doing it, telling me I'm a legend and a hero and this and that. text you, and you're going to go on a Talking with Famous People broadcast and tell us how to get women.
Yeah, so he was pissed. Did you see where he was banging his desk or his?
Yes, look at that narcissistic rage. That was fantastic.
That was
So I thought this would be good, useful someday to use. Let me keep
that
it.
is. I'm so glad I turned off my drama policy or my drama policy just now because that's good shit. Now the channel is the name is it's tongue in cheek, of course, but also the guy whose channel that is, he wanted something that was he tried to do SEO is what he was doing.
What's that?
Search engine optimization.
Oh, okay.
Like obviously most people are aware that we don't or didn't actually think we were famous.
Oh, okay. Oh, I totally. He played a part of it, and so it was
Paul,
like, what?
Only Paul would think that he's potentially famous with his little YouTube channel like that.
I might be infamous.
By the way, Talking with Famous People is what it's considerably bigger than Pimp Unslaved is.
Pimp,
yeah. The channel it's called I don't even
Proper instructions motivate people.
Right.
I have a single series in my channel called A Pimp Named Pimp Squatch.
Pimp named Pimp Squatch. That's funny. And he's a gorilla pimp, right?
Well, I consider myself an insanity pimp.
Yeah, I see that. I thought that was. I meant to bring it up earlier, comment on that, but yeah, good call there. I'm a diversity hire, of course. I'm the blue people.
Right. Blue lives matter.
No, they don't. I wipe them out faster than you do.
The
Chissy son. If you don't have merit, you have nothing.
But let me just go ahead and say that the Talking with Famous People is 4 times larger than Paul's famous. I guess he's got the old channel that he doesn't do anything on that is bigger, but
yeah. Well, he do that festival like 20 years ago or something.
What fest? Oh yeah, he did. He had one viral video.
Yeah. So
I'm a terrible person, but if you wanted to really troll this guy, you would go and get his one viral video and you would chop it a million ways and just put it up on shorts, like one a day for like the next year.
Oh, that's so smart. I like you.
Is the word I would use.
And he wouldn't strike us.
I'm an old school troll. There are old trolls and bold trolls. There are no old bold trolls.
But then they're going to have that. You only got. Did you see me on Synthetic Warrior the other day too? And we did the role play of Paul and Jennifer.
No.
Okay.
No, I've been the last few days, not today. Today was pretty lazy, but the last few days before that, I've been I worked a lot and I have not been keeping up with the drama.
Okay. Well, yeah, we were on there too, and we kind of did a role play
on Z's this morning.
A couple mornings ago.
Mornings.
I kind of really got under his skin, I think.
Oh, is that why? Yeah, for whatever reason, I noticed that people have you've been just really under a lot of people's skin. And I like it. I think it's great.
I don't know why. I'm just being me. I don't know why, but
I don't think people saw this side of you in season 3, Cynthia.
They did it, but I kept telling everybody, y'all know I worked at a. I kept dropping hints about me, and nobody believed me. And I was like, okay. But then when I came seeing, like I said, I was away, and then Wizard came over there and trolled me. And then did you see the time on OTW News? That's where Tommy got all his clips from.
I saw that, and gosh, he is so. Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna say about him. Okay, so I was fucking with him last night in Bex's chat. And one of the things I said, because he doxed himself, the dumb fuck, on Anton Daniels' channel.
Okay.
He held up a piece of mail to show that you could make your own stamps.
Dude, I was fighting somebody that was doing that crap earlier. I'm trying to
Yes.
production show, and
It
homie,
might be the same person.
It might be the same
I'm
guy.
over here cutting the different cameras, going, no, not that. Stop doing it.
But he held up this envelope to show the stamp, right, that he made, which is counterfeit. But Anton Daniels goes, now hold it closer. We can now move it to the right, and he just ends up like putting his address right in front of the camera on Anton Daniels' channel. It's got like 250,000 viewers or subscribers or some shit. And
Right.
so I made some comment about
Beautiful.
doxing himself, and he said something like, oh, you would never come up here, and I was like, you wouldn't answer the door, you pussy. And his response was, you should come up here. Eddie would love to meet you. Now, Eddie, Wizard talks about his companion, right? This chick he lives with. Eddie is her companion.
What?
So I said, Wizard, you just hid behind your girlfriend's boyfriend.
I saw you say something about that in the chat. Okay, I did see that. That's why you said that. Okay.
There is nothing I ever need to say again to him. I don't ever need to insult him. Nothing could be any more shameful than telling somebody online to come up here. You wouldn't come up here because my girlfriend's boyfriend.
Oh my gosh.
You little crackhead.
I might have to go, dude. You know me. You know that would just pique my interest so much that I'd show up with a full crew.
Here, I'm not. Most of the people listening probably know who he is. I'm not going to advertise his stream though, but I will put his channel backstage for you.
Yeah, in the when Synthetic Warrior and I were doing our role play, I went off on Wizard and I was like, for God's sakes, leave the people at the post office alone. Like they're tired of looking at your weird ass with your weird postage stamps.
Okay, so it was in Bex's stream last night, right, Cynthia? I should have screenshotted the conversation. And the reason I know who Eddie is because I don't remember. I think it was on one of Wizard's. At some point in time, somebody in the chat said something like, it trips Eddie out hearing your voice from the phone. So his companion, right, the chick, was in the chat talking to Wizard, who's streaming, about how the dude in bed with her was hearing, right? And so he explained that, and he's like, that's Eddie's my companion's companion. And I'm going, the fuck did he just admit to here? So when he said Eddie would love to meet you, I was like, I know who the fuck Eddie is, you little weirdo.
Wait a second. Let's do the math on this. If he is a Sigma.
No, that's Tommy. Tommy thinks he's a Sigma. Yeah, we're not talking about Tommy. Wizard, we're talking about El Perro, or he goes by different names. Heckle Bus, Word Wizard, El Perro, Keith Little is his actual name. But yeah, I went back and looked to try to find that stream, but only briefly. Like, there's just too much shit out there. I don't know which it is. I don't want to go through all of it. No, it was the chick, right? Whatever woman Wizard refers to as his companion, who he lives with, Eddie is also her companion. And she was in chat on his stream talking about Eddie in her bedroom, hearing Wizard's voice. So, anyways, when I told him that he just hid behind his girlfriend's boyfriend.
Bro, what kind of nightmare did you just link me to? What kind of trash is this? What are you doing to me? Stop it. You're not dragging me back in. You're not dragging me.
Yes, sir. Welcome back.
I am not going to knee jerk on this. This is not going to happen. Sun's getting low, big fella.
I don't know what that means, but if it's like bless your heart, then bless yours back. What does
No,
that mean?
sun's getting low is what Black Widow says to Hulk anytime she wants him to unhulk. And it's what Deadpool said to Hulk right before he crushed his skull.
Yes.
Sun's getting low, big fella.
Sun's getting low.
I'll be leaving here in about 10 minutes, but
okay.
Been thoroughly freaking entertaining, man. I had
Yeah.
forgotten how much joy people get from hating so very much. It's amazing. Like I'm over here just kind of scrolling through some of these live streams, just checking them out. Homie's unhappy. He is not a happy man. There is no way you can tell me that this individual who is scowling in every single frame I see is a happy person.
Okay. But he also, all he does is talk about the word of God and spreads the word of God. And that's all he ever really talks about is this in the Bible and his stamps. And his
he manipulates the Bible in order to. Okay, yeah.
What
I thought you were taking up for.
No. What I'm saying is he hides behind that. I'm a person who reads the Bible, but he's like Flo says, he's totally. See, I have a video coming out on this. He's totally manipulating it, and he doesn't say it correctly, right. And he's just But then he tells stories about how he was adopted, and his adopted parents made him get a paper route, and that apparently scarred him for life. And then he went and met his mom, and then she kind of rejected him. And so that kind of made him upset too. So then I think, okay, well, if I had all of that kind of stacked against me, I'd kind of be an angry person too. Maybe I can't say I wouldn't be one, but maybe I would be one. So I try not to hold his anger against him. But what really gets to me is even when you try to stay away from him or from Paul, like you just stay away, they just keep pecking at you until you just like, all right, dumbass, like you're so dumb, like I'm about to crush you. But are they feeding off of it because they're just angry and that's how they?
I mean, they're narcissists. Like that's what it is. So yeah, they'd rather have angry. They'd rather have negative attention than no attention, which I understand, and I'll play into it a little bit. But I think that there's a certain type, right? Like nobody would rather be most narcissists would rather have no attention than be like humiliated, right? Or than to have like their whole grift blown out. And what I don't know how successful it's been. It seems like most of the people who are hearing what I say already knew that like this dude claims to have had cancer and he's recovered from it. Now that's a big red flag when you fundraise for your cancer and then miraculously recover after the fundraiser.
Okay, but you can look at him and tell he's not healthy.
Yeah, because he's a crackhead. Because he's a fucking crackhead.
Okay. That's what you're going with? Okay.
That's what I think. Yeah, does he seem like somebody who just escaped death? With his personality, his attitude, someone who got a second lease in life. Does he seem happy?
That's what I said when I was like, how is somebody like surviving cancer putting out this much hate in the world? Like, how are you just spewing hate like this? And like he just really demonstrates hate. That's all he does.
Yes.
He'll be calm for about 5 whole minutes and then something gets him worked out. But then I think about, man, like somewhere along this trauma, did you just develop this bubble and it's what it is?
He also, he talks about, so what he does, Sasquatch, is he basically is in the sort of the soft sit sphere and he pretends to be like a jailhouse legal expert, right? Like everything's strawman and contracts and stuff.
I can define this guy in one click.
What?
This is his only description to his channel. That is a red flag.
What's it say?
Origins of truth, nothing else. That he is the sole arbiter of what is true and what is not. That is his description for his channel. Origins of truth.
Right.
I promised my mom I wouldn't start a cult.
Your mama understands that things happen.
Yeah.
Oh no, sir. We're not. No, I love my mama. I'm not gonna. I didn't lie to her. No, sir.
Yeah, he's just is so full of shit. He pulls from over here and over there. He pulls from the Bible and tries to apply it to law, and he pulls from like international like organization bylaws and acts like they regulate US, and he's got consumer, like they don't even recognize state law. I mean, it's just a complete nightmare of bullshit. That most people who observe it are either just going to walk away, or it's too deep of a topic for people to know what they know.
And then what's his deal with the people at the post office? Why is he always harassing the young ladies at the post office or the young men at the post office?
I don't think that he is, actually. I think that I think it's part of the performance to say that he's going to the post office and having to explain this stuff to them because they don't even understand it, right? I think it's all part of the performance because of what I said yesterday also in chat. As I said, look, you're fucking fake, but if you're not, shut me up. Just film the whole thing. Film you going to the post office with one of your homemade stamps or franks or whatever the fuck you think they are, and film them accepting this as proper postage. And then I'll shut the fuck up.
I heard.
Yeah, and he definitely is not going to do that.
Oh, real quick, don't judge me. You're hitting the wrong link on your computer. You got to go into. I just shut mine down. You got to go into the chat on your computer. Like go into the chat part of your computer and then scroll to the top, and you'll see the link up there to join the panel.
I just dropped it again.
Yeah. But she's hitting the join your membership.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's like being a mafia hitman and getting hired for one last job.
I mean, you should.
Yeah. You should join that too.
You take care of Heckle Bus, and then I got more jobs for you, man.
No, bro. No.
All I'm saying is if you're good at something, give it away for free to your homie, but don't look, God would not want you to squander your talents that he gave you.
I'm not.
When you go to heaven and God, the cosmic troll, is saying like, all right, what did you do with this life I gave you? And you're like, I had this skill set and I threw it away.
Oh no, I'm using it. I'm full on using it, bro. You've been a benefactor of it yourself. I'm capable of sitting and talking to the most inane and obtuse individuals and having something that resembles an educated conversation. It's not really, but it does pretend to be on the weekends.
Don't judge me. Welcome, Dominic. Welcome back.
Hello, Dominic. Welcome to the show.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Mic check. Don't judge.
Can you hear me?
I got you.
Okay, very good.
5x5, girl.
Mic check.
Do the two new joiners have any thoughts on El Perro, Senator Short Bus? For those, for those who either don't know or missed it the other day, two streams ago, I had the one with the thumbnail of a wizard on it. I kind of went into this dude a little bit when I called him out on because he was making his own fake stamps and selling it off like something you could actually do. And so I presented him with the law that talks about counterfeiting stamps. I'm like, you can't fucking do that. Well, he changed his narrative and said that he was franking, which I'd never heard of. But then I addressed in that video with the wizard on the thumbnail. Franking is something that only the president, vice president, senators, and Congress can do. And instead of postage stamp, you just use your signature. You can sign in the top right hand corner, and then the postage is paid for out of the U.S. Treasury. You can only do it with official mail, right? So it's got to be related to federal government business. And so he's saying that he can frank. So I had to address that. But now I call him Senator Short Bus because one of his channels is Heckle Bus, and he's apparently a senator since.
You want? I'm not doxing anybody tonight because I'm not a troll. But it's a little strange.
What is?
He has everything leaked. You don't need anybody to come work this guy over. He put it all right here on his last video. It's everything.
No, he's right. You don't
need nothing, dude.
Yeah,
a 5-year-old can break into this joint.
Right.
And here's a big scam red flag for you. I mean, anybody, and this is going to drop in private chat because I don't have access to chat at the moment.
I can put it there.
That is a red flag. That is a huge, enormous red flag as far as being a scam. For free educational purposes only, not spam, deceptive, nor scam. No content, no copyright can be made, not a monetization. The PayPal link is for sharing a representative of value, not purchasing or selling commercial items or goods for export or import. He covered his bases. He's been threatened before.
Well, one of his grifts is that he's been to court and 94 times. He talks about and how he says, I haven't won all of them, but like the vast majority of them have been for, and this is what I was getting to, or that I totally forgot where I was going to land it.
I'm sorry.
He has most of those cases were for back child support.
See, he gets you. You know how they do like the Sour Patch Kids? First they're sour, then they're sweet.
Yeah.
Like he does that exact same thing. He'll be all, and then he'll try to play victim. He'll tell you a soft story to bring it back down and make you like, he's pretty. See, they call him a wizard. And so, like, I'm sure he really believes he's a wizard. Like,
Well, that's what he was self-referred to as when I met him, word wizard, which is also kind of revealing, right? Like,
right. But the thing about word wizards is word wizards and actions, they never align. So you can always determine because there's several word wizards.
But not quite as loquacious as you might expect.
Yeah. You just look at their actions and their words, they never align. And then they have a lot of words on why they don't align. And you're like, okay.
Sasquatch, say something in the live chat so I can wrench you.
Okay. Something. Unlimited power. Sorry.
Well, I don't know about that. There's that little part in the back of my head that's going, I can't believe I'm going to wrench this motherfucker. I know about him.
Right. The first person who thought about it a second and unreached me. What if I do go bad? What if I do turn back? I'm not on drugs anymore, dude.
That's
what everybody who's on drugs says.
Oh.
Yeah, but they're not retired trolls. And they're not YouTubers. And they don't pretend to be a comedian on YouTube or stay at a Holiday Inn last night.
So don't judge me. Is this the first time that you've been on a panel since Ian's?
Ian?
Was that not where you said the last time you were on a panel somewhere, Paul was restreaming you?
No, that was Steve.
Oh.
Steve. That was embarrassing.
Oh.
It's okay. I'm over it.
Okay.
Hi, Cynthia.
Hi.
I don't think there's anything to be embarrassed about. Like he's the, he
Well,
can.
I thought I was talking to only like 8 people.
Yeah. I mean, I guess that is sort of a surprise, but
Yeah.
That is his
too. Steve. I mean, Flow State, Cynthia, Sasquatch.
Yes.
Dom.
That is kind of Paul's MO, though, is to embarrass people.
Do I throw bolts for wrenches? I don't know what that means.
Make them work for it. Once you get a wrench, you have to make them work a little bit, Flo.
No, I don't. Like historically, I really haven't had any, like hardly any mods, but I didn't stream that much. And then I added a handful, and then yeah, I don't know. It's just sort of as the thought enters my brain as there's a reason. So Sasquatch, like just because he couldn't post something, and he's the type of person who has things up his sleeve. So I anticipate that he'll at some point in the future it'll be nice for him to be able to post to the main chat.
Once I figure out who's real, because I got my doubts on some of these. Man, they're a little sketchy, bro. They look like me.
And
but I got a question for you, Flo. Right while we're talking about mods, and
okay.
before I leave, do you know how to filter your mods for rogue mods?
Well, I've gone through and looked at the hidden list for mods, but since I don't think I know as to what you're referring to.
Okay. Do you know what a rogue mod is?
Somebody who uses it for their personal vendettas instead of for the channel's well-being.
True, but
and they can go and delete your comments.
True, but there are way more nefarious ways to use a moderator. I will convince you. As one of my troll methods was to come in under 16 different profiles, pitch a fit in one, and be perfectly reasonable in another, and be fully supported with another, and argue with everybody with the other 25 or however many I had in there that day. Eventually, you're going to mod me with one of these characters. Yeah. And when you do, I'm not going to go through and delete everybody. I'm going to share links just like you asked me to. It's going to look for all the world like I'm a valuable member of your community, but you will never achieve more than a handful of people in your live stream again, because every single link that's dropped will take people out and not bring them back.
Go on. I guess I'm not, because
what do you mean by take them out and not bring them back?
So there are two types of links that YouTube provides. Both of them will share into a live stream if you're capable, if you have a wrench, if you're a moderator.
Right.
You can share a channel link, which opens a new window to show you the channel or a new tab or whatever.
Right.
Or you can share a specific video link from individual creators so that it pops up with their name on it and everything.
Right.
It looks like a perfectly normal link, except when people click it, it takes them to some random video somewhere that you told me to share.
Well, why is that?
So check the links is what I'm hearing.
Right. You need to verify your links as they're coming in. When you see them land in chat, you should have an extra window over there specifically for dragging them over and just looking at whatever it brings up. Right.
Good to know.
You always right click them and open an incognito window so that it doesn't show up on any of the background stuff in the event that you get busted by the federales, because you never know what people are sharing. Right.
That is true.
Know. So there's also there's so much to do as a mod that you could use to ruin someone's channel with. It's so much. Like for instance, they will go in and block people that they know will be a good mod or be a good fit for your channel, and it might take
you a good supporter.
Right. It might take you a few weeks to realize that this individual isn't a problem, and you might never unblock them.
Yeah, I've checked my blocked list recently and fairly regularly. There's really not anything new to it.
Right. Most of mine are blocked bots and stuff, but what's the other thing? I didn't
realize that mods could delete my comments on other channels. Is that correct?
They can go back to your videos and they can go either into live stream and they can delete and block from that, or they can go to your outside of the video and delete and block from there.
Or, and this is one of the most nefarious. Recently, I say recently, within the past year or so, YouTube fixed this. Used to, you could time people out and nobody knew who did it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Now it tells you who timed you out, and it tells the channel owner who timed who out. And so that's been kind of fixed for the most part.
Like, didn't you see today in Jack's chat, like Paul kept untiming, like Paul kept, somebody kept timing out the fake Jack, and Paul kept untiming him because he is
No,
the
I didn't see
Jack.
that.
Yeah.
I didn't know that you could untime out people.
Yeah, you can untime out people. You can't. I mean, unhide them, not untime out. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Unhide.
okay.
So, he like Sasquatch was saying, he had got a mod stick as the real him, but he did that so he can protect his troll accounts.
Yeah, of course, fake Jack is Paul's troll account,
Right.
which I'm cool with. Like, because fake Jack always pays me.
Yeah. Fake. Yeah, I made sure that fake Jack knew about all of the memberships you were getting.
Fake caught.
Yeah. Yeah, your mods, they can be a good thing or they can be a bad thing. It just depends.
When I started my channel, the very first thing I did before, and I'm not joking, I mean before I started this channel, I went to several of the nastiest YouTube streams I could find and found the one or two decent people that were in those groups and asked them to come mod for me. Never comment, never appear in a stream, never actually show up, but just keep the drama to a dull roar. I'll be fine. And these few people, these very few mods that you will never see in chat that you do not know exist, because I know how this works, are the ones that actually have the real power in my channel. If they block you, if one of those 4 people block you, I will not unblock you.
Right.
I won't ask why you were blocked.
The mods are really good because they can keep your chat flowing, because your chat is also a very, very valuable resource as well. A lot of people will come for the conversation, and there's always like a separate little world in the chat. So the mods keep the chat flowing. Like,
yeah, the chat almost is like almost an entirely separate entity or occurrence from the stream.
Mm-hmm. And it's like a family. You see everybody be like, hi, hi, hi.
We're here to socialize.
Groups on YouTube in general. You have the people, there are 3 different groups on YouTube: people who watch videos, people who watch shorts, and people who watch live streams. These people, they mix up a little bit, but not a whole lot. You can tell the difference by looking at the statistics in the backstage. That, like, when you have a channel that runs lots of videos and very rarely does a live stream, they might have 30,000 subscribers and 4 people in chat. Then you have a channel that does nothing but live streams but drops videos like once every 2 or 3 weeks or months. They might have hundreds of people in chat and only 4 or 5 views on a video, because they're chatters, they're live stream watchers, they're not interested in videos. The trick to building a very valuable, very profitable YouTube channel is to mix the 3 groups well enough together that you get kind of an even block from all of them. All I got shorts viewers. They kind of suck.
That's what I have the least of, actually.
Go film a cat. Go film a cat. Upload a short of a cat every single day. I promise you.
No, I don't want that kind of garbage content.
No, just screen record something controversial, like Sasquatch.
Careful with that. Careful.
It's not as strict in the shorts. And
I just caught a strike from the shorts, yo. Like,
for what was your strike for? Using content or what you saying?
Violence.
Yeah.
So somebody taught one of them family jewels. It was totally set up and it's hilarious. It got 1,000 views before it even went up.
Yeah. And also, like, I don't know why they call it this, but X, the app that used to be Twitter, any video you screen record off of there, you can use on YouTube. It's not you're not going to run into a problem unless it's violent or something like that. So if you let people, Tommy loop or somebody, and he just says something so off the wall, just make it a short.
So on my analytics,
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at the categories. It says on
Before you
videos.
go there, I've looked at some of your backstage stuff, and it is unreal. 1,300 subscribers, 34 people in chat, something like what, 70, 80 hours out of some of your streams pull down 70 hours a night. That's crazy statistics, dude. That's nuts.
I don't understand what you're.
Yeah. When are you
All
getting
right. So there are programs that let me look at your it's not identical to what you've got on YouTube, right? It's more of like a day late.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? So I'm not getting real time data
Right.
from something like this.
So you can see his watch hours. Is that what
it's an extrapolation. It's not actually accurate because I don't know whether he catches a content strike or
Right.
team, or if they're going to count those hours, because that's one of those weird things. But your interaction in live streams is stratospheric compared to most people of a channel your size.
Like, I have more people or more comments or
commenting and talking in your chat. It's very reminiscent of Izzy Pop's channel. She's got like 800-900 subscribers. She'll get 30-40 people in there every single live stream.
Good. So you're saying this is going, the stream thing is going well.
The stream thing is killing it, son. Like, it's breaking off a piece and leaving the stump in the ground. Listen, you're amazingly well. If they're all hate watching you, I say piss them off more.
Oh, for sure. Flo, for sure. You're a goat. You are a goat. You're just still developing.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I don't.
Well,
I've had a lot of compliments actually, but I think that I just have order on my panels, and most people don't, and I think that that's just appreciated. But
well, also you do somebody out the very second they get untowards, which is a huge benefit for a rational panel.
Yeah,
you're funny. You have a shrewd personality, not in a bad way.
I want to build you a show. I think if you had a couple of little gimmicks and gizmos mixed in, you could triple your viewer count of people that actually want to watch you and not watch you fail.
All right. I could use some
consistency. You have to have like a show schedule.
Yeah, I get the problem there, but it doesn't necessarily have to do the show. My man's got time blindness. We can't help that.
Well, I'm just saying, because your audience be like, oh my God, Flo's tonight. What's tonight? Wednesday? Oh my God, Flo's going live. Like, you want to give them something to look forward to.
Right. And it would even help a little better in the long run. This doesn't matter immediately. This isn't a big deal right now. But if you had your schedule, that would be handy. And if you could pre-schedule it a day ahead, people would actually be able to be there when it starts instead of waiting the hour it takes for YouTube to send the notification.
It takes an hour to send out the notification.
YouTube sends out a percentage of notifications based on the number of subscribers you have and the amount of interaction you have on given aspects of your channel versus live stream versus videos. It sends out 1/3 or so. That's a guesstimation. I've never really figured out the number, but it's like 20%. They'll send out a bunch of notifications based on the number of people who click on that that notification. It'll send out more notifications based on that specific interaction.
So you're saying that everybody who gets my notifications needs to make sure to click on them, even if they don't stay to watch.
Right. Just pop in and leave, and other people will show up and take your place. Just stay 30 seconds. That's all it takes. 30 seconds. YouTube.
Well, you want his viewer duration to be good too.
Sure. But
yeah, if you're just staying for 30 seconds in a 3-hour stream, that's not good at all.
Okay. Well, let's take it a step further. How sharp do you think YouTube's computers are? Here's one. You can come in for 30 seconds, hit a thumbs up button, wait 36 seconds, turn off the thumbs up button, leave for 15 seconds, come back, watch for 30 seconds and hit the thumb up. You're now 2 views, separate views, and 2 separate thumbs up. Wash, rinse, repeat, and don't get the system mixed up or you'll start undoing your work.
Nachiketa, it says devices not connected. I see you backstage.
Well, the algorithm definitely like as with your show, but not so much on lives, but when you do videos, like you want to pay attention to your viewer duration. So if it's you want to see how long the attention span of your viewers are.
I know what the attention span of my viewers is.
Yeah,
15.
I'm speaking in general. And so you want to put videos out that people watch all the way through. So now this is telling the algorithm like, okay, people love to watch these videos, they're finishing them. So yes, I totally agree with Sasquatch. Your numbers, there are, the little things you can do, like also sharing and not really sharing.
Dude, sharing's a superpower on YouTube.
Right.
Rita, what's up, baby?
But you can also make sure you want people watching all of the video. So
and also, hold on before I forget it. Anybody wants, if you click share and then copy, it counts as a share for the numbers. So if everybody could go ahead and share and copy, that would be much appreciated.
I hate how Jack has so many viewers and like 20 likes, because that it's not detrimental, but it helps. And why wouldn't, if you want to sit there and watch it, why wouldn't you just?
Because if they hate you, they're not gonna like your stream.
But I'm gonna watch it. That's so weird, hater. Like, we don't even see who likes it, so just hit the like button.
All right.
Notch, are you there?
Are you there, brother?
Yes. Hello, everybody.
It's the real Notch too.
Oh wait, he doesn't know who I am. That's great.
Yeah, he does.
I know who you
Everybody
are.
knows who you are the minute you say something.
Well,
you have a very distinct voice, Sasquatch.
I'll say, boy, we could totally change this whole situation if you like.
That's not Sasquatch. That's Foghorn Leghorn.
Hey, boo boo, why don't you grab another one of those picnic baskets?
That's Yogi. Yogi's way stupid compared to Foghorn Leghorn. Foghorn Leghorn is for sure the superior cartoon character.
Foghorn Leghorn has a two-lane twang because he's an educated gentleman. I'll say educated.
A two-lane twang.
Nice to meet you, Notch.
Hello.
Nice to meet
I'm on
you.
my phone. I can't really read your name. What is your name, ma'am?
My name is Don't Judge Me. Don't
Okay.
judge me, Notch.
I'll try not to, but I can't help myself.
Thank you.
I don't think there's much to judge there, except that she does eat the chicken wings at the buffet at the strip club.
That is a little bit sus.
No, that's great.
Can you delete that comment, please?
Oh yeah, it's gone. Poof.
Okay, good. Very good.
I got you.
Thank you.
And we know Cynthia's eating chicken wings at a strip club. I don't think I've ever been
was
to
a
a strip club
stripper.
with chicken wings.
Yes, Millie.
You know, on I-70, they've got the scattered through Missouri, at least they've got sex shops and adult bookstores. And one of the things that they always advertise is arcades.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't realize that was not like video games.
Mm-hmm.
And when I guess I was 17, I had a fake ID. I figured it was like adult video games, right? Like, oh, you're a penis and you try to shoot, like something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So me and a buddy stopped and went in, and we're looking for the arcade when we learned that it is just a sticky booth that dudes beat off in.
Mm-hmm.
It was terribly disappointing.
Okay, this was in the 80s? Back in the 80s?
No, this was in the early 2000s, mid 2000s.
Mm-hmm.
They still got spank rooms. I don't know if they get used, but
They do.
Mitch, I've never blocked you.
Where's Mitchell?
Mitch is here.
Love him.
Mitch.
Yeah,
Why don't I see?
he's in the chat.
Oh, in the chat.
No, Mitchell, we're not trying to figure out how to manipulate YouTube. We're learning how to utilize.
I know. I'm trying to figure
Just
out
about,
how
I'm
to.
absolutely.
Okay. Oh, I see him in chat. I'm on my phone. I see him in chat.
Yeah,
Mitch,
I think
I told Mitch he's like my alter ego.
Mitch is. I'm still trying to get a firm grip on Mitch
Mm-hmm.
and what kind of character he is. But I will say that the more I've watched him, the more I've appreciated him.
Mm-hmm.
Mitch has the most gorgeous hair ever. And he's very, very, very sharp. Very sharp.
And he's from Kansas City.
Cynthia,
So.
you're jealous with the hair.
Yeah, because sometimes I'll look at him and be like, damn, I wish my hair looked that good.
No, Cynthia, you have good hair. I call you Hairthia.
Thank you, but no, his hair is gorgeous. I'm like,
He has
and
good
like
hair.
today when we were talking about Jack, looks like he's marketable, you know.
Oh yeah.
Mitch looks like
I'm
he
out.
could be like on the cover.
All right, thanks, Sasquatch.
Okay, we're not trying to market
Later.
Mitchell. Let's not try to market Mitchell.
I don't think that Mitch would be the same cooperative mascot that Jack would be.
No. He's gonna be. We just gotta take his photo. He's gonna be on the cover of
No.
novels.
He's gonna be like the
all the
Indian,
way. No way.
like the Indian on the butter.
Yeah, no. He's gonna be like the romance novel. Like his shirt's gonna be
Fabio. He's Fabio.
Yeah, like Fabio Young 2.0 with his hair flowing. Oh, I can see it now.
No way. Mitchell's fighting all of that right now.
Mitchell the Mac.
Eminem. What do you? Are we being bad for Mitchell? Don't judge me.
No, I love Mitchell.
No, yeah. Oh, I love him too.
He's my alter ego. One of them.
How many of those you got?
Several.
Right on. I have one that's been named by other people, I guess.
Only one.
Anymore. And even that one, they're all pretty retired. Like I'm 36. I don't have time for like all those alter egos.
You're young. 36. You're young, dude.
So you're saying I got time for more?
Yes. 100%.
Well, one of them will require me to start drinking again.
Don't do that. Don't.
And alcohol was never really a problem for me. It was just a pervasive thing. I mean, it was just always there, right? But I like quitting drinking wasn't, I still drink sometimes, but not. It takes a lot of work to get drunk. That's the problem.
Yeah, I agree. 3 glasses of Pinot Grigio. I'm done.
Yeah, I just don't like the headache the next day.
Yeah, you got to wake up the next day. There's too much.
Too much.
Too much.
But
Too
I
much
agree.
work.
Glass of wine is great, but not the whole bottle.
Well, you may have heard me say I got a fake ID when I was 15, and it worked because I was like this big back then. And I had it's all in presentation, and I was confident with it. And most kids fuck up because they're scared, and you can smell it on them.
Right.
But my fake ID worked everywhere for me. And so when you can buy booze at 15, it quickly becomes your job.
Right.
All of a sudden you're around alcohol all the time. So
I had a fake ID. I used my sisters to get into a club in Miami, and they took it away from me.
Oh.
They said,
Yeah.
"This isn't your ID," and they stole it from me.
yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I used mine so long that the lamination was peeling off of it, like on all the corners, because it was a homemade job, not by me but my buddy. But yeah, all the lamination was peeling off of every corner, and because it went through the washing machine once. But I was able to.
Driver's license? You faked a driver's license or an ID?
It was a driver's license.
Oof.
But it was one of the old ones, right? It was before they put all. Yeah, I didn't make it. The guy who made it, it was a buddy who made it, and he made 3 of them. But the software that he bought to make it
Miami.
with,
You can get an ID in Miami for $25. I know.
well, I don't know anymore, but back then, like, because he bought this software so that he could make it on the computer, and the software also had templates for like everything, for counterfeit money, and it freaked him out. So he made 3 and then scrapped it, and I was one of them.
Nice.
So Flow State's on a list somewhere.
Oh yeah, I'm on lots of lists. I am, like, I'm a registered drug offender. I literally have to be on a list or else it's a felony.
What drug?
Meth.
Yeah. What is a registered drug offender? What does that mean?
So my state, the whole country registers sex offenders. Some states register violent offenders, and some register drug offenders.
Okay, I'm in Florida, so I don't think that's.
Well, I don't know if you do or not, but the distinction is that I was convicted as a drug dealer. So
Oh, different.
right,
Okay.
so it's different from just a user.
Dealers, they're taking dealers down. Okay, very good. Go carry on.
Yeah. So anyways, like,
They don't like
that's
competition.
No.
They do not. So yeah, I'm for sure on a list.
So you were
You were a Proud Boy. So you're
right,
on-
and I've read affidavits. I've read court papers from some people who got caught up in J6, and I know that they've got at least a picture of me, and I've got the transcript of the guy saying no, he wasn't there.
So, Flow State, I'm sorry to interrupt. Were you at J6?
I was not.
Okay.
I could smell it.
You knew.
I didn't know, but I kind of knew. I could smell it. I had
Discernment.
Right, discernment, and shout out Carrie. I consulted somebody who is in the woo-woo, and she pulled. What'd she do? She pulled my chart, and somehow you can use charts and cross-reference places with people. And she said your chart, but she said nothing good will ever happen for you in DC. I was like, okay, well, that's all I need to know. I had bad feeling about this anyways. I'm not going.
Did you work for who is it? David Icke?
Did I what?
David Icke?
What about him?
Who is it?
Oh, he's
David Icke and
Alex Jones. Are you thinking about Alex Jones?
Thank you. Alex Jones, David Icke. Everybody works for them.
No, I've never worked or I've never had anything to do with either of them. I know Snafu Snaps claims that he has worked for
Alex Jones.
Yeah.
He might have. I mean, who knows? I mean,
he might have. I don't know one way or the other, but I think
he did.
Yeah, but I mean, he
claimed
bragged about it. Yeah.
Oh, he claimed. Good. Okay.
We don't know. How can we know for sure?
You're right.
But it's likely that he has.
What does Snafu do?
He runs around. I don't know.
He
just like a computer
pedophiles.
or what's journalist? What is he again?
I don't have any idea. He says something about Snafu Crew, and I don't know though. I don't know. It's hard to peel out, and I just don't try to. I don't do like Paul does and stalk people who I meet online.
Right.
Not that I'm above it. I'm just not that interested in it normally,
Well, he does. I mean, I assume he does all of his videos and his Photoshop stalking of everybody, right?
Who? Oh, Snaps?
Yeah, because he's actually a pretty good editor and Photoshop person too.
Yeah, so is fucking Tommy. I like Tommy's videos. I think
Tommy's good too.
Sophia, I'm sorry, Cynthia, he's pissed that we both like the video he made with us in it.
And he hates it.
I shared it on my community wall.
Yeah, don't share it. He hates that we share it. He hates that we like him. Hates it.
What? No. And I like how he goes.
He's so committed to being hostile.
Well, I shared it.
And we love Tommy. We love Tommy here.
Yeah.
I don't know how you guys keep up with the chat. And
I don't. I sometimes see one or two, and then if I see something, but it's very random, and I don't. I
Yeah.
can't talk and think and read at the
I
same
know.
time.
Shout out to the panel members that can keep up with the chat and do a stream. Shout out to them.
Some can. I've seen people.
I know.
And I wonder though if they're just not listening to you.
Well, either way.
You kind of gauge on who you're going to pay attention to and who you're not going to.
Where is Tommy?
He came up here. You probably saw for a second, and then he started spurging out instantly, like he always does. And so I asked if he had seen at the beginning of the video. I did a little rundown of a new rule I was trying out about drama, and he said, "I said, did you see the warning at the beginning of the video?" And he said, "I don't watch your shit." And so I backstaged him. I said, "You should go watch the beginning of the video." And then he left the back chat. But that's obviously a lie also, because the minute Sophia came up here to talk about God, boom, he was in the back chat instantly.
Yeah.
And I made him wait back there for a second before I brought him up too, because I didn't want him to just fucking barge in on.
Problem. You can't put Tommy in the back.
Well,
nobody puts Tommy in the back.
Everybody puts Tommy in the back. I don't know why he thinks that about himself.
That's it.
Oh, Dominic, this is brilliant. Hug the player and hold the game.
Dom's the best.
Dom, that is a good one. I'm going to use that. Oh my gosh. I do. But they're both some really good editors, though. So that's like I was just asking, what is like? Is that?
It takes a lot of time.
It takes a lot of time.
Sasquatch Chills, I don't know if that was a test, but I clicked the link.
Hi, Steve. Steve's here. I'm on my phone looking at the comments.
Sophia, he's been up here before, and I've been on his channel. You might have noticed Sasquatch through me, but also I met Sasquatch and Notch through 007.
Hey, Steve. Sasquatch looks like my dad.
He might be your dad. He might be a lot of people's dad. Did your mom ever work at the Waffle House? That's the real question. If she's ever worked at a Waffle House, he probably is your dad.
Wow. That's Sasquatch. That's it.
Hey, did you find the timestamp on that video? Where Paul's
no, because I just had it. I have it.
Screen recorded.
Yep, and ready to go for a video.
I love it.
Go season 4, Cynthia. Let's go.
Season 4, Cynthia's pretty gangster, isn't she?
That's what is. This is like this is. I told y'all I worked at a strip club.
She's different. Yeah, strip club Cynthia.
Yeah, it's strip club Cynthia. It is definitely strip club Cynthia that y'all like. See, people in real life get strip club Cynthia all the time. They like it.
She had who was it? You had someone, give you a Bible
Mm-hmm.
Who was it?
Well, random me.
A
Well,
pimp. It was a pimp. He gave me.
no, he didn't give me a Bible. He gave me the first 48 Laws of Power book.
Oh, that's right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and then
Man, that's such a good
pimp
book. I
changed
can't
your
believe
life.
you.
A pimp changed her life.
Well, that's how I got into the strip game.
Mm-hmm.
Was a pimp, if you want me to be honest. So yeah, you could definitely say a pimp changed your game. But working in a strip club, like if you can make it in a strip club, you can do anything because you just got the gift of gab.
I agree. Chicken
You don't
wings.
have to be a good talker to work at a strip club.
No,
you can not say a damn word and work at a strip club.
I know exactly what you mean. Oh, yep, there's the book.
This is my third copy too, because I keep letting people borrow my. This is one of the books I keep letting people borrow, and I never get it back.
Yeah, that's a pretty dark book. But I read it. Every once in a while, I'll go pick it up real quick.
Oh my God, who's having sex on their microphone?
I'm sorry. Was that me?
Yes.
I think it was.
What did I do? I don't even. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm sorry. This is new.
Is it a clip-on? Do you have a little lapel mic?
No, I have a piece of paper over my camera. It says, my paper over my camera says, time. Let me see what it says.
All right, you should stop that. Nope, you should stop touching. Whatever you're touching, you got to stop touching it.
I'm sorry. Let me just read it. It says, time is God's way of keeping everything from happening at once.
That's very nice. Your microphone is by your camera, so you should not touch it anymore.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Okay.
I also keep electrical tape over my cameras when I'm not using them though.
Yeah, I can't. It's all taped up. I'm crazy.
No.
Cynthia.
They can still listen in on you, though.
What?
They can still listen in on you. I mean, I guess you got one thing covered, but still.
We know they're all listening in on us. I just tape it. Makes me feel safer. Okay.
They can't watch you masturbate if you tape it over. Am I right? Am I right?
I put my computer in the other
They can-
room when that happens.
Well, what do you
goes
watch?
in the other room.
That's excessive. And besides, what are you reading? 50 Shades of Grey?
No.
Well, they can't put out our change in videos or pictures. They can just listen to us and put those out, I suppose. The audio.
That's why you put all electronics out of the room, Cynthia.
I remember when I used
And
to
unplug
do
everything.
Unplug it.
I used to
Take the
have,
batteries
like,
out.
Yep. Throw it out
basket. I had a basket upstairs, and I wouldn't let people come downstairs until they'd like put their phones and shit in the basket upstairs. My paranoia served me well, though.
There used to be these two sisters that danced at the club, and on rainy days they had made tinfoil hats, and they would wear tinfoil hats, and then they only watch VSH tapes, something about the disc. And I used to just kind of think that was peculiar, and they'd be like, "Well, we don't even want to read in our picking up our brain waves." And I was like, "Okay." And I kind of, just always kept it in the back of my head. But now I'm starting to see more people on YouTube that wear tinfoil hats. So I think
Wait,
a lot
Cynthia,
of people, yeah,
That was at the strip club?
yeah. Like when they weren't on stage, they'd be sitting in the back with their tinfoil hats. They were sisters. Like they had a whole story for me.
That would be me as a stripper.
Yeah, but it's all types of people that work in that industry. That was the first time I'd really interacted with somebody who was on there watching us. Because,
Oh, I believe that they. I mean, I don't think they actively watch. I think that they passively record everything. Mindful Exposures used to work at a strip club as well, cleaning it up. Gross.
Wait, how do you pay attention to chat? I don't know how y'all do this. How do you pay attention to chat and
Yeah,
Well,
you can learn a lot from strippers and pimps.
yeah, and I have sort of this, like, I don't know if it's a theory, but it's like a thought I've had that, you know, society trains us to be obedient little drones and shit. And so that's why you've got entrepreneurs being pushed into the drug game and going to prison so that you get the independent business minded people out of the game. But of course, I could just be concocting a story to flatter my own ego.
I don't know if there are opportunities in every field, because every field there's competition. So you have to go in a direction that's going to yield the results, right? And that result is making money, right? So I guess as far as like drugs are concerned, they're going to be drug users anyway. So might as well be somebody, right? There will be people who's going to want sex, so there's going to be pimps, right? So the people who go along those directions, they just figure, like, if they don't do it, somebody else is going to do it, right? Just like most everything else.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. But I don't think not everybody is entrepreneurially minded, I think it takes a certain, like, the mindset of selling is different from the mindset of pimping. I believe. So, Cynthia, would you agree?
You still have to be. You still have to be profitable in both arenas.
You always have to be profitable. I look at, and Cynthia, correct me where you think I'm wrong. I don't know many pimps, but that seems you have to be more of a manipulative person to be a pimp. And
Cynthia knows about pimps.
And more of a, and I mean, whereas just selling just seems like it's just basic business. You know what I mean?
Right. You definitely know how to understand people and how to make them get better results, because you've learned their ways and you just know how to interact with different people. And but the mindset of a pimp, like you were saying, is different than the mindset of a
drug dealer.
Yeah, but they're both the same principle. We're gonna learn. But a pimp and a drug dealer could never just go run a Fortune 500 company, even though they're all based on the same thing. We're gonna be a profitable company. This is what we need to do. Their mindsets can't cross into those other worlds, if that makes sense.
I absolutely disagree with that.
You think so?
Yes. All you got to change is the specifics, but the idea of working hard, making a profit, running an organization, and keeping a focus, like taking initiative and being proactive to do an activity for profit, right? That's what all business is. But at the end of the day, you have to turn a profit to be successful. You have to keep your mind on the bottom line. Yeah, I think it's absolutely the same thing. If you can run a few people on the street selling dope, you can run a few people on the street selling anything. You can run a team full of people going around and mowing lawns. Yeah. It's not a.
I think
you're going to have trouble with the boardroom. You're not going to know how to read financial statements, but you can learn all that shit.
But you got to be pretty high functioning if you want to be in that kind of environment, with all that type of information. And I'm not sure how. I mean, I can't say I've never really done any of those things that to the nth degree, like definitely not pimping. And if I sold any drugs, I'm not going to admit to it here online, but let's say I have a little bit of
I never have
an
either.
experience. Yeah. And then and definitely never worked for a Fortune 500 company as a board member or CEO. But I can only imagine, what they have to go through. But if I were to guess, if I were to speculate, that you have to be pretty, high functioning. Even if you're a psychopath, you still have to be a high functioning psychopath to be there, in my opinion.
So knowing that, guys, you guys study what it takes to be a CEO of a company, and what actually their role really is. Because there's many hands involved, and they're just actually there to represent the industry. So a pimp would be a little bit different, unless they're going to have, like Nash just talking about, a boardroom, and you have other people. But even that, the board guys, they're just putting their names to something.
Yeah, I guess you're correct. I don't know that I was specifically responding to they could go into a boardroom of a Fortune 500 company. That is a specific skill set that they might not be able to do. But the skill set is transferable into the legal sector, is my point.
Mm-hmm. I definitely agree with a lot of the things that you say. I think that the one factor that I'm looking at is that so I have a friend who's from the streets, and he also has a job, and has fortunate, his dad owns it, so he's part owner as well, so he can kind of maneuver differently. But when he gets angry, and his anger, just his natural mindset is just to handle it like the streets handle it, and it's hard to keep that mindset separate out of businesses. Like
it is hard.
When you go into a business, there's rules, there's regulations, there's HR, what everybody likes to call me, and there's just there's that mindset that I'm just gonna pop you in your face right now, fool. You know what I mean? We're gonna take it out back. We're gonna shoot it out. We're gonna go have a drink or something. So I'm kind of looking at it, and that's why I say it, that they won't be able to do it. Their mindsets can't overcross sometimes, and I'm not saying 100%. That's accurate.
That's just one person. So when you're talking about a profit, you're talking about a corporation that's organized and doing the checks and balance and all that. What a pimp is doing is probably what the mafia would do. They're like wise people. They're actually not doing profit. They're actually trying to learn actually how to smuggle their money. Now, big corporations now, they play the international game where they move their money around, and then they just go to different tax-free zones and all that. So different games going on there, guys.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
I miss that. I'm about to take my daughter to the gas station, so I'm gonna log in on. It's just a quick trip, so I'm gonna log in on my phone. While I do that, but I was, yeah. Anyways, I was not. Dominic, say that again. I was not listening.
I'm gonna head out though, real quick. It was good sitting on the panel with you guys tonight. I appreciate it.
Tommy? Tommy.
Huh?
Calling Tommy.
Calling Tommy.
Cynthia.
Maybe. Don't judge me. Have you tried leaving a comment on one of his videos?
Oh, I've done. No, Cynthia had an appointment with him at 9 p.m.
Oh, listen. I went up there and I tried to get that rescheduled, and he wouldn't agree to it, and so I just exited the meeting.
You rescheduled. He didn't even listen. You rescheduled.
Yeah. So
I think you have to call out his full name 3 times.
Cynthia rescheduled. He didn't even listen.
What was that, not Chiquita?
You have to call out Tommy's full name 3 times. Like Beetlejuice.
You gotta look in the mirror.
Yeah. Do we have a pentagram of salt on the floor as well?
the pentagram of mattress firms.
But no, you guys have a wonderful night, and I will talk to y'all tomorrow.
Cynthia,
I'm pretty sure.
it was nice talking to you, Cynthia.
Later.
Take it easy.
Bye-bye.
So,
did you want Tommy to come up and talk to her, or did you have something you want to talk to Tommy about?
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to talk to Tommy. Call him.
Well, have you?
You're not interested in any of us, I guess, huh?
She's just here for Tommy.
No, I'm here for you, Nachi. I like you, Nachi.
No, that's okay. What do you know about me? We've never spoken to each other.
We have not, but I've heard you.
Look at that
Where?
seductive look in her profile picture. That's the come here, Tommy look.
No, I hate that picture of me. I don't know how to change it. How do I
Yeah.
change that? I
The
don't
three
even.
dots. If you hover your mouse over your profile, there's 3 dots in the top right hand corner of it.
No.
Oh wait, okay. Then go down below. Go to the backstage icon, and then hit those red 3 dots, and it can change profile picture.
Oh, there's a square here. Okay. Nope. Not
But
happening.
that's not a bad picture. I guess I haven't seen any other pictures
Okay.
of you, so
I
maybe.
guess. I don't know. Fine, I'll leave it.
All right. Oh damn.
Okay, Notch, I've heard you. I've listened to you.
Where?
Paul's.
That was a while ago. I haven't been on pause for at least a month now.
Okay, well, I've been around for, I don't know, at least 6 months.
Sometimes it's hard to get a word in edgewise in some places.
I understand.
Who do we have here? We have, is that Moose?
No, it's me on the phone.
Okay. Because Moose uses the same avatar, I think.
Poor Moose. I feel bad for Moose.
Bullshit. Moose has stolen my avatar.
I've seen him use this one.
I feel
I
bad
think so.
for Moose. I feel so bad for him.
Why?
I don't know. I feel like
What's
he was
going on with
used.
him?
No, I just no. Yeah. I feel like he was used.
By whom?
I don't know.
Well, maybe Moose has to learn that lesson, and if somebody doesn't use him at that instance, somebody else might have used him. So he's gonna have to learn the hard lesson. Either way, in my opinion.
He knows. Moose knows.
Don't you think that he used people?
Yeah, I think a lot of people use people, but my opinion, I think we're all talking about the same individual, and I don't like to really name names if I can try to avoid it. But like in my opinion, you're gonna have these personalities. It's just they exhibit themselves. You're gonna have demons. You're gonna have the devil. You're gonna have somebody who's gonna play these roles. I'm not calling anybody a demon, but and one
But
person's
who is
demon.
the most demonic?
I don't know. That's hard to say. I mean, like that's up to the.
Who's the most demonic just because he lives in a mountain?
That is why, and he's Asian.
No, he doesn't.
Which
No, I just think it would be fun for us all to go around and say who we think the most demonic person in the metaverse that we
Let's not do that. Let's not do that.
But the thing is, here I was going to finish my thought by saying that somebody's demon could be somebody else's angel, right? I mean, there was this one guy, and I can name his name because he's really not in YouTube anymore, but he was his name is. Wait a minute. Shoot, I actually started to forget. It's I can remember but he was making so many videos about these flat earther people and Brian Staveley, like Mandela effect, that and he was calling them demons and stuff like this. I think his name is Tom. I'm not sure.
Tommy?
I don't remember, but
Tommy?
no, not Tom. It's not Tommy. It's not that Tommy. It was another one. But he was, and he had always at least 20-25 people in his live channel, and and he was always talking about it in a way that it's like, oh, I am for God, and I am God's right hand, and very righteous, but at the same time he was really he was really mean, and very, I don't know, and so we have these
Wait, you're talking
individuals
about a
who
guy
come
named
out.
Tom, right?
I don't remember his name right now
It might have been
because it's been
Tom,
a while.
but he's right. Did he upload a video where he was wearing a Snapchat filter with devil horn?
No, I don't know, but like
No,
his
not
channel
Tommy.
was like something about the truth,
It's not Tommy.
like servant of the truth, or I don't remember exactly. It's been a while. It's been a number of years now. He's been basically ran out of YouTube, and he's been
Definitely
doxxed,
not
and
Tommy.
police called on him and shit.
Maybe Tommy.
No, it's I got muted. But Illuminati is a different creature. It's a different category than this individual. They have different personalities for sure. They want different things. I think ultimately they kind of want similar things at the end of the day, but the way they go about it, I think, is a little bit different. At least in my observation.
So there's two Tommies.
The one I'm talking about, I can't say if his name is Tommy. I think it might have been Thomas, or maybe Tim. Could
They
be
sound
Tim.
like the same
Something with a
person.
T.
I'm not gonna lie.
What would be the
Well,
criteria to be somebody practicing or acting demonic? Killing somebody?
no, I mean, like, you can kill somebody for good. I mean, like, if you're protecting yourself or your family and you have to put somebody down because of the circumstance, that's not demonic, right? It's really circumstantial, I think. It's really dependent on case by case, in my opinion. But I think it's really comes down to kind of intentions and and like what people try to gain by their actions, which words and thoughts, and action, they're all very much entangled with intentions, right? A lot of people don't even know what their intentions are. They just go and do things like the Joker, right?
So would their initial upbringing probably play a major role in all of that? Because some people do things unaware, obviously.
Yeah, there's like core personality things. I mean, that's where all these like quote unquote disorders start to pop up, that they get developed at a very young age, and they becomes like the kind of the default setting for the person. That doesn't mean they can't change, but to change does require a lot of work, and introspection, meditation, these type of things, prayer,
Mhm.
and the desire to want to move in a direction, and really recognizing the fact that they're not in a right place. You have to first understand that to want to change. But if you think you're perfect and everything is, great, then why change? Everything's working out for you, to your favor, right?
So we would have to lean first towards first being aware before we can even think of the idea of changing. Because most people that practice things, I would like to think they're doing it unaware. Because now we're talking about somebody that's actually consciously aware of doing that stuff. That's a different game. That's like asking somebody that's consciously aware of caring, how would they change? How would they repent? You would have to hope that most people are ignorant, even when they're caring for another person, because it works both ways at that particular point.
Yeah.
We're playing
I
with likes
think,
and dislikes now. We're playing with likes and dislikes right now. And that's where most people suffer. They suffer in their attachments to their comforts. And most people don't even know how those things came to be. They'll spend a lot of time justifying and excusing it. So again, I'm going with it. How would we classify demonic? No different. How would you classify somebody saintly? It's the same game.
it is. And that's why we're, existing to try to discern, the difference
Mhm.
between these things, because there are a lot of people, quote unquote, who I perceive as demonic could have a big following, and maybe, obviously what I perceive about them is not what the followers of this individual perceive about that individual. I mean, it's just the way of the world. That's why we are in this conundrum in the first place, is that there are a lot of people who are lost in the sauce.
So then at that point, these people that are, we'll call them sociopaths, psychopaths, I've always had, through my observation, they're underdeveloped. But what about the people that are with them? What are their issues? Because there has to be some sort of attraction there. Some people show extremities. They show extremities. And so what are the behaviors? I get the energy that people can be attracted to each other. I get it. People like numbers, for example. So you could do whatever the fuck they want. They can make up whatever numbers they want. But I get it. We're still chasing the same game. So how could people truly become aware of those things? What would it have to do? Would it be a depression? Would it be a loss of a loved one? Would it be a divorce? What would actually rattle those people to even entertain the ideal that maybe something I'm doing, I'm not going to use the word right or wrong, needs to be changed?
I don't think there's any kind of a formula, to be honest.
Okay.
I mean, those any one of those very traumatic events could trigger something to make people like near death, or mainly to me, I think it's having an experience that is very deep, and then it allows that opportunity for the person to see themselves and who they really truly are at a soul level, et cetera, et cetera. But to say that this one thing is going to make that happen, or if they just went on an ayahuasca trip, or they had a DMT breakthrough experience, then something's going to happen. I think a lot of it, to be honest, does require like a kind of a grace of God, but quote unquote the luck element is there, has to be there in my mind. But it's a mystery for me. What exactly could trigger people to think about these things at a deeper level?
Well, it's usually my story, hence mystery. So there's a lot to be said about the double slit experiment. It's actually the observation. When a person truly observes it, it will change. Not because it's right or wrong. It'll change because oh, so you see me? Yes. Okay, you've learned your lesson. It's time to move on. There's a lot to be said about that. Now, because we're talking about energies, and of course it moves itself in the physical. The experiencer is always going to be the experiencer, but you can be the observer of those experiences, and then those things will pass.
Yeah.
But most people are going to get caught up in their attachments. So they're only going to play with one side. They'll protect the one side and they'll resist the other part, and suffering. Buddhism kind of ideal. It's the attachment.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, we in Vipassana we talk about aversions, like people try to move away from displeasure, but then they get attached to the pleasure. So it's we try to strive for what is called equanimity, is that you're not trying to avoid anything, but you're not trying to get attached to anything. So you're in this kind of state of like neutrality, right? So you're not like a pendulum that is constantly swinging back and forth. And people who are imbalanced, I would say, is that they're swinging back and forth quite a bit. They find, great amount of pleasure on one thing, on one hand, and then they find like huge despair on the other hand. So they're just like swinging back and forth. So it's very emotional, very dramatic, right?
Interesting you say that, because I remember when I did with my buddies, Pasana, most of them didn't have the right diet and all that. I told them, I said, after the 10 days, when Goenka was talking, you guys laughed. Did you realize every time you were breaking your silence? I just find, because again, you have to be the observer of those things. Now I get the whole idea of having certain muscles, energy trapped and all that kind of stuff. And meditating, for most people, they're not going to understand, why would you meditate? Now, most people get caught up. They want to do the posture. No, meditation means to listen. When you're listening, you'll realize Goenka's talking about certain things, even though he's not with us anymore. But why were people laughing? Because they didn't understand how to be silent.
Yeah, there's a little bit of it's a pressure valve type of situation. And I think he understood it that way, in my opinion, where like, you need to release the pressure a little bit, and it's important to just kind of give people the opportunity to, because there's nervousness in there, so like he was very he was a master. Obviously, you know, he knew human psychology very well, and he
He
had a
was
lot of
actually
experience.
sorry, Nancy, he was a student. We're all students
Yeah,
here.
yeah, yeah.
There
But
is teachings. I'm not here to correct you, but I'm here when I hear people talk about ascended masters and all that kind of stuff. They need descended slaves. So now there's teachings here. You know, when you see a guru, you see a light. That's all you see. But the thing is, you're your own student within yourself, and hopefully teachers will come to you, not outside, unless they actually can tell you who taught you how to breathe. That's a different game. Not to take away from him, not to take nothing away from him. If a person hears what he has to say and you're listening from within, you realize he's just passing on information that he's never claimed to be his own.
true. I mean, there's a line. There's a lineage, and you know, obviously, Goenka comes from a lineage, and you know, his teacher was Uba Khin, and Uba Khin had a teacher of Thich Nhat or Thach Nhat, I've forgotten his name, and then there's a Venerable, somebody else or another. So there's a whole line, you know, of people that, you know, these so-called you know, students, you may want to call them, but I mean, like, you know, students end up becoming, and the whole idea of teaching and everything, it's just, yeah, it's like you can, but the reality, at least in the way I look at it, is that, you know, there are people who have done the work, and they have, you know, paved the way. They're just guides, you know, they're just here to help others people to navigate a little bit better, you know, and hopefully that will get passed on to other people. So yeah, everybody's a student, you know, but there are people who are a little bit further along the line than compared to others, right?
Well, most people in one lifetime never become a student. They might become an initiator. Some people come back. They choose not to go to nirvana. They become it's called Buddhakara. We come back to help our fellow beings. And in the process, there could be teachings they can either physically or mentally, emotionally pick up.
Yeah, and you know, it's something that is a living thing in my mind, at least from the way I understand it, and you know, the way we were raised and the language group that we come from, culture and stuff like that. You know, there's a constant evolution, right? The constant change that occurs with that culture, the lingo, the mindset, the attitude. You know, so like people are very complex beings, every individual. So you have to find the right combination. If you can see that about an individual, to be able to work with them, you know, and only the person who have lived that kind of a you know, like a similar like culture or upbringing, having that similar upbringing, can understand another individual who comes from that upbringing, in my mind, so they can be more helpful that way.
Thanks, Mesh. Appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem. So, like in my experience, in my journey, I would say that I've definitely have had gurus. The girlfriends I've had were big teachers of mine as well in my past. You know, but like we're gonna have teachers come in our lives, and they can come in the form of demons though too. You know, even though we may blame them for some of the stuff that, you know, some of the trauma that's been, but like, you know, everything comes in a way to try to help you. You have to rise above it, otherwise you're going to get buried under it, and you know, and then you're going to have another opportunity to fix that issue, and it may not be this lifetime, but in my opinion, it's going to have to be done at some point. You know, whether it's going to have to be done, whatever lesson that you need to learn.
Wasn't it you that looked at my chart and said that I learn a lot from my conflicts?
Yeah. When I was on my phone, so I couldn't really like. If you want, I'm doing a horoscope for somebody right now, and I need to go out today. I'm in about 30 minutes to an hour, but I'm going to be busy. But I can take a look at your chart and just give you my little assessment if you want, Flo.
I'd be down. But I guess what you were just saying reminded me of that I couldn't remember who I had that conversation with, but I think it was you. But yeah, I'm down.
Yeah. I'll put my email in the chat, and then you can send me an email, and then we can go with that. But yeah, so I mean, like some people definitely can learn from conflict, you know, and maybe they're designed that way, you know. That's kind of their default setting where we all have the house of enemies, the sixth house. We all have it, but depending on, like, you know, what your placement, your planets, whatever that's there, you know, you're gonna experience different. And some people, I mean, we're all gonna experience conflicts one way or another.
I
But
had
some
my
people,
sun there. I had my sun and Jupiter and something else in 6.
yeah, and some people learn from fake gurus as well, like a common placement for like Ketu and Jupiter, for example, together. Like Ketu is a, you know, we all have these planets, right? Like Ketu is the invisible planet. Ketu and Rahu are always on the opposite side, but Ketu has a lot to do with your past life, you know, and what you have accomplished. So wherever placement that it is in, you're satisfied with that, you know, whatever that placement is. But like if you have Ketu and Jupiter together, Jupiter is guru. Often it's like teacher or religion, right? Spirituality. Sometimes that combination, especially if it's deliberated, then you know, it can present itself as fake teacher or fake guru, kind of like the side guru types. I'm just gonna call side guru out, you know, and or somebody else, you know, and then you may have an intense relationship with the fake guru to teach you that, hey, this is a fake guru, you know. And a lot of people experience it. I mean, there's a lot of people who experience that type of stuff, you know.
I guess, Flo, I'm hearing you. When people's conflict, does one learn actually from their success? Do they see all their blinders even when they're successful? If they can actually weigh on, because most people probably weigh more on their attachments. So it's better to learn from that than some of your failures, especially if you're trying to resist those things. And vice
I mean, you
versa.
basically only learn from failures, really, because if something's a success, then there's no reason to change or reflect on it too deeply.
Okay.
I mean, I guess that's my from the hip answer. I don't know that that's true, but
Everything to me is a reward. Everything's a reward. So if you want to call it negative or positive, that's fine. But if you can break down your success, then you can see where some people would say my failures. It's like being a good winner opposed to a bad loser. You learn more from being a good winner because your energy is at a different point. And until you start practicing your positive and negative, you're never going to learn how to balance them, let alone harmonize them.
Well, I think that you have to have some wins and some losses, right? Like, to know how to be a good winner. Because if you're always a winner, you'll never have any idea how to be what it's like to be a loser, or why it should even matter. And if you're always a loser, you're gonna hate the fucking winners.
Okay, so now we're talking about outcomes. That's what sports teaches. Most of the things teaches sport. But if you can actually resist long enough and just observe those things and not get caught up in the outcome, some people say, then why would I participate? I said, so then you know where you stand. But if you can actually look at the outcome and not worrying about, actually just look at it and say, well, I'm not here to win or lose, then you can learn a lot more. This is about learning. This is not just about outcomes.
Okay, I mean, I agree, but I think that, I mean, at least in the context I was speaking to, if you're a winner, that designation refers to the outcome.
Yeah, there's an outcome. There's always an outcome, especially if you're playing like sports. I was using that as a simple example. Economics is set up very similar. But if you want to learn, learning's more from the observation, not on the outcome. But you can use the outcome to go inwards and reflect. So, okay, so what did I do? Okay, today was, and then this is where people say, well, today was a different day when I was playing sports, and then you can factor in things like where the moon was, for example.
Right. Yeah. Sure. Yeah, I agree. I guess I think that the lessons learned have to be, at least in my experience, it's from reflection on what happened, like, on the event. Because in the moment, I don't think that I learned much about anything while I'm actively engaged in something. And I know that for me, I reflect on problems more than wins because, well, there's reason to.
It's attachments. The way I can say this on this flow, When you go to sleep, something's running your body. When you're hearing me and Nesh and a whole bunch of other guys, there's something functioning, your liquids in your body. That's what you're reflecting with. There's something that's there the whole time. That's why when some people say, I got mugged, but I never saw the person, but they go inwards and say, I can actually do the visual on that person. Why? Because there's something there the whole fucking time. 24/7 for one lifespan. Whether or not people want to think that's woo-woo, I said you just have to do enough research to realize who's running the vessels, not the ongoing program called the ego. The ego is the one that wants to play the win and lose. The reflection, the listening, that's why I say to people, you're going to hear each other, but the listening is done from within. Hence Buddha, fast and meditate. Fast, I'm going to sacrifice something. In this case, the vessel needs food. I need it to slow down for a bit. And you meditate, you listen. Hopefully you do peace, silence, you do prayer, you inquire. What are you inquiring about? Hence, I think me and you talked about it recently, Flo, being of service. Not a service to the ego, be of service. Ego might get something out of it, out of the deal. But again, for a lot of people, this might not be of no interest to them.
Well, it's of interest to me. And I mean, you're aware. I'm a relatively. I'm just doing a balancing thing, but I think I sing the ego's praises more than really anybody else.
Mm-hmm.
There's something dishonest. Maybe that's too strong a word. There's something dishonest though about forcing yourself into a detached mind state, because ultimately, at least in this life, we are participants, right? Like there is an attachment.
Mm-hmm. No, we have to be attached.
Yeah.
But just don't become a pro at it. You're a father. You have a child. You have to be responsible. I get that part. It's just when we cling to it too much. As much as people resist, I can almost assure them, you look at the other side of the car, you're attached to something immensely. Hence where people get caught up in addiction opposed to dependencies. We have many dependencies. If we give up a lot of those just to favor one, then we can call it an addiction. Now, we're all consumers. We consume everything, food, information. You know, it's what you do with it and how you, I've heard some people say your intent to that information. But only that's one individual's view. And only they have to do the work. You know, now they might have teachings. I hear Nash what he's talking about. You can have teachings. I don't really give two shit of who the fuck's giving me the information. Just give me the teaching so I can apply discernment to it. And I'll ask inwards, is it any value? Does it serve? Can I pass that forward? Now, like I said, I don't give a shit about guys like Jesus, Muhammad. That's of no value to me. That's just me talking now. Because I can only believe in a character like that. But where's the discernment? Anyway, so I went on. Sorry, guys.
You're good.
Yeah, I mean, attachment is gonna be there. I mean, we can't avoid it. I mean, you know, I like this quote by Rumi. He said that life is a balance between holding on and letting go, right? And like having living life and holding on to something, there's beauty in that. You know, we call that love, and then love is a form of attachment, and you know, endearing feelings that we might have for your fellow man or a woman. You know, these are things that I mean, like, you know, I think having honesty about the things that we are attached to and being in the moment of the things that we hold on to. But then, you know, when things do go, which they eventually will, you know, hopefully we'll have the grace to be able to let go. But you know, this is the challenge that we all have to deal with. You know, we're all going to deal with regardless, right? So I don't, you know, like where people kind of may start to go in a kind of a cynical direction, perhaps, is where they say, well, you know, Buddhism is about like unattachment, and they don't want you to be attached to anything at all. It's true in one sense, but it's kind of like only half true in a sense that, like, you know, it's just giving you the insight that yes, with attachment, there's suffering. There's no doubt about it. I mean, that's just fact. You know, any kind of attachment that you have, right? And then attachment to yourself, attachment to your ego is a part of that. But having the experience or having the discernment to see that, you know, and you know, being a quote unquote a genuine teacher, or even oneself, to be able to like get past it, and having traversed that already and trying to convey that to another person, that's a whole different thing in my mind. That's where a lot of us kind of start to falter, including myself. I'm not going to put myself above anybody, in a sense that I'm not even sure if I have achieved anything at all.
True. I think a lot of times when people talk about love, it's actually skewed it with their likes and dislikes. If love is unconditional and we're conditional, then how do you actually do love? You have to observe it. But when people say that I could be attached to love, you're being attached to your likes.
True. I mean, absolutely. And that's why I kind of push back on this notion of unconditional love. I mean, it's trying to add on to something that doesn't really exist in one's experience, as far as I understand it. But like having conditional love, I think that's being honest, at least for me.
It's usually not, it's at that point, it's not love, Nash. What most people do when they love their kids, it's obligation and duty. So when you're loving another child, your child gets to observe that energy, and that's called love. So what people talk about, even when you use the word unconditional love, it's like an oxymoron term. It's love. If you observe it, it's unconditional. A person that doesn't put any thought behind killing another human being because he's protecting his family could be classified as love. And vice versa, somebody helping somebody. You just don't interfere either way. That takes a lot of effort to be that observer.
Yeah, I think you have to be very special. You have to be in a category of being able to see that and be able to follow through like that, to be able to be that. But not everybody's there, obviously.
It's an individual journey. It is not really a scale. It's like karma. When a person's trying to harm you, the best you can do for both of them is flee, because if they harm you, you've actually committed karma with each other. Whether they know it or not, then you're going to have to spend that somehow, some other way. So you help another person, another being, by saying, I'm going to flee. Why? Because you don't know enough that you're going to harm yourself. This is where people get into this anger with each other. Their triggers are based on their likes and dislikes. More or less, they value too much their likes.
Well, not everybody's cut out to handle everything. Some people's quote unquote disorders are maybe a little bit, more than you can actually chew. I don't know. I mean, sometimes you don't know until you get involved with somebody, and then you realize, oh my gosh, maybe this is more than I can really actually handle.
True, Nish. And if you do know, then you can apply discernment after you know. We speak our words. When somebody says they believe, you already know where they're at. Or somebody says, I know, and then there's discernment and understanding. If you truly understand something, then you can apply discernment to that wisdom. The whys, opposed to science, the hows. So now when somebody says to me, as I'm hearing you, I don't know, then you're at that point. Until you do know, then how can we go beyond that so you can have discernment for yourself? Because you're always the observer. You've never left that vessel. Now, you could do things like astral traveling or whatever, going to the astral plane. But for most humans, in one lifespan, they've never left that vessel. They can say they went in a shower. I said, no, you're still in that vessel. You went in a car. No, you're still in that vessel. You're always the observer. Now, what path do you want to do? The left-hand path, the right-hand path, or the middle path? Most people are going to do the me, so they're going to do the Luciferian path. There's nothing wrong about it, just to be aware of it. The observer of those paths. But people have to make it us against them. Who's them? When you've never left your vessel, who's them? Love thy neighbor. If you never left your vessel, who's that person that we're talking about? Even that, the person. Who's the persona you're trying to play? Are you the father? Are you the mother? Are you the electrician? Are you the plumber? Are you the criminal? What persona do you want to take on in this lifespan? Anyway, I went on with that much.
No, I mean, we change roles, I mean, we're not one thing all the time. I mean, we're not even the same person for half an hour sometimes, so we do have a little bit of a schizophrenic existence. Maybe I cannot speak for everybody, but people do change depending on the circumstance. Sometimes you are the father, sometimes you are the husband, sometimes you are a son, and sometimes you're a servant, and sometimes you're the master, right? Depending on the circumstance you're in, and we have to play these roles. We do need generals, we do need soldiers in this world, and if there is a war, people have to play different roles, and depending on your qualities, right, you're gonna fall in line accordingly.
Where we're going with that measure, we're living in the illusion of play. And in the play, you need many actresses, actual
Yeah, it's
fact models.
Leela.
Yes. And then in that, we're handed scripts. But that's not who I am. I'm not the body, but I know
No.
the body has its own technology, so people can do body consciousness with it. I'm not the thoughts. I'm experiencing thoughts. I'm experiencing the words. The lineal, the physical is just a lineal experience. Once a person realizes, so then where are the words coming from? Not what you think they're coming from. Now that's the
These are
hemisphere.
identities.
Yes,
This is a question of identity, and it's a form of a koan or type of meditation where you ask yourself, who are you? Who are you? Am I the body? Am I my mind? Am I this, et cetera, right? So like a lot of people become identified with the vehicle, as you were talking about before, right? So like the analogy that the Vedics use is that you have the 5 horses, right? The 5 horses represent the 5 senses, and then the rein that is connected to the intelligence is the mind. The mind is a terrible master and a good servant, they say, but often, we do not have most of us, and I include myself, do not have we are servant to our senses. That's where the addictions come in. Your tongue is the most greedy. It's because like you can fast, sexually for a while and stuff like this, but you're gonna have to eat every day. And then with those sensations, you have likes and dislikes. All the sensations have the likes and dislikes that go with it. Visually speaking, auditory speaking, touching, all these kind of things. Every one of those senses have the likes and dislikes that goes along with it. But if the horses, they want to go in different directions, then you have no control of these horses. They're wild, right? So the whole vehicle is operated by the intelligence, and then the master of that intelligence is what the Atman is, right? So ideally, if everything is like working together, then there's a direction that you can go down in. But if the horses are going in different direction, and the rein is like not under control by the intelligence, and the intelligence is like somewhere else, and the Atma or so it's a disaster afterwards, right? It goes and crashes.
True. Well, there's a lot to be said about esoteric, about this, all the 7-year cycles that we start off with, and then hopefully you can correct it later on. Unfortunately, a lot of people aren't taught this stuff, or at least presented to it. So there's the 7 years, the first 7 years for physical development, then the next 7 for the emotional, then the next for the mental. The brain, unfortunately, doesn't get developed until 25, but and then of course each cycle changes, and then of course you can factor in each planet or planetary alignment goes for different aging and all that. So a lot of that information is obviously out there. You obviously know about it, but for a lot of people, they just kind of struggle through their existence. And then this is why a lot of people, including myself, we fall into chasing things like fiat currency and all the different governments, all the different dogmas that we have. Get it? With this technology, people think it's time, I guess, to think that they're supposed to fight back on the system without understanding how it was actually came to be, first of all, and where they're planning on going with this.
Yeah. We're living in a different time now. We're more in the internet age. We're not really. So 7 years would have been considered a short amount of time in the past. Like I've read where 12 years for each of those categories was a minimum standard. And so 7 years would be like almost nothing at all. So like a lot of these people who are in the discipleship of masters, you can say, right? They have to go through like many, like dozens of years before they're like qualified to be. But now we're living in a different time, and people have to kind of, and the lessons are coming faster, and the internet is also helping people to learn these lessons faster. Like, let's say 50 years ago, when people didn't have this kind of internet interaction, they would have eventually met all these disorder types, like manic depressants or cynics or narcissists, borderlines. It doesn't matter. You would have met them. But it would have taken an individual maybe many years, and being like intimately involved with them, and then getting divorced and having to meet another one before they really come to a point where they were going to heal from it or die from it, right? But now, the internet and the ability for people to like meet each other in a very fast way and go through this relationship in a very intense way, that people start to wake up from it faster. So all these lessons in my mind are coming at a quicker rate, so they can ascend a little bit faster in my mind.
Well, we are in the age of information, so people can at least become knowledgeable, so they won't have to worry about being niscient anymore, but it's still not the age of discernment yet. So we're in the age of Aquarius, where everything's going to be the air. So Wi-Fi is going to speed up a little bit, the radio frequencies and all that. Unfortunately, it harms the vessel in exchange. So, but I get what you're saying, Nish, but most beings aren't ready for that. They'll at least have knowledge. If we had this technology back in the days before written work was around, we wouldn't have needed written work. Written work's too hemispherical.
Yeah. So you have to speak to them in a way that's gonna be resonating with them, and so there are different paths to the individual depending on what they're willing to.
It's not their time yet, Nish. It's not their time.
Yeah,
this is for the few, not for the many. This is for the few.
Yeah, it's always been the case. No, that's true. I mean, it's always been the case and always will be the case. But then, that doesn't dissuade anybody from sharing the information that they have. And whatever people want to pick up, that's put down, that's up to them.
Well, being of service, if a person wants to put pen to paper to it, that's being of service. A person wants to be an oracle teacher, that's great. I think with oral, at least it engages more receivers. But for most people, this will be passed on to the next generation. Hopefully they can do the cycles correctly. That gives them a chance. But if a person's not developed, when people get angry with each other, they're very childlike because they never developed their emotions between the age of 7 and 14. Now, you can do that later on in different cycles, but for most people, they don't. It's not about not having feelings, it's about having underdeveloped feelings. Now, their mental capacity, because in commerce, you still need people to be taught in a schooling system. They're not doing like what Confucius, the first 13 years, find out what the gift that child has, and then we'll hone in on that. And it's educate, But anyway, it is what it is. I don't put that much weight on the masses. And when I say the mass, I'm not just talking about people in Canada and America, but there is going to be millions and probably billions of people, hopefully, that they're going to learn something in this age. The rest is going to be the same or similar. If we think it's an urgency.
I mean, the main reason why any of us are here is to learn and to hopefully to develop. But there are definitely a lot of children, quote unquote, in adult bodies, and the internet is these streets is a great way to display that. Like people display themselves, emotionally, psychologically. It's all there, for people to see, and people are going to be. People who have the eyes to see, they're going to see it. Everybody's a witness to this. All of us are. None of us are exempt. Looks like Sophie. I think she left.
Don't judge me. Left. You're good. Don't judge me. Left. Sophia. I'm surprised she hung on this long. Honestly, it's getting kind of late, and she'd been down there talking about being tired for a minute. London Man's just showed up, getting ready for work like a slave. Chuck just called me daddy, and hopefully that's the last time that ever happens. Daddy Flo. No.
So I retook this test from socionics.com, and I read the questions a little bit more carefully this time, and I came out as ILI. So I think that seems more accurate than before. Before I thought it was LII, but ILI.
Yeah, so that'd be INTJ.
No, INTP. LII, I think is INTJ, and then ILI.
All right. So this is why with socionics I use the 3-letter abbreviations instead of the 4-letter ones, because the J and the P swap. So ILI is intuitive, logical, introvert.
Yeah.
So the cognitive functions are introverted and is intuition first, then logic. So that's an INTJ.
Okay.
If that makes sense. The LII has logic first. That's a TI dom. So does that make sense what I'm trying to explain? If you look at the 3 letters, the first letter is going to be your dominant function, and the second letter is your second function. And so since yours is an I first, that's an intuition. That means your first function is intuition and your second function is logic. That's an INTJ.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, like what you're saying is, what you're saying may make sense, but like, and I'm not so familiar with socionics. I still am looking into it, but according to the site, it gives you a kind of like the MBTI version.
Yeah.
So ILI is a INTP with a small p, but LII is INTJ.
Right. And here's what I'm saying. The way that socionics has a 4-letter acronym as well, and they're the same things, but socionics 4-letter acronym and MBTI 4-letter acronyms reverse the last letter for introverted types. Right. So an MBTI INTJ and a socionics INT, which your type is NITE, right?
NITE.
Yes. In MBTI, that's an INTJ. In socionics, that's an INTP or an ILI. Because for ease of use, I don't use the socionics 4-letter acronyms because everybody in the West knows MBTI types and the function stack along with them. And so I just use the 3-letter acronyms. That's just a personal thing. But we're talking about the NITE type.
Yeah, and they also go into like the domain type thing, right? Where like INTJ, according to them, the LII is alpha quadrant, but I would definitely identify myself as more of a gamma quadrant.
I agree with that.
I think that that's more accurate to what I perceive my personality to be.
Yes, yeah, I definitely agree. You've got more gamma quadrant qualities.
Yeah, anyways, it's interesting. But like I always like scored as INTP according to the MBTI, and then looking into socionics, I would definitely identify myself more as a ILI than LII, but I do fall in that intuitive thinking type of categories, Yeah,
and that's why I brought up socionics instead. It is a much better system. It's much more developed. It's much less of a marketing brand. The problem is that it's Russian, right? And most of there's a lot of socionics work that hasn't even been translated.
Why is it a problem? Why is it a problem? It's Russian.
Language, the language. Not all of it's been translated. A lot of it hasn't been translated yet.
Oh, okay.
But if you go to Wikisocion, has a lot of good information there. A lot of in-depth information, a lot of translations from other authors that are really good. But yeah, it does. It's basically what you wish MBTI would be.
Yeah. No, it's a good tool. It's a good tool. Being interested in these type of like psychological assessment, just to understand ourselves and understand other people a little bit better and see how people work with each other, and see the commonalities and the differences, And I did download that book by Gulenko called "Why People Are So Different," right? But that's going to take a while to go through if I ever actually get to it, though, too. So
That's a big
we'll see.
book to read a PDF of.
Yeah.
You're talking about this guy.
Yeah.
I think that this sort of typology is better for understanding other people. At least for me, I could use this stuff to understand other people, and Enneagram was more useful for understanding myself.
Okay. That's
if
cool.
you're familiar with Enneagram, I don't know.
I'm not. I mean, I am somewhat familiar. I wouldn't say I'm like, I like to dabble in these psychological profilings, but I'm not so familiar with it. I'm considered a 5 with like 4 or 6 that's attached, but I don't remember exactly now. It's been a while.
There's a guy, and there's a lot of goofy Enneagram stuff out there. Like churches and stuff got a hold of Enneagram and sort of modified it. So if you just search it, it took me like 2 fucking years to realize that Enneagram was not complete bullshit. And it was because there's one dude named Claudian Naranjo, and his descriptions of the types, I think, were fucking amazing. I'll drop the link to the 5 one, and I'm an 8. So that you can read that if you're interested. But he's the one who really, because when I read the 8 description that he wrote, it was one of those things where it's like, kind of like the light bulb goes on. It's like, this is why my life has been the way it's been.
Yeah. So having that awareness, like, how does it help, do you think?
Well, I guess I don't know. It's interesting. Well, I guess I would have to think how I behaved before and how I behave after. And I guess I hadn't really ever thought about that comparison. But I do think, though, that just generally, we can say that the more ignorant we are of people, including ourselves, then the harder it is to operate.
Yeah, like you're just lacking awareness, you're just going with the base programming, and then, you're going to be bouncing off one another like a billiard balls. But like, if you understand, the nature of that ball, and, how fast it goes or how it bounces and all this kind of stuff. And if you have any quote unquote control of, how you're going to interact with others, then maybe the outcome may change based on that. So all of it, whether it's psychology or astrology, does require awareness of the strengths and weaknesses that is God given to each one of us. Some people might be more intelligent, or they might be stronger, or they might be more emotionally balanced or unbalanced. But these things have to be known or brought into awareness of the self to be able to make any kind of utilization of it, take advantage of these things.
Yeah, I learned about all this stuff at approximately the same time that I was getting divorced, and then going through legal issues. There's a lot of learning experiences in my life at about the same time. So it's hard to say actually how that. What was the result of what?
Well, maybe it will be known later on. Who knows? I mean, sometimes it takes many years to digest.
Well, and even if it's not, I think that I'm, as long as it gets there, I suppose.
Yeah,
but I do think it's I don't know. Maybe it's nothing more than interest. or entertainment for me, but I think that this shit's real fascinating, and it's useful in dealing with other people. The personality type stuff, as far as dealing with other people, that's less introspective. I can tell you how that's been useful, and that was actually my initial reaction to when I took the MBTI the first time. It was, and then I learned about it. It was fantastic. I was like, oh my gosh, here we have people broken down into a grid, right? This is a mathematical grid that lets me understand how people operate, and the different types of people. Before that, I was just operating under the assumption that everybody's like me, and that really wasn't working great for me in adult life. It wasn't like when I was younger, and I could, if somebody, when I could be sort of a degenerate, aggressive asshole, I needed to use a little bit more tact in addressing issues. And I was surrounded by women. I had a wife that was insane. I had a daughter that was a baby. I had, the daycare provider across the street who was basically raising my daughter because my wife was insane. I had a branch full of women to manage, and I can't tell any of them to shut the fuck up or knuck up.
Well, and obviously you didn't you were not aware that your wife was insane initially when you were involved with her. Otherwise, you probably would not have gotten involved with her, right?
Correct. At that point, I realized she was insane. But no,
all those things,
not when I
those things
married her.
occur later on.
Right. Yeah. That's correct. And actually, she's more insane than I realize. She's been diagnosed with DID now. So she's like certifiably insane, but I didn't realize that at the time.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I was insane too.
Pretty interesting. I mean, that's a whole.
I was insane too, though. So, and I was, and I mean that's the thing. We met when I was in college, and we were young, so you can do that. You can be insane and childish and fucked up and all that stuff. But then when we had a kid and needed to adult together, I grew out of my insanity, and she doubled down on hers.
Well, I mean, it's hard for me to comment anything about that because in a way, I guess insane people do meet other insane people, but people don't people don't develop in the same pace. I mean, that's where being with a partner or anybody, like even your friends that you might have known since high school. I mean, they may have remained in in their towns or cities and remain the way they were always, while other people kind of develop in different ways. So people definitely don't progress at the same pace.
Right, that's true.
I guess that's the difficulty with marriages in general, is that you make a vow to be with somebody for the rest of your life, right? And then everything's get mingled, but then again at the same time you kind of go through life in a different pace though too. So I don't know, like I've never been married, so it's hard for me to comment about marriage since I've never been really married.
Well, and we were young-ish, not super young, but pretty young. I mean, I was the first one of my friends I knew to get married. I was I was kind of one of the first ones to have a kid, but I was definitely the first one to get married, the first one to get divorced. And yeah.
How long were you married?
I was only married for a year.
1 year. Wow.
1 year. Yeah. We were together for 3.5.
Including marriage? Like totally 3.5, including the marriage?
Hold on. Let me think. I met her when I was 20. So we were probably together for, let's see. Okay. Met her when I was 20. Married by 20. No, okay. I was divorced by the time I was 25. So I probably total 4.5 years if you include like everything. We were probably together 4.5 years. But yeah, when I got married, we'd been together. It had been the longest relationship I'd ever had. It was, 3 years, I think, when I got married. We'd been together for 3 years. We had a daughter together, it just seemed like, all right, well, this is my person, I guess.
How long has this recent marriage been then? It's less than 4 years?
I'm not technically remarried. No, I've been with Katie longer than I was ever with my ex.
So that's the longest relationship then.
Right. Now it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that was your second longest relationship, the one who
at the time when I got married, that was the longest one I'd been in. It no
but
longer
that's
is.
like in your 20s, 4-year relationship. I mean, like that like how are you gonna have a longer relationship? Like you would have to have a relationship from 15 to 20 to have a longer relationship.
Right. Oh yeah. Yeah, exactly. Well, and part of that was like all the relationships I'd had before that were I was a lot more out. I was a much wilder person, and like things would just girls just couldn't handle it. I was drinking and fighting, in part I just wear them out. And my ex-wife was one who could keep pace with me. That should have been the red flag. She could drink with me, she could party with me, she could fight it out with me if we were going to have a fight. I was in college, my roommates would all
So
go.
you met your match then.
I met my match, right, exactly. And that should have been the red flag. But
should have, could have, but I mean, it just
at the time it was cool though. It's like, hey, this girl turns up loud too.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, like, you're looking for a mirror, right? And you find it.
And at that point in life, actually, I think that it was a fantastic relationship for that point in life, right? Like we could both walk into a party and we could party and we were cool and we looked good. And, we both like to do Coke and drink Jaeger, like it was that sort of lifestyle. But like that just really that skill set doesn't convert well into, okay, we have to live an adult life now and raise a kid and pay rent and shit,
Right. Yeah. I mean, that only lasts so long. I mean, it's fun while you do it, and it's good to, have that experience under your belt of doing Coke and doing Jaeger shots, Jaeger bombs and such.
Right.
And girls are attracted to bad boys, so you were playing your bad boy part at that time, right? But bad boys don't necessarily make good husbands or good providers.
Actually, I did. I know that you're speaking generally. I'm just sort of musing. I'm not a very reflective person always especially on my own shit, but that is correct. And actually, I don't suppose I always have been. There's a few years there where I, went to jail and then, was
You
sleeping
smooth
on,
out,
you're
rough
sleeping on an
edges.
air mattress on the floor of an empty house, things like that. But they balance.
I mean, you can say that they're character developing experiences, right? I mean,
well, they definitely were that. I don't know it's worth it. But like I said earlier, I think that everybody learns through failure, not success.
some people do. Most people do. I would say most people definitely learn from. I mean, like they say, wisdom. The suffering is the seed of wisdom, right? So people have to kind of suffer and suffer through life. So it's hard to say, quote unquote, like something is worth it, but you've already gone through it, so it has to be worth it.
Well, yeah, and I don't believe in regret because everything is, intertwined, and I would never unravel any part of that. But
right, exactly.
maybe here's yes, all that shit was character developing. Yes, I am still salty about it. Yes, fuck you, Max Barrett, Tracy Beverlin, and the rest of you fuckers down there at the Pratt County Sheriff's Office. So that's what I meant by that.
Yeah, and that saltiness is going to be there for some time. I mean, it's something that one has to work on, and until, I mean, you're gonna, trying to being authentic means being authentic. It's like, if you're salty, then be salty. But at the same time, another version of yourself can say, well, this is not the state of mind that I want to be at all the time. And I agree with you. Regret doesn't really. I think guilt and regret is helpful in the sense of allowing an individual to look at themselves and say, hey, this is not the direction that I should be going, or stuff like that. But you can't.
Most people don't even
there.
experience those emotions in a useful way. Most people's guilt and regret just sort of bogs them down.
People get into a loop. A lot of people get into a loop where they get into depression, and then it just, they get into that downward spiral of depression or anger. It doesn't matter. Or they're very cynical about a lot of things, bitter about a lot of things. And I think, a lot of people have difficulty trying to find that balance,
Yeah.
But anyways, you are where you are now, and you're definitely probably feeling much better about yourself, about where you are and the direction that you're going than before, I imagine. So I guess that's a good thing, right?
For sure. Yeah, nothing makes you appreciate the present like, thinking you're going to be going to prison for 15 years.
I can only imagine.
So yeah,
especially you've been to prison for some time, so you know exactly what that's like. So you know.
Somebody said at rehab, I think every day's a good day when you're not in jail, and I was like, oh my god, that's true. Yeah, even like just sitting in traffic, because when I got out, like I had like a 4-hour drive. And that was awesome. I hadn't been in a car in a few months. Good times. Which is weird. It's weird to like try something out. Like even just that short amount of time. It's like I hadn't driven a car in 4 months probably. Driving a car was weird. Walking into Walmart with all the fucking lights and all the people around. It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
People when I was at rehab, the people who had just gotten out of prison, who had never used a cell phone, oh, they were amazed by it. One of the dudes I was in rehab with, he spent the entire 28 days I was there with earbuds in, plugged into his cell phone. He was watching videos. He was listening to songs. He didn't want to talk to you. He didn't want to look up. It was both amazing to watch and like sort of concerning, like, oh man, we're addicted, bro. These things are addictive.
Technology. Yeah, they are addictive. That's what, they're designed that way, and we are addicted to one another here in the metaverse as well, addicted to each other's, disorders, addicted to each other's, energies and such. And the internet is it's a very addictive place. I lost internet because I ran out of data last night for a couple hours, was doing some reading, but I found myself checking the phone for messages when I knew I didn't have internet at all, and I'm just like, wow, it became like an automatic reaction, and that's why it's good for me to just shut things off for weeks at a time. Like I just accumulate this toxicity for a little while. I'm just like, okay, I need to get away from everything for a couple weeks. Period.
Yeah. I should take more breaks from it. I used to have my phone on a month to month plan, and I liked that, and because every month I'd let it expire, and my shit would be off for probably about 3 days, as long until people started getting actually pissed off at me, and then I'd get another month. But I went ahead and gotten on a contract when I got a new phone because the girl who worked at the store was super hot. So I was like, sell me everything. Just give me everything you got.
So that sealed the deal, you know. I mean, she's very hot, and then you know, you got to get your yearly plan now.
That definitely helped. Also, I wanted a good phone. It wasn't because when I was dealing with the legal shit, I kept getting raided, and they kept taking my phone, and I kept having to switch my fucking phone number. And so finally, I just ended up buying shit Walmart phones. And so when I got on the plan, I had gotten my first like good phone since, you know, in a handful of years. But yeah, it went on a payment plan. So you can't do a payment plan if you're on month to month.
I imagine it's very difficult, like especially with people, you know, having to deal with family and work and all this stuff. It's not easy for anybody to get off the internet for an extended period of time. Probably not even for like several hours. You know, nowadays, like most people are.
If you're trying to run a business or anything, yeah, it's basically impossible. I mean, you could get a no data plan. Like you'd have to try though.
It's probably going to be hard. I mean, like for me, I haven't really worked in a while. But I'm like living on, you know, very little, and which is fine. I mean, I'm okay. But if I choose to, I can definitely just shut the phone off and disappear for a week, 2 weeks, or a month, depending on, and maybe forever. Sometimes I imagine myself, you know, just like fucking just taking off and going to a cave and spend some time there and see what happens, you know. So
right. Yeah. I could see myself doing that too if I didn't have kids.
Well, yeah, there's responsibility, and you know, and you have to do your duty.
But you know what? No, I could maybe do it. Be like, if you need, find your dad. I'll be in the woods.
Yeah, but I think deep down, you and I both know that's probably not likely going to happen.
No, it's not likely.
Maybe there's a slim possibility.
It's not going to happen.
It's good to imagine. Maybe it's fun to kind of imagine, you know, just to say, well, give you the feeling of the freedom, like, oh yeah, I could do it if I really, really wanted to. But at the end of the day, you know, I think
honestly, like, I mean, could you actually disappear into a cave? Like, are you self-sufficient enough that you would survive? Like, I think I would survive. I just would not have any reason to actually do that. I wouldn't enjoy myself.
Well, it's not about enjoyment, that's for sure.
I may not have the discipline to execute such a plan.
You need food. I mean, you're not gonna, like, when I was in a cave when I was doing my motorcycling track back in 2018. I stayed in a cave for maybe about 2 weeks. But you do need to bring food. But I ate, like, you know, a small little breakfast. I was meditating like 11, 12 hours a day. So you're just kind of sitting there meditating.
I can't imagine that. Like, when I started meditating, trying to pull out a 15-minute chunk felt like forever.
But that's the thing, like, you need to detox. I mean, like, you know, where I was, you have no internet anyways, you know. I brought a couple books with me, and during my like downtime, because, you know, I follow the Vipassana schedule. So you wake up at 4, you start shit at 4:30, you go to bed at like 9:30, 10, you know, and then between time you're either meditating or reading or resting. That's it. And then sleeping. And then,
between you and Dominic, I got to work on my fucking my self-discipline, because I'm sitting here drinking chocolate milk, smoking cigarettes. Like,
Well, I mean, but the thing is, I went through that phase, especially when I had a bar. You know, I told you like I was drinking every day for about a year and a half, smoking a lot of cigarettes at the time. Like I gave fuck all to exercise. You know, and be like, okay, whatever. I'm a bar owner now, so I'm just gonna smoke cigarettes and drink all day. So.
Yeah. I don't know if Dominic's still here, but he's done some crazy fasting.
Oh, I bet.
I never have. I've thought about it because a lot of people talk it up, and then I have decided that no, I'm not going to starve myself for no reason.
I mean, you have to be in the right place to do it. I mean, like when you're, I can't imagine like you being married and working and all this kind of stuff and having to fast. That would be really hard. But if you're, like in the hut in the woods and then you can turn the phone off, you can definitely fast because like you're meditating already anyways, and it's okay. Like you go several days without food. I've done 3 days of like no water fasting and 5 days of no food fasting
So the
together.
no water thing doesn't even sound healthy. That sounds like it's just like a layer of
It's
unhealth.
probably it may not be unhealthy. I'm not gonna say it's healthy, but I just wanted to see like I like the experience of what it really feels like to like not drink for a long period of time, and
Man, you and Dominic, you're both fucking masochists. Uh, I recorded. I haven't released it yet. But Dominic and I did a private recording, and he's the same fucking sort of way. You guys with your like wanting to see how much discomfort you can put yourself in. Y'all are nuts.
yeah, I mean, it's at least for me, and I'm not going to speak for Dominic, but like it's good to know what your limits are in a way, and then I like that edge, that feeling of like that desperation, where like at what point am I going to start to really, feel desperate, and then how long can I hold on to it, you know?
Well, what you can do, I don't think that what I can do could ever be accurately measured by a voluntary situation. You know what I mean? Like you can when you have to do something, you can do a lot more than you can do when you're just choosing to see how.
Well, yeah, like if you're forced to, go without water and food for sure, like because you're already forced. So I mean, that's gonna take you to a different level. So voluntarily doing that is a different story. I agree with that.
But I could see the I can definitely see the benefits to fasting from food because it's all toxic. At least what we eat here. My chocolate milk probably isn't very good for me.
Like where I live, I'm about 1,500 kilometers from Nepal, and I was going back and forth from Nepal and where I'm at often back before 2020, and I did a vipassana back in 2019 in Nepal, and usually it takes like, for 8 to 10 hours of driving, it takes 3 days, 2 nights, 3 days to get to where I'm at. But I just wanted to see if I could get here from Nepal, and I drove like 30 some hours straight. I had a couple hours of rest here and there, but I essentially just to see, if I could do it.
Well,
And
that's a safe challenge.
I was falling asleep on my motorcycle actually a couple of times, and I was just like, "Oh shit! I need to just park my bike and get bitten by mosquitoes at this like bus stop or this not even a bus stop. It's like a truck bungalow place, and then just like fucking rest for 45 minutes, drink some tea, and then get back on my motorcycle and drive, see the sunrise." That
Yeah,
was good.
there's something hypnotic about the road.
Yeah, I like driving. I mean, it's a lot of work. Like when I was trekking back in the day, like of like, I have a backpack and you have like, gear, like, for in case you have a flat and you have to have equipment for all that kind of stuff, because sometimes you're out in the middle of nowhere, and some places you go, you're not going to see a bus or a truck for maybe a day or two. So you're kind of screwed if things kind of get fucked up. But this like taking like just even for camping, you have to unpack everything. You have your cooking gear, and then and you have to carry your food and all this kind of stuff. It's a lot of work.
I've done that. I did a backpacking trip through New Mexico, the mountains of New Mexico, when I was a kid, and I don't know. I suppose that I enjoy not being uncomfortable if I don't have to be.
I mean, it's a give and take, right? I mean, like comfort also has costs to it.
Yeah,
right.
Definitely.
So
definitely,
you have to work and get a job and have something stable coming in, and you have to be able to have the maintenance. Everything requires maintenance. Like there's always something so the less things that you have, less maintenance, but then you're gonna have quote unquote less comfort because you have less things. So too, but there's also comfort that comes with the fact that you don't have to really take care of as many things as well. So there's always a give and take to everything.
I don't even think that most people get comfort from their stuff. Like, I don't think I do. I think most of my stuff it's sort of a compulsion. I think people acquire stuff compulsively. Myself as well. I periodically, like, I acquire stuff faster than I use it up or go through it, and so periodically I'll just find something to go through it. Be like, all right, I got too much stuff here. Getting rid of this.
Well, like when you look at all these advertisements, they appeal to your emotions, right? They don't really appeal to your logic as much. So like people impulsively, that's where the impulsivity comes in, is that they just emotionally feel like, oh, I need this right now. It's kind of like a fidget, whatever spinner, like they just need it, and like and people accumulate things, right? And then a lot of things just collect dust.
I don't follow trends though, or watch advertisements. I don't need the newest things. Like my, I guess, most current acquiring habit is books. Nobody ever advertises books.
Yeah, I used to have a lot of books when I was in Nepal. I had a decent library. But I wouldn't say that I actually had the time to actually read all that. So
it's things that I can justify. That's what it is. I need to be able to justify internally spending money on something. And the way I justify it with books is by the realization that Amazon owns books, and that's a concern, right? So it's sort of an abstract justification, but it's like, all right, I got to get some books. I'm going to get some hardcover books, and most of them are old or used. I hit thrift stores or used bookstores, sometimes at Amazon, anyways. But before that, it was and tools. I have a lot of tools, and I continue to acquire tools. But you need a tool because that's how you make money.
Tools are useful, especially if they're making you money, so they're more of an investment, and books can be kind of considered an investment as well.
See, and that's it exactly.
Rubber duckies, collecting rubber duckies. I don't know what kind of investment. Maybe that's a collector's item thing.
Yeah,
I don't know.
And my first investment was Beanie Babies back in the day, and that one did not pan out well for me.
Because you were not able to sell them at a profit?
Absolutely not. Do you remember the Beanie Baby craze?
No, I'm not gonna lie and say I do.
Yeah, no, they didn't. I was not from what they cost at the peak of the Beanie Baby craze to like 20 years later. Fuck no. They weren't worth shit.
Were they accumulating? Like were they like collector's item or something? Or what was
when they were there, when there was that big craze, it's a little beanbag toy, and they were the hottest. You couldn't find them anywhere. These fucking little things were selling for $30 a piece in like 1990s money. But
shit,
like there's, you know, they were all projected to be worth a whole ton of money in the future, right? And even back then it's still like, if you found one of the rare ones, it was a collector's thing. But the fad blew over, and then I was just stuck with a bunch of stuffed animals that I ended up cutting the tags off and throwing to my daughter when she was a baby. So yeah,
there's always this version, these versions of like you know, like the tulip mania, right? I'm sure you're familiar with that.
Crypto mania.
Yeah, and the cryptomania as well, and it's true that, you know, some people have, it's like it's a Ponzi scheme. Like some people have to make out to give the appearance that you know, that everybody could be successful. You know, if people didn't make out on these, and I'm sure there are a bunch of people who actually made good on the Beanie Baby craze. You know, I don't know how many, but I'm sure there must have been. You know, at least the companies who made them, they must have made bank, and then the other people who, you know,
for
were
sure
at the head of the curve made bank, but a lot of people are left holding the bag.
I don't know. I feel like
Beanie Babies.
I feel like I don't know. I guess a lot of people were buying them at those prices, but I still feel like if I hadn't been 7 or however old I was, like it never would have. Like no adult can surely fall for this gimmick here. Who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. I'm probably, yeah. I actually know that I'm wrong now that I say that out loud.
Like adults fall for a lot of things because they're still children at heart. There are a lot of children in adult bodies, you know, and they buy things and do things in a very impulsive way, and a greed and fear is what really, you know, runs the market, you can say, you know.
Yeah. Somewhere in time, your dad was absolutely right to flip out about that. You found how did he get such a good collection? And it's only Playboy. Yeah. Man. Crazy. Although I'm not sure I'm convinced Playboys are really worth all that much money because there's just a lot of them.
Well, Hugh Hefner is a CIA asset as
He
well, though.
is indeed. Yes, he is. All culture is, or all of our, you know, pop culture, the music, the magazines, and the movies.
Yeah.
Oh, sports cards. Yeah, when I was a kid, my grandpa and I were really tight. My dad's dad. I was the oldest grandson, and anyways, I was a favorite grandchild, and he bought me a ton of sports cards. I don't know why. I think that he liked them more than I did, but I was probably an excuse for him to buy them. So he'd come down and bring a whole bunch of that. I still got a ton of cards, but there were so many sports cards sold in the 90s that really most of them aren't worth shit still, which was disappointing because I went through them about a year ago. I was like, oh, sweet. This is probably worth money now. No, not really.
But people have this, you know, thing about collecting things. You know, you have these hoarder types, and you know, people get into baseball cards or Magic the Gathering. You know, and things have value, and things have value according to how rare they are. If they were common, then they have no value. But because they're not common, and only few people can hold on to it, and then they will not sell it for a low price, right? That's where this the trading market comes in. Trading market is the seller and the buyer meeting at a point. That's the meeting point. That's the trade.
Yeah.
The trade determines the value.
I've had a lot more success on items like with guns when I used to do stuff with guns, and with trucks. Now that I don't do stuff with cars anymore, like the things that I actually enjoy and get into and can see the benefit of, I've had way better luck in accidentally turning profits in those hobbies than I have at like trying to speculate at which thing I don't care about is going to be. Like Pokemon cards. Did you know Pokemon cards are like kind of a booming market right now again, or still?
Nope.
Yeah, right.
No
Who would have
idea.
guessed? I have a buddy who's like not much younger than me. He's like 30, and he spends a lot of time hustling Pokemon cards because he makes buku bank at it. I mean, not buku bank, but definitely enough to be worth his time and attention. So I don't know.
Well, good for him. I mean, if there's money in it, and if there's I mean, it's all kind of very much dependent on supply and demand, I would guess, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, with things like that, really with any sort of sale, with any item that you're selling, you're going to make your money on the purchase end. You don't really make your money. The market price is set for certain things, so you have to acquire it at a discount.
I mean, at the end of the day, like the whole idea of trade is you buy low and sell high. You try to, and trying to find the lowest price of being able to acquire that item, and then holding on to it
Right.
until you can find the highest, buyer for that, right? And then,
Sure.
and then
Sure.
that difference is how much profit that you're going to be able to make.
Right. But the approach, but I guess I think it's more natural to think of like, okay, I'm going to sell this. That the sale is when you receive the revenue, but that's not where you make a profit at. Where you make the profit is when you're spending money to buy the item. I guess it's sort of a counterintuitive way of approaching something where you're selling.
Can you elaborate what you mean? I don't
Sure.
think I understood what you were saying.
Okay. Yeah. So, like, I've got a few years ago, I bought, for instance, a truck. It was a 99 Silverado, and it was just kind of an old plain work truck. There's nothing spectacular about it, but that vehicle, a 99 Silverado with like 200,000 miles, it has a certain value established by the market for this region. That truck's probably $4,000. I bought it when I saw somebody had listed it for $2,000. I called him immediately and said, I have cash now. I wasn't in the market really. I just stumbled across it. But the point is that when I sold it, then after I drove it for a year, and then I sold it for about $4,000. I didn't make money by selling. I didn't sell it at an awesome price. It wasn't like, woo, can you believe he paid this much for it? I bought it at an awesome price. So when I made right. I don't know. Maybe I'm explaining something that you just we're trying to figure out if we're on the same wavelength, but
we're on the same page, and so like there are several factors as far as I see that is that allowed you to make a quote unquote profit on that. Is that you have to know the average price of the what is it, Silverado? You have to know the market value of that, what that goes for, and then by luck, or maybe you're looking out for it, but somebody was willing to sell a good condition truck at half the price of what the market is. So automatically, the value that is on average is going for, and why this individual. He must not have known the average value. Well, otherwise, if he could sell it for 4,000 rather than 2,000, why wouldn't he have sold it?
He
for 4,000,
seemed like a little bit of a yuppie. Yeah, he seemed a little bit naive and a little bit rich, a little bit naive, and a little bit like he just was sort of
wanted to get rid of it.
The car market. Well, I think that he was selling it for about the price he bought it for, but the used car market at that point in time had gone up significantly. So I don't think he realized that he had even listed it for that good a price.
Well, that's my point, is that he has to be ignorant of like the actual value of his truck, in order for you to profit. It's the people who have to be very savvy.
Or time sensitive. Like I bought a motorcycle one time for $500, not because the dude was ignorant, but because I was the only person that he knew who he could get a hold of at 3 a.m. who had access to $500 cash. Right.
There's a lot of that goes on. I mean, you can talk about that with any kind of market. If somebody just held on to it a little bit longer, they could have sold it for a higher profit, but because they needed the cash at that moment, they have to take the hit. Right. So if they could hold on to it indefinitely, they will always be able to win out on it. But because they bid off a little bit more than they can chew, then they got themselves into a situation where they're in need of quote unquote cash to survive, so they have to take the hit.
Yeah, people's irresponsibility just sort of snowballs.
It compounds for sure.
Yeah, I've got a couple people who I loan money to regularly, not big amounts of money, but for like 2 days at a time at like 50% interest rate over 2 days.
Wow,
it's an
that's quite a
astronomical.
juice.
It's an astronomical return. Of course, at some point, I recognize it'll probably hit the wall and I won't get repaid. They'll probably just disappear at some point. But that's all right,
That's a risk that you're willing to take. But if you do enough of those kind of transactions, I guess you might have already, paid for the investment of that.
Absolutely,
right?
Absolutely. But 100%. But I guess my point was that like this is their own irresponsibility. It's not that they don't have the money; it's that they want to play fucking internet poker or whatever they're doing with it more, and so they're getting double taxed. They got the habits and
So
the
you're the
loan.
loan shark, the loan shark, yeah.
A little bit. I'm the helpful friend.
Sure.
Hello, friend.
At 50% interest.
I don't solicit these loans. They get requested of me. It's like, well, fine. If you want to play this game, then who am I to tell you no when I can help you out instead?
I mean, you trust them enough that you believe that they will pay you back with 50% interest in 2 days. I mean, like you give them $100 in 2 days, it'll be $150. Why not?
Right.
That's I mean, if you could do that every day and then get 99, even 90% return on that, I mean, you're going to be banking,
Yes.
So,
well, there's a reason that there's only like 2 of them.
You have to find more friends like that.
I'd need a bigger liquidity base if I got too many more friends like that.
Percent return in.
Yeah, but you know what? At those rates,
That's another problem.
You can always find big investors even at half of at 25% in 2 days. You're gonna have a lot of people willing to invest in that, assuming it's good. But well, I'm gonna get ready to shut it down and go to bed. You got any final thoughts? Words of wisdom?
No, I have to get going as well.
All righty. Thanks for
me an email.
Let
me take a look at your chart, and then we'll
right.
have
Did
another
you put
chat
your
at
thing
another time.
backstage?
I did. Yeah.
Okay. And do you want me to send over the chart that I pulled up the other day, or do you want me to just send you my information? You can pull a chart.
You can do both. I like to kind of take a look at it myself. So just to make sure that things are lined up. I'm sure it's lined up just fine, but I just like to double check. But
right.
Anyways, have a good night, and then talk to you soon. And thanks for having me on. Sorry if I dominated the conversation too much.
No, you're good. You're good. I'm not shy about quieting down people who try to dominate conversations and refuse to stop. So thanks for joining. I'll see you next time. All right, chat. Salutes to those that are still here. If anybody has not hit the like button, please take a chance to do that on your way out. Now get the fuck out of here.